A very warm welcome to CodeFest 2021. And I don't know about you, but I've missed that music. Today, everything is being sponsored by our lovely partners at Bank of America. So thank you very much for that. After last year, we said we were never going to do this again. But we're back in our wonderful, beautiful madness. We're back, and the whole team is live here at the Biscuit Factory in Bermondsey, ready to deliver a fantastic day of content. So just to give you a little teaser as to what's coming, we are going to be talking about how data analysis is helping the NHS to fight COVID. We're also going to be talking about ethical challenges in tech, and also how tech is leading the fight against climate change. So a lot of the stuff we're going to be talking about today is incredibly relevant, incredibly geared towards social impact. I'm really interested in how tech has helped during COVID. Tomorrow, we're actually going to be live. So this year, we're doing a hybrid event. Today is all virtual, and please keep streaming in. But tomorrow, we're going to be live from Canary Wharf at level 39. We're going to have tons more talks about tech. We're going to have fantastic network opportunities. We're also going to be launching a hackathon. We have our annual research paper that's coming about, which is sponsored by NatWest, about race and discrimination in the workplace. We have our fantastic community awards to recognize women with outstanding achievements. And we have our very first nano degree graduation ceremony, which will be in person, where all of the women that have finished their degree will be receiving their certificates live, finding out their scores, and also hearing from their future employers as well. So that's going to be very exciting. You can also live stream into the face-to-face event tomorrow. So please join us for that if you cannot be there in person. Now, our lovely sponsors at Bank of America have gone out of their way this year. If you're watching this and you would like to make a charitable donation, please go to the description in the video. There are two charities that Bank of America have chosen that you can actively donate to just because you're watching CodeFest, which is absolutely fantastic. So let's take Bank of America up on that offer. Please go to the description. Please start donating to those charities, and the bank will give those donations for you. Right, without further ado, we're going to bring in our star keynote speaker today. I would like to introduce Suzanne van Janse Rensburg from Bank of America. Suzanne is the Managing Director, Chief Operating Officer, and Technology Risk Executive. Suzanne, can we bring you into the live stream?
Brilliant. Hi, good morning, Anna. Good morning, everybody. And thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to open today's event with you. You know, I'm absolutely delighted to speak at CodeFest this year. I'm a huge supporter of the great work that Code First Girls do, and the partnership, of course, that we Bank of America have with you. Today, I'm going to talk about the evolution of technology, the role technology has played in the pandemic, and technology innovations that will make our lives better today and will continue to do so in the years to come. Now, I'm not that old in my own mind, but I grew up in a time where technology hadn't really made its way into the average person's daily life in the way that it has today. So for example, and some of you might need to Google or research some of these, I learned to type on a typewriter. I went to Blockbuster and rented VHS to watch movies. I used a disposable camera and waited patiently for the film to be developed. I listened to music on a wireless, and I bought cassette tapes. I had a pen pal. We wrote actual letters and waited for responses by physical post. I paid for everything with cash, predominantly coin in my case. And I waited by the phone, which sat on a little table in our hallway for people to call me. The phone had a dial, and our phone number was just 2 digits. When the World Wide Web came along, I listened to the unmistakable sound of the modem dialing up. The sound is still etched on much of my generation's brains today. My favorite search engine was Ask Jeeves. My autosave was a floppy disk. My first email address was at hotmail.com. I had a pager, believe it or not, and the landscape was dotted with telephone boxes, which today are a very rare sight. Text messages were just that, text, and limited in characters. There was no images or GIFs or text formats or colors. And early coding language, assembly, Fortran, COBOL, one of which I believe we still use in the bank today. I had a discussion with our senior leadership team yesterday to get their thoughts on early coding language, and we did have a bit of fun sort of talking about what languages people were using versus what coding languages are used today. In my research for preparing today, I came across a number of fascinating technology growth statistics, which truly talk to how the world of technology has changed in recent years. Globally, today, there are 1.35 million technology startups in the world today. The number of smart devices collecting, analyzing, and sharing data should hit 50 billion by 2030. The internet adoption rate sits at 59% this year. The computer and processing capacity of computers hits double figures every 18 months. The world has produced 90% of its big data in the past 2 years. And every second, 127 new devices are connecting to the internet. And in the first 3 months of this year, 4.6 billion people were using the internet. So it sounds amazing, right? But that's just the tip of the iceberg. In 2025, the number of Internet of Things will be 3 times what it was in 2019. And we're thinking about wearable technology like smartwatches and things like smart meters, smartphones, autonomous vehicles, and smart grids. By 2040, 95% of purchases will be online. There are 3.9 billion social media users in the world as of this year. The global machine learning market is expected to reach 20.8 billion in 2024. It was worth just a mere 1.5 billion in 2017. It is expected that AI will replace around 85 million traditional jobs in the US by 2025, but millions of jobs in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and maths, will be created. 71% of executives believe that AI and machine learning are game changers for business. And the world is waking up to the fact that robotics and automation powered by AI could be the future of work. And 16% of companies in Europe believe that AI will help them counter the adverse effects of COVID-19. And this leads me on to the role technology has played in the pandemic. Throughout the pandemic, many businesses might have come to a complete halt had it not been for the cutting-edge technology solutions to help them accelerate their digital transformation strategies, find new ways to serve their clients, see their patients, support their employees, to pretty much keep their businesses alive. Although the work done by every technology team to enable remote working, e-commerce, and connectivity has been invaluable, there is no doubt that video conferencing like Zoom and the platform we're using today now has a secure place in both the business and consumer worlds in a way it never had before, and we might never thought that it would. There are a number of technologies that have emerged through the pandemic that will have a lasting impact on how we work and how we live, and will no doubt be around long after the pandemic is over. Up there in the top technical foundations for digital flexibility and agility has been cloud computing. It has played an absolute critical role in transforming business models and customer experience to enable companies to respond effectively to the pandemic. Computer-assisted telephone interviewing has been hugely important and is a pandemic-driven technology that has proved to be invaluable to health researchers during and since lockdown. Tools to support distributed workforce have also been critical as we move to new work structures. At Bank of America, automation of our financial processes became ever more critical, and we quickly brought forward our roadmaps to help us deal with volumes and volatility. And we know many of our peers did the same thing. Throughout the pandemic, there was heightened cybersecurity risks, with fraudsters and threat actors taking advantage of the situation. This led to the cybersecurity industry showcasing innovation in the form of intelligent security technologies that enable companies to mitigate insider breaches to ensure their customers and their customers' data was secure. As everybody went remote, virtual reality experienced an uptick in popularity, as did online games like escape rooms as a means for people to get connected and teams to continue to connect with each other. With many new uses and software releases, VR helped people stay connected, be more productive, and more entertained as the days, weeks, and months of lockdown ticked by. The use of AI accelerated during the pandemic cemented its place in many overall business strategies to help drive long-term value for companies. My personal favourite is telehealth solutions. With access to health services dramatically reduced, healthcare providers adopted video conferencing tools to offer virtual service and practice management solutions to optimise their operations and see as many as their patients as they could. At Bank of America, we leveraged this for our annual health checks. So all of our employees have annual health checks. All of those throughout the pandemic were offered virtually to our employees. So a real good use case. And I believe we're still doing that today for those who don't wish to do it in person. Other key pandemic-driven technologies include mental health fitness apps like Calm and Headspace, some of which were here before, but we've seen an exponential rise in their use as people have thankfully been taking their mental health more seriously and leveraging a variety of apps to help them to do that. Other technology winners in the pandemic were, of course, streamlining services like Disney, Apple, and Netflix, with many movies and the cinema grinding to a halt. I personally had watched pretty much everything I wanted to watch on Netflix in the first 6 months of the pandemic. Home broadband providers with increased home users were another key winner of the pandemic. Personal service apps like Deliveroo and Amazon, underpinned by amazing technologies to ensure that almost every item a person could want would be delivered to their door. Online shopping and improved return services. My personal favorite was the improved return services and the technologies that underpinned that. Digital and contactless payments saw huge growth throughout the pandemic, and distance learning and online courses saw an exponential increase throughout the pandemic. The pandemic demonstrated the importance of digital readiness, which allows businesses and life to continue as usual as much as possible. Building the necessary infrastructure to support the digitized world and staying current in the latest technology did and will remain essential for businesses to remain competitive into the future. As we look forward, there is no doubt the coming decade will bring many exciting technology advances. Artificial intelligence and machine learning, the increasing ability of machines to learn and act intelligently, will continue to transform our world. The Internet of Things and the growth of smart devices that will continuously gather and transmit data, further powering the growth of AI and big data. Additionally, the trend in intelligent spaces like intelligent homes, intelligent offices are coming increasingly connected and smart, and an expectation of employees. Wearables and augmented humans, the technology designed to improve human performance and enable us to live healthier lives. We may see humans merging with technology to create augmented humans. Big data and the exponential growth of the amount of data being created in our world, enabling us to make sense of and work with enormous and complex streams of data. I couldn't talk about technology in the next decade without mentioning blockchain and distributed ledgers. A super secure method of storing, analysing and protecting data that has the potential to revolutionise many aspects of business. This goes hand in hand with all that we are hearing about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, digital wallets. Quantum computing, which is an unimaginably fast computers capable of solving seamlessly unsolvable problems, will make state-of-the-art technology today look like Stone Age. Digital extended realities. So my husband will be very disappointed if I didn't mention this one. Virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and the trend towards a more immersed digital experience in the metaverse, which has become the newest macro goal for many of the world's technology giants, where digital identities will engage in experiences and activities, a virtual world with a digital and virtual economy. And one such example, and it's hot off the press, last week Dolce & Gabbana launched a range of clothing that can be purchased for individuals to wear in the metaverse. The metaverse will require countless new technologies, protocols, and company innovations and discoveries to truly work. The Internet of Value is a concept which envisages an internet where value is transferred as easily, cheaply, and reliably as data is transferred today. And Web 3.0 is an even more fundamental disruption, a technology leap forward to open, trustless, and permissionless networks, where the ultimate outcome of these new networks is the possibility to coordinate and incentivize the long tail of work, service, data, and content providers that are the disenfranchised backdrop to many of the world's most acute challenges and problems, such as health, food, finance, and sustainability. Code First girls are already building the next generation of innovators that drive the future of technology in a way that builds a better world for all of us and the future generations. There's no better time to be in technology and to be a woman in technology. The vision women provide is fundamental to devise and implement solutions for humanity's future. The decades ahead are in our hands. Please make the most of the next 2 days. Enjoy every moment and think about how you are going to make this a better world for all of our futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. What a lovely talk. Moving all the way from Ask Jeeves, floppy disks, to the cloud, and also augmented reality. Suzanne, thank you very much. And everyone getting involved in the chat, when did people last see Jeeves out of interest? When did people last use Jeeves? Please make some comments, because for me, it's been an awfully long time. But Suzanne, thank you so much for joining us today. So up next, we have Deepa Kapadia from Bank of America. Deepa is the Managing Director at Bank of America, and she's going to be doing a tech talk today. The way our tech talks work is that we get a fantastic presentation and insight into a certain area. And afterwards, we want you to ask tons of questions. It's very interactive. We bring your questions on screen and we actively ask our guests and facilitate that. So please get some questions ready. And the topic of today's talk is tech jobs of the post-pandemic world, a subject that's incredibly close to our hearts at Code First Girls. Can we please welcome Deepa?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Anna. And I'm going to be talking quite a few examples that Suzanne has already gone through, because the pandemic has created such innovation. So I will be going through some of that. So to start off with, what I'm going to be talking about is tech jobs in the post-pandemic world. And I could talk about this for hours. There's just so much, and Suzanne just now covered some of the areas where we're making huge strides in. But I'm hoping that I give you a flavor for you to look at this stuff in more detail and give you and hope to give you some inspiration on your future journey in this ever evolving digital world that we're in. What I'm presenting is research that's widely available, and what I'm going to be putting a spin on is my role and how I am looking at what the post-pandemic world is going to look like. So to start off with, on the next slide, is a quote. So from the Institute of the Future Technology predicts that 85% of jobs that will exist in 2030, which is not far away, haven't even been invented yet. Now, this was actually predicted prior to the pandemic. I think the pandemic has actually accelerated that, and there have been things that we've now invented that weren't there before the pandemic. However, that is an amazing statistic, and it goes to show that the jobs that we have today will no longer be the jobs for tomorrow, and we will need to continue to improve ourselves. The future of work will require us to have, every one of us to have, advanced digital literacy and fluency, as all our businesses across all the sectors they become part of our infrastructure. The pandemic has created an inflection point, an opportunity for us to do better and to have a more sustainable and equitable future of work. And as all of you have joined me today, I hope that you be part of that evolution. So moving on to the next slide, let's talk a little bit about myself. I head up the Europe, Middle East, and Africa Markets Application Production Services. What does that mean? So for someone who's not in the industry, I call that the 999 service for technology. I am the fire service, I am the health service, I am the police. And my team will look at if something's broken, if something's not working, if something's on fire from a technology standpoint, we will go in there, fix the problem, stop the bleeding, put out the fire, get the business up and running again. And that's what my role is. Did I think I was going to do that when I was at university? Absolutely not. I wasn't even in the technology. I wasn't even studying computer science. I was studying business mathematics and statistics, aiming to be a maths teacher. But look where I am now. I'm so involved in technology and driving improvements. But the key things that I wanted to do then are still what I'm doing right now. So I wanted to be a maths teacher. Why did I want to be a maths teacher? I wanted to help out. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to, make people better in terms of my, I was really good at maths. I wanted to help people to also be good as well. But when I was doing a course as part of my degree in IT, I was fascinated by it, absolutely fascinated. And in those times, it was a little project on Lotus 123, which I don't even think exists anymore. It's now, everyone uses Excel, but doing macros on there and buttons and I was just absolutely fascinated, and I wanted a job in technology. However, at that time, we didn't have things like Code First Girls. We didn't have, groups that would support people who were not having a technology background to get involved in technology. So I went and applied for graduate positions where computer science wasn't a prerequisite. Luckily for me, I did really well in the aptitude tests and really well in interviews and group exercises. They saw something in me that showed me that I actually can learn the technology pieces. I joined NatWest and I loved it. I was an application assembler PL1 programmer. I learned everything on the job, but it was that hunger of learning and that willingness to learn. I moved to Dresdner, not because I wasn't enjoying my time at NatWest. At the time, I was absolutely loving my job. It was only when NatWest was taken over by Royal Bank of Scotland that I wasn't learning anything. I was actually doing a migration exercises for the next 2 years to say this field in NatWest goes into this field in RBS. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to learn new things. I wanted to learn more technology. So I moved. Again, when I moved, I didn't have the technical skills they required, but I had the willingness to learn. I had the aptitude to learn. And that's what got me the job. And so throughout my career, it's that willingness to learn, that willingness to take on more challenges, and embracing change as opportunity. And that's where I have come. From a pandemic standpoint, I never thought that my job could be done working from home. I'm always interacting with the business. I'm always interacting with my stakeholders. I love the interaction with people, and I loved helping people to fix things, to save the day. That's what I love doing. Thinking that I could have done that from home pre-pandemic, it was unimaginable. But we made it work. We came up with the tools. We came up with the way to make it work. It's been a challenge, but we've got through it. And now we're focusing on what our next goal is going to be and how we're going to make it better as we start coming back into the office. So moving on to the next slide. Technology has been an enabler during the pandemic. And as Suzanne has mentioned, quite a few things. But as the pandemic eases, our priority is not about getting back to normal. It's about going back better. And technology and innovation will be a huge enabler for that reinvention. A couple of examples, we've created the fastest ever developed vaccine. We've used 3D printing to, create vital technology to help the healthcare with alternatives to ventilators and face shields. We've used technology from restaurants where it's now during the pandemic and the lockdown, we've had more demand on home kits and ordering food via Deliveroo and Just Eat. Banks have supported digital payments and digital signatures for contracts. There's just so much. And I'm going to also mention Netflix, like Suzanne has, because everyone logged onto Netflix and streamed. I had never binged watched pre-pandemic, and the amount of binge watching I did was amazing during the pandemic. But if you talk about Netflix, 36 million users were added during 2020. That's how we've changed in terms of, coping with the pandemic. And in the coming years, we're going to see more inventions. We're going to see more innovation. And there's so many exciting opportunities that's going to make our lives and our environment better. So from a remote working perspective, I mentioned it before. I didn't think I was going to be able to work from home, but now it's bringing us with so many more possibilities of our global workforce. We have tools like WebEx and Zoom, which gives you that feeling that you're actually talking to people face to face and not being there physically. Zoom, as another example, we, from a revenue perspective, their revenue increased 317% year on year. We had 300 million daily meeting participants using Zoom. It's just amazing stats. And as remote working, we need to reconsider what in-office experience is. So there's a lot happening there. Education. As we evolve, as things change, and as we go into the AI world and the robotics world, we're going to have to start focusing on skill gaps and how do we make ourselves prepared for the new digital roles that are coming up. From a bank perspective, we have our own technology and operations university so that we can upskill our staff, because there are roles within the bank that will not exist in the future. But how do we upskill those, be on the journey, digital journey, and upskill them to be able to, drive our organization forward? Health and well-being, superly important. Physical health and mental health is very, very important. When we were in the office pre-pandemic, it was quite easy to see your team, talk to your team, understand how they're feeling. When we're working remotely, that becomes a little bit more difficult. But the using of tools that we have, having the digital and virtual options that we have to convert. As an example, my father-in-law had a heart attack in January. Going into the hospital and seeing a doctor for checkups has been difficult during COVID, but it was all done through video. It was amazing, having those conversations. I was there, he was there. I could help him translate what the doctors were saying, and we didn't have to, go out of the house. So things have changed immensely. And the other piece that I wanted to also talk about was the society's deepest concerns, whether that's climate change, whether that's societal differences. Corporate institutions will be helping, and society will be helping look at those problems, and technology will play a huge part in trying to solve those. So moving on to the next slide. As a leader, what attributes do we need to do to empower the post-pandemic world? So for people like me, what do I need to do to try thinking about what the new world of work is going to look like? And there's 4 key areas that I'll look at. One is the foresight. We have so much data with going into technology and collecting this data. How do we use that data to forecast and predict risks and opportunities to make things better and to drive the organization forward? Inclusion is another key area. If you think about inclusion, it's not just about gender inclusion, it's or ethnicity, but we're also thinking about multi-generational generations that are coming together. I'm a Gen X. Most of you will be a Gen Z or a millennial. And how do we bring all those people together? And it's bringing people together and that true inclusion that will increase the collaboration and innovation. Resiliency, I've mentioned it in the previous slide as well. It's really important. Mental well-being in the workplace, support systems to support people through periods of rapid and immense change, and how do we embrace that and support our people through that. And agility is a key one. Things are changing really fast, and we need to be agile. We need to have an agile global workforce. We need to have agile practices, artificial intelligence, robotics, advances in things like 5G. They're going to transform us, and develop solutions and for our toughest challenges, and we need to embrace that. Moving on to the next slide. Now, this was a study, some research done by the Cognizant Center of for the Future of Work, and they published a series of reports on what the future jobs might be for 2030. I'm not going to go through every single one of those, but I do recommend you take a look at this really interesting piece of research. But here are a couple of roles that caught my eye. Man-machine teaming manager. I'm not sure about the name. I don't think that's very inclusive. But however, it was one that resonated with me, that maybe I could think about doing it in the future. And that is something where we help combine the strengths of robots and AI software with the strengths of humans, and coming up with a joint environment for common business goals. Another area that fascinates me is cyber city analysts, where our towns, our cities, our places of work are becoming more and more integrated with intelligent automation, smart tech, and digital systems. And the data that we collect, the biodata, the citizen data, the asset data, it all needs to be analyzed to ensure operational integrity and predict future usage. So some fascinating roles there, and feel free to have a look at that in your own time. On the next slide, what I've done is looked at the skills and mindset for the future workforce for my own team. So there are 4 areas that I would look at. One is being digitally literate. The other areas are cognitive, interpersonal, and self-leadership. And all of these areas, sorry, can you move to the next slide? And all of these areas are equally important when I'm thinking about my team and what the skills and mindset changes we need for the future workforce. How do we look at automating the manual efforts that we do, which I call technical debt? And we need to change that mindset of people. My role has traditionally been quite reactive, right? If you think about the 999 service, it's quite reactive. But how do we make ourselves a lot more proactive? How do we ensure that things are never down? How do we ensure that things are always running and we're not doing the manual task? We're always looking at continual improvement. And all those pieces are important, but equally the interpersonal pieces and the self-leadership pieces are equally important as well. So it's not all about being digitally literate. We need to have the other pieces together as well, and that mindset as well to evolve our future workforce. I'm part of, within my organization, looking at application production services and what our workforce of the future is going to look like. And what roles are we going to what roles are we going to need, and what skills are we going to need? So then we can add that to our internal technology and operations university to upskill our people to start looking at those skills to harness, so that we are ready for when we're making those changes, which we've already started. And how do we drive that? So some really interesting reading. There's a lot of stuff on the McKinsey website, so have a read of that as well. But I'm looking at how I apply it to myself, and that's what you need to do as well, on looking at yourself and seeing how, where you're strong at, but what areas do you need to look at to improve further. So with that, on my last slide, I'm going to leave a very, very powerful quote that came out from the World Economic Forum. 2021 will be a reset moment, a period where more examples of the theoretical become jobs made real. But before they can be real, jobs of the future have to be dreamed, and this requires vision and imagination. everyone can be part of the future of technology. We are all learning, including myself. We are all evolving, and technology needs diverse forces, minds, creative input, and collaboration to be part of the change we want to see in this transforming world. So I'm going to leave it there for now. If there's any questions, feel free to ask. I won't have all the answers, but I will help.
Deepa, thank you very, very much for that presentation. And I know from personal experience that we have a lot of visionaries and dreamers in the Code First Girls community, and we hope we can make that a reality with partners like yourself. We do have questions coming in. So we're going to go to our first question now. Here you go. So the first question comes in from Sarah. How did you find the jobs at NatWest and Dresden?
Okay, so NatWest was a graduate position, so it was a graduate role through the milk round in at university. I was not confident at the time that I would be able to get any of these jobs, but the aptitude test showed that I did have the capabilities of learning technology, and I came across quite well. From a Dresdner standpoint, the reason why I think I got the job was not only I did well in the aptitude test.
It wouldn't be CodeFest if this didn't happen. I'm sure Deepa's going to be back in 1 second.
Not happy, difficult customers, and I was able to handle those type of customers. So they thought, yes, you'd be able to handle those difficult traders when they have issues. They can become very frustrated, and how would you approach them? So that's how I got those jobs. The technical pieces I learned on the job, and everyone was willing to help. Everyone, wherever I went, if you asked a question, there were people that were always willing to help. And even here at Bank of America, if anyone came to me to ask a question, I would always be willing to help. And that's the culture that we have. Everyone's willing to help everyone. It's something that I think if you have that willingness to learn and have that hunger, then you can succeed in any job. And that's what I think I did in getting those jobs at Dresdner and NatWest.
I'm going to move to the next question now. And this is from Jack. How open is Bank of America to hiring people in tech that don't have a computer science degree? Postings I've seen specify a computer science degree. How does one get past the automated system that is pairing out non-computer science degree applications? Now, this is a really pertinent question, actually, Deepa, not least of which because the Code First Girls Nano degree, which Bank of America is sponsoring, is one active route, if you don't have a computer science degree, to actually help get you qualified in order to help you apply. So, Deepa, do you have anything to say back to Jack on that?
I certainly do. So, a couple of years ago, I think, more than a couple of years ago, it was a prerequisite to have a technology job. You needed some sort of technical background and a computer science degree. That's all changed now. You don't need that. You need to be showing that you have an interest in technology and what have you done with that interest in technology. And that's really, really important. So, going on to Code First Girls, doing STEMettes, doing whatever you might be doing in your free time, showing that you have that interest in technology will get you, a position. And they have, I believe that the positions when you're applying, they will ask questions of, have you been in Code First Girls? Have you done, what have you done for that? So right now it's not a prerequisite that you need a computer science degree, and your system and your application will not be passed out just because you haven't. I actually hired someone who was an economics student, had no technical background, and that person learned everything on the job, and she was amazing, absolutely amazing. So We don't do that anymore at Bank of America. So feel free to apply and go the Code First Girls route. There are so many courses, and we do take that into account because you've shown that interest and that willingness, and that's what we need.
Incidentally, if anybody is interested in a nano degree, which will help you in applications versus computer science degree students, I think our next application pool opens around about November and December. If you haven't got to there yet, do a course first, do a classroom first. I think we've got another question coming through. From Laura, what do you think is the most exciting prospect of more flexible working post-pandemic?
I think it's balancing work and life together. I don't think jobs are now 9 to 5, although certain jobs are, especially in where the area that I'm working in. We have trading hours, when the stock exchanges are open. So we have to make sure that we're available during those times. But I think it's not a 9 to 5 job now. You can come in earlier, you can start earlier, you can finish later, regardless. But I think it gives you more opportunities. We now have the tools where we can do more flexible work, that some interactions do need to be in the office, and but it's exciting. We can have that flexibility as well. So I think that's the most exciting thing. I'm at home today. I'm not in the office. However, I could quickly go downstairs and put a washing machine on and have that ready, so I don't need to worry about it over the weekend. You can mix things together, and I think that's been something that's been. Everyone had that reflection during the pandemic. I didn't think I could be working from home, yet we managed to do that. I'd love to go back to the office, and I've been back to the office for a month now, and I've absolutely enjoyed going back. But I've had that flexibility where I've actually, do you know what, I don't want to do the rush hour coming back. I've got a break between 2 and 3. I'm going to go back home and then finish off the calls that I have to do at home. And we've got that flexibility now, and I know that works now. So it's really, really exciting, on how we can work flexibly now, and the opportunities are there. We have the tools, we have video conferencing, we have the technology. We can do that.
And I think we have another question coming through from Sammy. Do you think organizations who don't take a hybrid approach will lose talent? Now, this is a very interesting question indeed. There is a huge debate going about this at the moment, particularly amongst young people and Gen Zs,
Yes.
where the majority of Gen Zs are saying if people don't have a hybrid working approach in the future, they don't know if they would find that employer as attractive. Do you think that companies might lose talent if they're not more flexible?
Possibly. I think we are going to have that approach, especially when I was talking about intergenerational and how people think and navigate. The generations are very, very different. Someone like me who has always been in the office, and now I'm thinking about hybrid. So I think it's very, very important, and I think organizations do need to think about it carefully. At how best we can work. We are an office company, but we are looking to see how we can be flexible to make sure that we stay in the market and remain in the market. If a lot of companies are offering hybrid and we're not offering hybrid, then that is going to cause a problem, especially post-pandemic. People have all been thinking about it, and the hybrid working approach, we all need to think about it and see what best fits our organization.
Amazing. I'm just going to check if we have any more comments come through from social media. We do have another comment that's come through. from Shania. What do you believe will be the greatest challenge for employers and employees moving forward in a more remote first world?
I could talk about it from the perspective of being in a pandemic and being completely remote during the pandemic. And for me, the greatest challenge was making sure that my associates and my staff were okay. It was easy for me to do that when I was in the office, where I can talk to people and you can just sense if everyone was okay or not. It's more difficult to do that when you're remote, and finding the tools and the connectivity to have those conversations to make sure people are okay. And I think we're going to have to look at the whole mental and physical well-being of folks. And I think that's, for me personally, one of the greatest challenges that I have.
Oh, Deepa, I think we lost you for a second, but you're back. Sorry, we missed the last bit of your sentence.
Okay. I can't remember what the last piece of
I think you were saying your greatest challenge.
So my greatest challenge was where looking at when everyone was virtual, I couldn't tell if everyone was okay. And for me, as a leader, it's important for me to understand my team's well-being. And being in the office, it's quite easy. You can sense if someone's not doing too well or if someone's too stressed. And trying to do that remotely was very, very difficult for me. And so, having regular connects, having video calls, one is not together. How do we know that everyone is okay? And well-being, mental and physical well-being is very, very important. And it was one of the aspects that I said was very, very important.
I have to say, probably like my greatest personal challenge as a leader was making sure that the employees were okay during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Not only did a lot of people get sick, obviously, especially in the first wave, but it was that sense of keeping the momentum going. And I think when you're leading in whatever capacity, making sure that people are okay is probably one of your greatest responsibilities, and ensuring that you do that in a way that, is effective and people feel supported throughout that.
Absolutely.
I think that was one of my greatest personal challenge, and even leading Code First Girls. So I think lessons learned across the board there, really. Do we have any more questions from social media? Yes, we do. The team are all pointing. Eliza says, do you think office culture is a thing of the past? Oh, controversial question.
I've been asked so many controversial questions. It's unbelievable. I don't. I think office culture is not a thing in the past. I've been going into the office for the last month, and I've absolutely loved that personal interaction with people that have been coming into the office, people that I haven't needed to speak to for 18 months because of one, you bump into them and you're like, oh, how are you doing? And, having that interaction, that office banter, when I was on remote, I was just working. I was just in back-to-back calls and having that little bit of a break, going to the coffee machine and speaking to someone that you haven't spoken to for a long time. So I don't think it's a thing of the past. I don't think, working remotely, completely remotely, is the right thing. There will be an office culture, I'm sure. I don't think it's something of the past. There'll be that's what it was before, but it's not a thing in the past.
I think
now anyway.
I think my comment on this is that there's still a culture. There has to be a culture, right? There's always a culture. It's just that culture has shifted slightly. So one reflection I have from my experience of the pandemic and the Code First culture is that it actually, in my opinion, became far more empathetic in some ways. People checking to see if other people are okay, for example. Yeah. Whereas previously, we were just rushing about to different meetings, we'd have a conversation at the water cooler. Whereas now people have moved to genuinely, asking if people are all right, which I think is a really important move, where we actually step back from our schedules and step back from our screen. And I think there is a culture. There always has to be a culture, because culture is the glue that holds everything together. Take the culture out of it, and everything becomes meaningless. It's just a question of how that culture has changed, and hopefully actually changed for the better in some respects. I think do we have one more question? Yeah, one more question from Anu. Do you think COVID has generally increased the performance of tech teams now that presenteeism is no longer a measurement? Do you think performance has increased?
Performance has definitely increased of tech teams. I think teams have worked really hard, especially given the pandemic, and there were so many challenges that we had to face. There was definitely an increase in performance of tech teams. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I'm just talking from my team's perspective. We've done so much in terms of automation and using AI and robotics to make our lives easier, so that we can then concentrate on the human elements in terms of making sure people are okay as well. So definitely it has increased, and I think it's just going to be the same going forward. We're going to be looking at technological advancements and innovation a lot more closely, and how we make things a lot more better.
And just sort of commenting on, again, our reflections from looking at performance and the pandemic. So Code First Girls has taught more women to code in 2021 than its entire other lifespan put together over all of those years. And that taught us several things. Not only can you actually perform better during the pandemic, it actually opens up opportunities, but equally that move to 100% digital for us was actually a bit of a game changer when it came to performance and reaching a much wider and more accessible audience, hopefully in the same way that CodeFest is doing right now. Amazing. Do we have any more questions or comments? The Jeeves. So from our keynote this morning, from Suzanne's keynote, we did start a bit of a debate about when people last saw Jeeves, and this is our favourite comment that came in from social media. Sophie Moore says, "I last saw Jeeves at a nightclub on the old Kent Road pre-pandemic. I hear that he was partial to a bit of a boogie." So that's when Jeeves was last seen along with floppy disks. Amazing. So Deepa, thank you so much for your tech talk today, and thank you so much for answering those questions and sharing your personal journey about how you got to this point, because so many of our community and so many of our women are trying to understand how to break in. They're trying to understand how people like yourself made it. So thank you for that inspiration.
No, thank you for having me. I'm very honoured to be here for the second year running, which is great.
Wonderful. Thank you, Deepa. And just a reminder, in the description for the YouTube link, there is, the YouTube video, there is a link where you can click, and Bank of America will donate to 2 charities, and you can pick the charity you want to donate. So please hit that link. Right, so coming up next, we have got a panel talk, and we're going to be talking about diversity and inclusion, which this year has taken on a whole new meaning and significance. We really are facing a bit of a new age when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And we have got 4 exceptional guests with us today. So I'm going to introduce them. We have Nirali Patel, who is the Director of Data and Analytics at Openreach. Hello, Nirali.
Hello.
We're going to have Laura Rutter, who is the Head of Intelligence Collaboration Engineering at Atos. Oh, sorry, it's Jess. It's Jess from Atos. It's my mistake, Jess. How are you doing?
No problem. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful. Fantastic. We're having a great time. I am on my third coffee, so that could explain that mistake. And we have Mark Gervais from Vodafone. Hello, Mark. Oh, Mark, you're on mute. It's okay. We'll come back to you, Mark. And we have Carolyn Stewart, Director of Product at Choco.
Hello.
Hello, Carolyn. So it would be absolutely fantastic if everyone could introduce yourself. So Nirali, I'm going to start with you and work around the screen.
Hi, so I'm Maruo Patel. I'm the Director of Data Analytics and Insight for Openreach. And just a quick sniff of my career, I've always been in data, and I landed in this role about 10 months ago, and I was in healthcare before that. It's a passion as well as my career, so I'm one of the lucky few.
Amazing. Welcome, Nirali. And I can tell you're in the office today. Excited to be back.
Yeah, it's actually great. I went to the other offices earlier in the week, and I got to still see about a third of my team there. So it was really invigorating, bearing in mind I started my role in lockdown as well. So to see actual people face to face, I was quite inspired, to be honest.
Real treat. And we have Jess next. Jess, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Jess. I'm from Atos. I'm a full stack engineer. I've been at Atos for about 2 years. I started my career at Atos as a graduate and found, again, like I'm living my passion. I'm specialising in back-end development.
Welcome, Jess. And Carolyn.
Hello, I'm Carolyn. I'm Director of Product at Choco, which is a food tech startup. Our mission is to eliminate food waste by providing transparency and sustainability in the supply chain. And I actually just returned to my home country, Germany. Before then, I was a little bit more than 6 years working in the San Francisco Bay Area in both startups and also larger companies like Dropbox.
Amazing. So you've got a big international here angle with Carolyn. And Mark.
Hi, good morning. I'm no longer on mute. So Mark Gervais from Vodafone. I'm the D&I lead for Vodafone Group. And as you know, Vodafone is a big company. It's got its footprint across many countries. Group functions are, which is mostly the back end functions of the organisation. All over the world. And it's just a bit about my background. I've only been at Vodafone for just come up to 6 months now. So I'm a new boy there with many years in D&I with coming from 30 years in the Metropolitan Police. I'm a retired police officer, 10 years working after the police in D&I.
Wow, what a wonderful panel. Well, welcome everyone. And I just want to set the scene. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, I think we've been through massive levels of change in the last sort of 2 years. There's a real sense that D&I is moving from what could have been described as somewhat of a corporate agenda and nice to haves and politically correct items more to social movements and a social sense of justice. How has things changed over the past decade or so? Can we paint a picture? And maybe Carolyn, we can start with yourself. How do you think things have changed over the past 10 years?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I'm thinking back 10 years, like what I personally experienced, it just like came a lot of outside pressure on companies, especially, for example, in gender diversity in Germany. It was kind of companies started getting blamed for, oh, there's only basically white men in the board. And this is when I noticed suddenly, like, it became a thing that women would get mentored by other women, or if there were like invitations for like breakfast hosted by women for more junior women, for example. What I didn't notice as much back then was also the intrinsic motivation, that it was like, oh, we need diversity to serve to a diverse group, which in the end most companies do and build products for a diverse group. It was more like kind of the outside pressure to check some boxes. And I think where we are moving at right now is to also realize, oh, there's actually a lot of benefit in having a diverse workforce, and also celebrating the differences. I think it also moved from like, especially for example, thinking of like the women perspective, oh, we can be just like men. And now it's like going into a direction, I think we can talk more about that potentially later as well, like, oh, maybe we are not just like men, but different. And that is also good.
I see Mark nodding along. Mark, I feel like you've got a lot to say about that. We bring you in at this point.
Yeah. So you're talking about in the last 10 years, and you look at that change. I think there's something around organizations actually understanding the business imperative of diversity. So we look at, in the more modern market now, we look at our youth, our millennials, I can't even say it now, millennials, who will be looking at organizations, and they're asking organizations, what do you look like? What do you represent? All those things that, are coming to the fore. So organizations are looking at themselves now and saying, oh, actually, we can't meet that demand. It's what, so it's not just about looking like our market. It's actually how we, properly engaging with the market. And I think that's been a change. As Carolyn said, early days, 10 years ago and beyond, it was very much a tick box exercise. There's been some kind of a pressure for us to get numbers up of a particular group. But I think what's happening now is there's a more understanding of the why. And I think that's something which we're still, a journey we're still on, is really not understanding. I guess the likes of us in this group probably understand the why, but it's how do we convey that, to, the heads of the CEOs and the like, going from the CEO, going right down the organization to the people managers, to really understand the why this is important.
And Jess, can I come to you now? And what I'm interested in here is, do you think that there's been a shift? So it sounds like we're moving from tick box activities, or at least we were at tick box activities, to what feels like more of a kind of almost like a social grassroots generational shift. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I definitely do. So I'm quite early on in my career, and it's an agenda now for young people when they're looking to go into any sector, is what does the landscape look like? Does it look like me? Do I have the same opportunities as other people? And so, as it may be a tick box, or maybe it may have been a tick box exercise in the past of what a company looks like, now it's when you enter the workplace, how do I feel? Do I feel welcome? Do I want to stay here? Do I feel like I can grow? And those are the things now that even in the past 2 years that I've seen, is there's a shift between what companies are now focusing on, is how do we make people feel like they can progress and grow and feel like they belong. And that's completely different, because nobody sees that from the outside. It's how your employees actually feel. And that's a big shift in the why. It's really understanding the why. And that'll feed into when you're, as you said, like creating products for people and making them more inclusive. All of that kind of happens as you make your people feel more included and want to belong. So that's a big shift that I've seen.
And Nirali, just going off what Jess just said, which is incredibly authentic, I think, in a big way. I mean, we're doing a lot of work, Code First Girls and Openreach at the moment, to help women from underrepresented groups and different backgrounds get free education in order to enter organizations like Openreach. How important do you think diversity and inclusion is for new talent coming through, and that lived experience that Jess was just describing?
I think, before I answer about how important it is, I think one of the things that I'm interested in, which, why we're working with you guys as well, is that I want people to come to work for us and be themselves, right? So whatever background there might be, so diversity and inclusion for me, it isn't just about gender or race or, sexuality and etc. It's about you being yourself. So bring your authentic self. You can be the person at the office as you are at home. And to do that, we need to open our arms, welcome, look at new ways of working with you guys at Code First to say, can you listen? Because until we change, in Openreach, huge organization, 30,000 engineers, majority of those guys are, are white, British men. They've been doing engineering. So one of our biggest tasks is how do we attract women and young ladies. Engineering is a career for you as well. So doing things like what we've done is rewording job adverts, etc., because those are the people that touch our customers. So even though we don't take products that mimic our customers, but we want the people that interact with our customers to mimic, the population that they're interacting with and connecting to the internet. So those are just a couple of things that we're trying to do to help that go forward.
Amazing. And Carolyn, what do you think some of the biggest wins have been in the past year or so?
Part of it, like events like this, that we are here right now and have this open conversation. And I think also the established vocabulary. So when I'm thinking back 10 years or so and had basically experienced issues around diversity when I felt I wouldn't fit in or being treated equally, things like that, I feel like there wasn't a platform I wouldn't even know how to phrase it. The word DEI, I wouldn't know what it mean, and neither did my boss, I'd assume. And so I think just like the platform to talk about it, the awareness is there definitely. Obviously, things that happen through social media, from Me Too, Black Lives Matter, all of that, so that people step up and I think really know how to phrase the issue. And I think this is where we are at right now. There is awareness, and the path to go is still executing in it intrinsically.
Mark, do you think that if we treat the workforce almost as consumers of social media and consumers of socially what's happening around us, that there is a greater level of awareness coming from individuals at the moment and feeding back into organizations? What do you do with all that energy? How do you harness it? How do you make policy and ideas that might exist on a piece of paper or in the cloud now, I should rather say, how do you actually make them happen, but harness people's energy in order to do that?
Yeah, I think, in the workplace, when we look at organizations, it's about, how are we communicating? Don't mean in terms of the hardware. I mean, how are we communicating with our employees? Do they really have a voice? Do they really feel as though they're being heard? And I think that's an art form in itself in any organization, because I think organizations are pretty good at doing sort of listening exercises, but what are the outcomes of those listening exercises? And so there is something around making it real. Are we really engaging with our people and taking that feedback and doing something with it and co-creating with our staff, with our employees around the way forward and what that looks like for them? Because I think that's quite a good point you make. If we treat our employees as our customers, then because they are, aren't they? If you like, they're a microcosm of our wider customers in themselves. And so we really need to listen right through the organization, from the first person in the door, wherever they are in the organization, right up to the top, and try and co-create. I think that's again, in organizations, we're good at co-creating in little pockets, but I'm not sure about a wider co-creation and really trying to pull together what it means to everybody.
Jess. Oh, I'm sorry, Neroli.
Sorry, I was going to jump in there really quickly. So have you guys thought, so what we've created is what we call diversity networks within the organisation that go from top to bottom. And then I was actually chatting to our gender diversity chair yesterday, and the chairs of the networks also talk to the exec boards and the non-exec boards in the organisation. So they have proven, they're still new, we're still building up on that, but we've found that they're working well. They're really engaging. We have social media groups and stuff for them to for people to engage with. We're nowhere near there, whatever the end state is. And I think that's one of my questions to you guys is, does anyone know what the end state? How do we know we're successful? How do you know that we've got a truly diverse and inclusive workforce? An answer I don't have for that one, but this was one of the methods that we're trying to, like you said, Mark, go literally from top through to the bottom and bring it part of our DNA.
Yeah. Can I just sorry. I was just going to come back there because, Jane, how do we know we've got a truly diverse workforce? I must admit, I'm really going to sort of say something that could be unpopular here. I don't know, but I like to be controversial. I think sometimes I feel that we concentrate too much, if you like, on diversity in itself. Bear with me, because interestingly, we talk more about inclusion now. And that's the thing. I honestly believe that diversity for diversity's sake is a waste of time. Okay. So what we need to look at is what does inclusion look like for us? Because diversity is an outcome of inclusion. So if we concentrate more on what, Jess, you talked about, being yourself, bringing your whole self to work. So if we look at what does inclusion look like for us, okay, and then what activities you need to do around that. The inclusion piece is the draw, all right, because I feel myself, I can be myself, I feel part of, etc. I belong here. So that's going to be attractive. And that's what people are looking for. But if we just sort of think about diversity as in a logo aggregate, disaggregated and aggregated figures, then I think we're barking up the wrong tree, because you can have an organization which is as diverse as anything, but we all hate each other and beat each other up. So what's the point of that? So it's about inclusion. How included are we? How inclusive are we? And then we need to make sure we understand what we mean by being inclusive.
I feel like we're moving to a redefinition. I feel like we're moving towards inclusion, open bracket, diversity, close bracket. That could be, we might have cracked it. And world peace at CloFest 2021. Jess, you are trying to get in.
Yeah.
We don't need to do anymore.
Yeah.
Jess, you're dying to get in here. Please tell us your thoughts.
Okay. So it's really interesting because we have at Atos we have employee networks as well. And we have 7 different networks for like neurodiversity, gender, age, cultural diversity, and I'm the internal inclusion lead for the cultural diversity network, where we focus on inclusion rather than diversity. When I first joined Atos, we had D&I and everything, and my first thing was like, we have diversity, but do we have inclusion? And that was my tagline literally for the last 2 years. That's been my tagline. And absolutely completely agree with you, Mark, that diversity will come naturally when we have inclusion. We have people who want to work at your organization, are happy, and that diversity will just come. But inclusion is the most important thing. And with regards to what does success look like in our I can only speak for the cultural diversity network called Together Network, and we work with HR to kind of share our thoughts and info, kind of say how we feel. Really, we're pretty honest. If we don't think a process is inclusive or fair, or we have an idea, we will pitch it to our D&I leads, and they're very, very supportive. We recently have had like a number of sessions called like Listen and Learns, where an exec board will be there, but they won't be leading the discussion. It will be people from Together Network to say like, this is how I feel, and this is what's wrong, and this is what's great, and this is what you should keep doing. And from that, we've had policies such as flexible cultural holidays. So now at Atos, if you don't celebrate Christmas, you can use those bank holidays for like Eid or Diwali or Hanukkah, whatever you want. And that's like a byproduct of the work that we're doing as an employee network. And I think that is one step closer to what a truly inclusive workplace looks like. Diversity, I'm not sure, but inclusive workplace, I think that is what we're striving towards. And that's sort of working for us so far. Yeah.
Amazing. Like, let's get some chat going on social, actually. Let's have a bit of a competition. Can we create a new hashtag for the diversity and inclusion community? Or should we say the inclusion, open bracket, diversity, close bracket community? Come up with some hashtags for me. I love the Ask Jeeves debate. That resulted in a great comment. Let's see what we can get going, and then we'll get the hashtags up at the end. Just picking up on something that Jess said a second ago, neurodiversity. I was actually, it was a lovely surprise to see our recent stats from the Code First Girls community. Over a quarter of the Code First Girls community identify as neurodiverse. Carolyn, I wanted to come to you and to sort of say, sometimes there are types of diversity that aren't spoken about. Are there areas where we're maybe failing and we need to be doing more?
Yeah, I think especially the neurodiversity is interesting and also a little bit specific because it's harder to kind of form the groups. I feel like for others, you can have women groups, you can celebrate certain days around it, you can have Pride Month, so you can kind of label and group and say, and this is then also the risk where you run into like the checking boxes thing where it kind of becomes a hype. But it's also like somewhat easier to kind of also, as Jess mentioned, to have those kind of cultural celebrations, which, for example, we have at Choco as well, kind of once a month, where every culture kind of presents who had a holiday or something specific and kind of just shares that experience with others. So I think for neurodiversity, it's harder somewhat to group and say, here we have this platform and this is what we offer, and this is the group where you like belong or something. But I also think this is what makes it really interesting, where you can say, back to the inclusion topic, we are truly diverse. It's not that we put a label on it and check all the boxes. While I do think, by the way, it's also important to keep an eye on diversity, because when you only focus on the inclusion, then you say everyone feels included without noticing, oh, also everyone is kind of this like same. So I think they go hand in hand. But yeah, if you really manage that, like everyone can bring their true selves to work, then I think I would hope that you can then also go into the broader spectrum. And what I think, or from my perspective, is most important there to kind of really train and educate people on unconscious bias when they're interviewing, rather than just say, okay, let's make sure we have women, people of color, all of that, to just say, okay, whoever comes in, like be aware what you're looking for and be aware of the risk that you're looking for yourself. And then also like what is the interesting part of bringing in people who are diverse from in all spectrums.
I was reflecting recently off the back of the report written by the Race Commission some time ago now. And what struck me and what I found interesting after reading that was sometimes the labeling of people, I think, can hold people back as well. This monolithic sense of you're this, you're that, you're the other. And actually, when we talk about neurodiversity or ethnic diversity or social mobility, you can be all three or you can be all four. It's so much more complex than just saying you're one thing and one thing only. And therefore, we're going to design this amazing all singing or dancing intervention that just applies to help, you know, that group. Actually, the complexity of this is so much deeper. Nurali, I feel like...
No, and I completely agree. So we've just done some work recently around how do you identify yourself, and I'm going to try and describe it, but it's going to be a bit difficult on live. But think of bubbles. So you think about so your bubbles are like your race, your gender, your neurodiversity, whatever, your career, whether you're a mother, whether you're a dad, or that, and then each person prioritizes their own bubbles with a separate weighting. And that's, so for me, inclusion is about acceptance that everyone identifies themselves at different, so I identify myself as a mum and, a data thought leader before I even think about the fact that I'm a female heterosexual or, of an Indian origin. And it's like you said, Anna, it's not one thing or another, it's multitude, but that's what's important to me. Jess, I'm just going to speak on your behalf. You might feel for you, your age is more important, is your higher weighted factor in your identity than something else. But it is really difficult. Then how do you take that and make, design an inclusion journey or make your organization inclusive to take all those multitude of things together as well?
Yeah.
And I'm going to play devil's advocate coming back to Mark on this. Okay. That famous quote, can you be everything to everyone or can you not? Is it too much? How do you meet in the middle? How do you find a balance? How does an organization deal with this?
I think in respect to what we're talking about, and we're talking about, respect, we're talking about respect, inclusion, how we behave to one another. We can be all things, I think, because none of it is mutually exclusive. And I think that's been part of the problem in this journey, because going forward, and I think sort of back when we used to sort of have what I used to call the silos of diversity. Okay, we've gotten a little bit wiser now, and as Nirala was talking about intersectionality. So who is one of those things? None of us. So we're all a sum of those things. And so, it's actually about respect. It's about how we communicate with one another. So it's not about, because you talked about earlier around how we might change a policy, or we might do something which just affects one group. Well, the reality is, if you look at, I would argue, if you look at in virtually any organizations, look at their policy, practice and procedures, all right? The reality is that if you adjust something for what we're looking at now for one group, you'll find that actually it helps everybody. Because reality is that who's made those decisions in the first place? They haven't thought about the wider group. And a classic, so going back to my former life as a police officer, when the Metropolitan Police introduced flexible working for women, all right, because we are right on, we're getting in there, all right. Flexible working for women, proportionally, more men took up flexible working. Do you know what I mean? So it's, and sometimes I think we forget, we go, we're doing this for this group. Whereas actually, diversity, inclusion, inclusive leadership is just about good governance. It's about good leadership. It's about being a good leader. So there's something around, I think, we need to step back a little bit and then see, actually, do you know what? This impacts not just, we're going to introduce this for our disability group, but then when we look at it, we go, wow, that doesn't just impact our disability group. This is now helpful to the wider population. So for example, disability. So if we were to get rid of steps in every single building and put ramps up only, okay. Now a lot of people go, it's outrageous. It's just for the wheelchair users. Well, reality is it will help heck of a lot of people, not just wheelchair users. If we did that, and that's how I try to look at inclusion, rather than keep putting it in little silos.
And maybe in 15 years' time, we won't have steps anymore. We'll have ramps. I sincerely hope that is the case, incidentally. Jess, I want to bring you in here because we can say it's intersectionality. There's so many things that we can call it, but there's a real sense here that what we're actually talking about is identity and how important identity is to bringing your authentic self to work, which is a phrase that gets used a lot. But I'm just curious as to what you feel about that and your own identity, maybe at Atos.
Yeah, it is true. It kind of boils down to identity. And Nirali, I really like what you said about the bubbles and the different kind of weightings of what your identity means to you, because it's something I've not really reflected on much. But when I think about my identity and what I bring to work, I'm in a full stack team of like 15 developers, and there's not many women at the moment in the team. And so when I think about bringing myself to work, quite bubbly, I'm quite chatty, and I also, of course, I'm a developer, I do my work, but I think I bring more to the team than just my skills. I bring who I am, I bring the energy, I bring being, loud, but I also bring, like, the female grads can talk to me about stuff. I bring stuff that I don't even know that I'm bringing, and it's just part of my identity. So I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't feel comfortable enough to be myself. And so, as you said about like doing stuff for siloed little groups, if that doesn't always work when you identify with so many different things, you can't really find your own group. So me and my team, I love them. I work with them every day and really get on with them, but I bring stuff that I didn't even know that I was bringing. So my identity is, being brought out and is really important to the team, as well as my skills, which is, I don't think, something that we talk about too much. Yeah.
If you were to say, and I'm just going to go around each of you, so obviously the majority of women watching and in our community potentially are going to be joining male-dominated environments. We all know the statistics around tech. For those women that might be feeling out of place, what's the greatest piece of advice that you feel like you could impart to them? Nirali, maybe you could start with you and then move all the way around.
You're there because you deserve to be there, and you have every right to be there. So just reading from some of the comments on the side as well, please don't think that you're an imposter, so genuinely, when you're joining these organisations, and any time in your career, anywhere you are, it doesn't matter whether it's your career or at home, but the key point is you're there because you deserve to be there. Not, there is no get rid of the imposter syndrome. No one's going to tap you up on the shoulder and go, get out of it. Organisations have changed in the last several years, and they genuinely are more on the page of, we want you for you and what you can bring to our organisation.
Thank you, Nirali. It does indeed. Carolyn.
Yeah, I mean, my advice would be probably threefold. Like, the first one is like, keep fighting the good fight. We are here because people fought before for more, whether it's women in tech, more diversity in general. We made progress. There's generations coming after us who are counting on us, basically. The second advice would be, have a closer look when you feel different, because, for example, I studied computer science, and at the time I was the only girl in my class of more than 100 people, and it was horrible. And I still look back at it, and I'm kind of jealous of others who tell about all their girlfriends that they met in college. And the first few weeks I was thinking of dropping out because of that, because I felt so different. And for example, all the guys, during the weekend, they would do LAN parties, was a thing back then. I didn't know how that works. I also had no interest in that, really. And so I felt, okay, this is all them and this is me. But then when looking more closely, it did turn out that there were some in the group who, while they enjoyed doing all the computer gaming activity, they also enjoyed going to the lake or to the beach or going to a bar or something like that. So I think sometimes it seems like there's this huge group of people who are all the same, but there are actually individuals in there who are just running with the tribe because this is kind of the tribe, but who would also be interested and to learn more, be educated, and who aren't that different. Well, actually, education is an important part too. I think a lot of people just don't know how to connect. So I think this is, if you have the ability to connect to people, use it. And the third one is don't break yourself by doing it. So while I think it's really important to fight, educate, and kind of make people understand how inclusion works and find your partners, there are probably some companies out there, unfortunately, where if basically the management isn't interested in being educated, they aren't treating you well, HR isn't a platform, there are more than enough tech companies out there who are more than happy to hire diverse people. So I think fight, bond, but if you no longer can do your best work because you're unhappy and don't find the platform is there, then it is somewhere else.
Thank you, Carolyn. Mark.
So 3 things I would say, just wrote down, is be yourself. All right. Don't waver on that. Connect with other people. And when I say connect with other people, find a network, and better still, an organization, find a sponsor. And then thirdly, which I think is probably most important, is be kind to yourself.
I think I'm going to take you up on the last one, Mark. 100%. Going to start applying that now.
Do so. It's important. Very, very important.
And Jess, and Jess, as a kind of future shining star of the women in tech space, what advice can you give to all the women that want to be like you and follow in your footsteps?
I think most has been said on this panel already. Believe in yourself. Be kind to yourself. it's very easy to listen to that imposter syndrome voice in your head that's telling you why you're here, and or why you shouldn't be here, but you need to believe, you need to keep going. When I think the biggest bit of advice or the revelation that I've had is when you're struggling the most, when you feel the most uncomfortable, is when you're stretching and when you're growing. Of course, if you're in an environment where you're very unhappy, that's not acceptable, and you need to maybe move on elsewhere. But if you're feeling challenged and you're feeling like, you can feel it when it's a good challenge, and that is when you grow the most. I've had so many moments where I'm just like this close to quitting because it's so hard, but you just keep going. And when you keep going, you'll look back and realize that, wow, I've made so much difference. And I believed in myself. I didn't listen to this little voice in my head. And it's really important to believe in yourself and be kind to yourself.
Thank you, Jess. We're going to go to some questions now that have been coming in through social. Can we get the first question up, please? I'm going to say that's Lucas. I'm not going to read the whole name out. The question I have is, what does inclusion look like? I.e., how do we know if we're including as many people as possible across the industry? What does inclusion look like? Would anyone like to take this question? Mark, I'm going to put this to you.
Yeah, so I think for me it's a two-part thing. So what does inclusion look like? Well, there is, quite simply, we can look at who we've got there, and then we look at the various factors around inclusion. So that's a sense of what inclusion looks like. But I would challenge that it's about what does inclusion feel like, because that's one of the difficulties I think that we have around D&I, is because there's very much we talk about bringing our whole self to work. So it's about how am I feeling in the organization, and how do I feel about the organization? So for me, what does it look like? How do we know we're including as many people as possible? We need to know. We need to have conversations with each other so we know about them, because often, the inclusion piece is that actually I've never ever had a conversation with Jess, so I don't know who she is and what she likes to do and doesn't like to do. So, the things that I'm doing with the other people in the office or whatever, that she's not interested in, it doesn't float her boat, whatever, I'm sure she's not going to be included. So I think there's something more. And I think, Jess, you mentioned that earlier, there's something more around just the fact that, Mark is a black man. Actually, we need to know more about Mark. We need to know more about each other. And so having those sort of conversations and those understandings around each other, that's what builds an inclusion.
Amazing. Let's go to the next question. We'll put it to another panelist, please. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Team are looking at me. From Polly. As the only senior member of my organization who is female, what can I do to promote equality at the senior level? Nirali, I'm going to put this to you.
I had a physical night. So find co-conspirators at a senior level that can help you promote equality as well. So those positive males are also at a senior level that that you work with that are quite inclusive around these things, and then together work as a joint thing. Is why I would have that, and is the way I would, because it includes, as we've all said, has to be not just a female encouraging other females, but there has to be the senior management culture to get that across. Real tangible things like roundtabling people, whether external or internal people, to get a bit of a vibe through, because it could be something that just sits at the senior table either. So you need your ambassadors in all the ranks to help you. So I hope that helps a little bit. But it's not your problem only, right? It has to be a shared, a shared and a joint venture, so to speak.
Amazing. Next question, please, coming in from social. Janelle, what is your top actionable tip for employees to ensure that they have a non-biased hiring process? Carolyn.
So I think really what helps is training and like creating awareness. And there are really great trainings out there where like a situation is presented, and I bet every single person who is convinced that they're already really good at it, like finds themselves like, oops, like, yes, this is how I think. And yes, I do kind of make a decision early on in an like interview after like 5 minutes or so. And yes, this is what like also influences me. So I think really creating that and talking about it. And then I also think what is important is a really good culture in the company to feel comfortable in a debrief of an interview, to kind of not calling it out, but asking more questions. So if someone, for example, says, well, she seemed kind of arrogant, and then to say like, can you elaborate on that? And so when you basically think that someone is biased, I wouldn't probably just like start finger pointing and like say, I think you're biased, even though if that's really the case, I think that's also worth like really speaking out loud, but to kind of set up the culture to really be able to ask and say, can you elaborate? And then also if it feels like, oh, but like last time when, for example, a man behaved the same way, you didn't say that, and you really like this person, to be able to feel comfortable to just saying out the facts and saying how it comes across. And I think that helps everyone learn as well.
Thank you. And one last question, which we're going to put to Jess. Do we have one last question from the team? Yes, great. From Kat. Jess, can you share some of the great examples you've seen where organizations have made big strides in this area? What's the greatest example you've seen at Atos?
I think the greatest stride I've seen is Atos's attitude of listening to the employee networks and really investing their time. So I think I've touched on focus groups that we run, and they're like intersectional focus groups that all the networks are like, I think there's 7 of neurodiversity and gender and culture and everything. We have focus groups to talk about kind of I think one of our topics was our appraisal process and what we think was really great about it and what we think we could improve, and seeing the attitude shift of our organization listening and making changes around those topics is like a massive step forward in the D&I space to really make people feel included and also create diversity. So it's sort of both boxes are ticked, but also people feel like they're being listened to. So that's a really, really big change that I have seen.
Amazing. And just one last question to my team that are all sitting in front of me. Did we have any fun hashtags come in? They're going to wait. We're going to have a break. We're going to please get your hashtags in. We're going to present them after the break. But thank you so much to the panel. Nirali from Openreach, Jesh from Atos, Carolyn from Choco, and Mark from Vodafone. It's been an absolute pleasure having you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. So we are going to go to a break right now, as I need some lunch. We are going to be back at 12, I believe. So join us then. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to CodeFest 2021, day one, proudly sponsored by Bank of America. If you haven't already done it, and if you don't know, there is a link in the YouTube description of this video where you can, Bank of America can donate to charity on your behalf. Please click on the link and pick the charity you would like to donate to. So the next tech talk we have is with one of our amazing partners, Wise. Just to put Wise into context for you, it used to be known as TransferWise, had a massive listing on the London Stock Exchange, and just blew out the water in terms of any expectations. It was actually valued at well over $11 billion. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Alexandra Abbas to CodeFest 2021. Alexandra, a very, very warm welcome.
Thank you. Hey, welcome everyone.
Hey, Alexandra. And Alexandra, you are a machine learning engineer at Wise,
right.
which is absolutely fantastic. And today you're going to be talking about your journey into machine learning,
yes.
which we're all very excited to hear. Alexandra, are you in the office today, or are you doing this from home?
No, I'm actually working from home today.
You're working from home. I like your setup. I think it's a lot better than mine. I've just got the white wall at the moment. I see you've got the plant as well. I'm missing a plant. I feel in my background it would make it look a lot better.
Also, you can see the paintings in the background. No, these are my paintings and my boyfriend's.
No, you do paintings yourself?
Yeah, sometimes.
Amazing. So not only are you a machine learning engineer, you're also an artist.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I like painting.
Alexandra, you're putting us all to shame, but I'm sure those paintings are fantastic. Well, look, we're going to hand over to you now to do your tech talk, and the room is yours.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, you can see my screen. So welcome everyone. This talk is about my personal journey to machine learning. It is not a miracle story, not a motivational speech, just a story of someone like you, someone who made a lot of well thought out decisions and a couple of not very well thought out ones, got lucky a few times, and felt very much lost along the way. Today, I'm a machine learning engineer at Wise, and I started out as an aspiring pharmacist in a small Hungarian town. So don't worry, I still feel very lost sometimes, and my journey is far from over yet. I'm not here to give you a recipe to become how to become a machine learning engineer, or tell you that I've made it. Instead, I would like to tell you a story that you can relate to in one way or another. You know, if she could do it, I can do it, kind of thing. So as I said, I'm from a small Hungarian town called Szeged. I grew up and went to high school there. My family is kind of middle class. Everybody works in healthcare. My mom and my grandma are pharmacists, and my grandpa is a medical doctor. I've always felt predetermined to work in healthcare myself. In high school, my major was biology and physics, and I wanted to apply for medical school or pharmacy. There was a big debate actually in my family about which university I should choose. Back then, I was clueless about my future career. I was a very diligent student with good grades, but I didn't really spend time discovering my passion or subjects that I was interested in. I felt I wasn't especially good at any subject, but fairly good in everything. I was quite lost when I had to decide which university I wanted to go to. I knew one thing, that I needed to discover myself. Last minute, I decided to apply to economics, going against the wishes of my family, and moved from my hometown to Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Here, I would like to acknowledge that I had and still have a lot of privileges. I was born in a European country, in a middle-class family, where I was very much encouraged to learn and succeed. Sometimes even too much, I would say. I've always been encouraged to have dreams and dream big. So I moved to Budapest to learn economics at the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. Similarly to high school, I was mostly focused on grades instead of exploring my own interests in the very beginning. In my first or second year, I joined a student organization called Ethos Society, a club for those interested in entrepreneurship and startups. Being surrounded with actual and wannabe entrepreneurs helped me build my own entrepreneurial spirit. I had the opportunity to meet the co-founder of PayPal, venture capitalists, and many prominent international and Hungarian entrepreneurs. They brought me closer to technology, and they showed me the power of innovation. These experiences encouraged me to pursue a career in technology myself. With the help of my boyfriend, who was a UX designer back then, I started learning HTML and CSS by taking courses on Codecademy. It took me about 2 months to go through the online tutorials, understand the basics, and be able to develop a really simple static website. Around this time, I started exploring graphic design and user interface design. I watched Photoshop tutorials on YouTube about how to design logos, leaflets, and websites. I did a lot of trial and error. I downloaded Photoshop and clicked all the buttons that seemed useful to see what they do. Later, I found Figma, an amazing browser-based design tool that you can use for user interface as well as graphic design. Luckily, my university course didn't demand me to study all day, every day, so I had the time to explore these additional interests. If you're a student interested in design, I recommend you use your free time to learn Figma. If you're interested in software engineering, I recommend you take the CS50 course from Harvard to start with. It was my first technical course that I did online after completing the HTML, CSS tutorials, and it gave me a good understanding of the very basics of computer science. Don't worry if you don't understand everything the first time or you cannot complete the assignments without help. I struggled to complete the assignments myself, but I pushed through, and looking back, I think it was very valuable. So using my new superpower of being able to develop static websites, I developed a website for my mom's pharmacy. I told all my friends in Ethos Society that I do website design and development for free. And not long after, a couple of people approached me with their website ideas. I developed a website for a short-let management company. This is the website that I show now on the screen. And you can see it's not like a super advanced one, but at least it has a GIF in the background. And I also developed a website for a nonprofit organization, which is this organization. They are like a nonprofit organization of psychologists. So inspired by my success as a web designer, I registered on Etsy and opened an Etsy shop selling logo and leaflet designs, as well as custom web designs. Shortly after, I got my international clients from New Zealand and the USA. So I sold my designs for like $10 or so. I didn't really do it for the money, but to get opportunities to learn. So here's another example, beautiful design that I did for one of my Etsy clients. So over time, I did more and more web development and design projects and started to build my portfolio. If you would like to build a portfolio, I recommend you let your friends and family know about your services that you can offer, like web development. And if you offer your services for free initially, it's almost certain that someone will take the opportunity and approach you with an order. So I graduated from university with a degree in economics. I found it difficult to find a full-time job after graduation. Most jobs available for economist graduates were focused on administration and paperwork, less on problem solving or creative tasks. After a couple of months of job search, I joined a small beauty company as a junior marketing manager. Well, I was the only marketing manager, actually, so I had to do some less junior tasks too. I learned a lot and made some good friends, but I did not really see myself or my work as important or influential. While working as a marketing manager, I still did freelance work on the side. I developed websites and designed logos and leaflets. I struggled to see my future in marketing, so I decided to apply for a master's course in technology. Unfortunately, in Hungary, you cannot apply for a computer science master's if you don't have a computer science bachelor's degree. So I had to look for masters that accept my economics degree abroad. I did not have the funds to pay tuition fees, so I needed a scholarship. I applied for a couple of universities in the UK because I wanted to learn in English, and I got accepted to the University of Stirling and was also offered a full scholarship. So I moved to Glasgow with my boyfriend. But University of Stirling is in Scotland. So I moved to Glasgow with my boyfriend. We moved to Airbnb after Airbnb until we found a flat that we could afford. We moved into a very small 24 square meter studio apartment in a student accommodation. I did the big data MSc at the university. So this course taught me all the basics that I needed to know as a data engineer. We learned about Python programming, databases like MySQL or MongoDB, and distributed computing in Hadoop. We also learned about basic machine learning and data visualization. If you're considering a master's in the field of data science, I can very much recommend the programs of the University of Stirling. So writing my thesis was one of the most intellectually stimulating periods in my life. It gave me a solid foundation of machine learning and computer vision. I benchmarked state-of-the-art computer vision models on a video dataset for an object detection task. Looking back, I'm glad that I've chosen a research project or a research-oriented project for my thesis rather than a placement at a company. So approaching the end of the academic year, I started looking for jobs in springtime. I find job search an emotionally draining thing to do, especially if you're not an experienced engineer. I applied for close to 100 jobs, mostly in London, and interviewed for 10 or so. If you are looking for your first engineering job, my advice would be to apply for as many jobs as you can. I know some recruiters say that they are looking for applications catered for their company specifically, but I don't think that's a realistic expectation from a graduate. Of course, apply for relevant roles, but don't miss opportunities by not applying to some jobs. So I think you should aim for a good balance between safety jobs, where you will likely be accepted, competitive jobs, and dream jobs. And don't worry if your first job is not your dream job. You have your whole career to work yourself up to a level where you can get into your dream company and job. I got a graduate job at Datatonic, a Google Cloud partner company in London. This was a rotational program where I got the chance to join multiple teams over the course of 12 months. I spent time on analytics, machine learning, and data engineering problems as well. I would recommend you to apply for similar programs where you can further explore your interests within your chosen field. Either way, I recommend you to spend your early career years exploring different subjects rather than really focusing on a specific one. So I had an amazing learning curve at Datatonic. I became a confident user of Google Cloud and a fairly competent data engineer. I managed to take the Google Cloud Professional Data Engineer certification within a year, which gave me great credibility for my upcoming job searches. I recommend that if you're a cloud engineer, a software engineer, or data scientist working with the cloud, that you aim to take one of the available cloud certifications. These will give you credibility and basis to ask for higher compensation at your current and future companies. So we millennials usually spend only a couple of years at one company. So conforming to this trend, I love Datatonic and look for other adventures after 2 years. So leaving my first company, I joined a healthcare startup. After leaving my first company, I joined a healthcare startup as a data engineer, which unfortunately didn't live up to my expectations. So I left them in my probation period. I needed a lot of courage to quit, as it was the time of the start of the pandemic. Many things seemed uncertain. For some time, I have had the idea of recording an online course about Apache Airflow, a technology that I use extensively in my work. I noticed that there were a few high-quality courses available on Udemy and other learning platforms about Apache Airflow. After quitting the healthcare startup, I decided to take a break and spend some time recording this online course before looking for another job. I spent around 2-3 months recording the course, and published it on Udemy. It received relatively large traffic in the first couple of weeks and great reviews. So I decided to record another online course, but this time about Apache Beam, a data processing framework. In parallel, I started building my own platform where I could host my courses called DataStack TV. DataStack TV is a learning platform for data engineers where I and other instructors publish short, concise courses about technologies concerning data engineers. As of today, DataStack TV has more than 1,000 students from all over the world. Building DataStack TV was an amazing adventure, but I could not make enough money to sustain myself, and I started running out of my savings. Also, running my own business on my own burned me out. I took on too many responsibilities and too ambitious plans. Navigating financial instability is also tough, especially if you live far from your family and support network. Working on your own ideas is an amazing adventure and something I would recommend everyone to try. And I would love to try it again, but be aware of the downsides. You need to build resilience, both emotionally and financially. I think the best way of building resilience is actually trying again and again. So I tried with DataStack TV, and we'll try again later. So after DataStack TV, I got the amazing opportunity to join Wise as a machine learning engineer. I joined the machine learning platform team responsible for designing, building, and maintaining a platform serving data scientists in the company. Data scientists use our platform to process and analyze data, train machine learning models, and deploy those models to production. As a machine learning engineer, we do a combination of software engineering, platform engineering, and data science work. We mostly use Python for programming. We also use Terraform for building infrastructure. Our infrastructure is hosted on AWS or Amazon Web Services. The most important technologies that we use are Amazon SageMaker for model training, Apache Spark for processing data, Flask for building REST APIs in Python, and Apache Airflow for scheduling data pipelines. Beyond the platform teams, Wise has many different engineering teams. For example, product engineers are responsible for developing the Wise product. They mostly work with Java and develop microservices. In each product team, there is a couple of data scientists working on data science problems relevant to that product team. We also have more than 100 analysts scattered across product teams, analyzing data and validating hypotheses. Engineering is male-dominated at Wise, like everywhere else. In the beginning, I was often intimidated by being on a call with very few or no female engineers, but I managed to build up my confidence with the help of my amazing mentor, a female engineering lead. We also have a strong female engineering community. I recently had actually a very pleasant morning coffee with a couple of female engineers. Overall, I had a great experience at Wise, and I recommend you give Wise a go when it comes to your next job search. These are the main points I would like you to take home from this talk. These are recommendations for someone who wishes to become a machine learning engineer or a software engineer, or maybe a data scientist one day. If you're not a computer science student, but you would like to work in tech one day, I recommend you spend your free time exploring your interests as a student. For example, learn a programming language like Python, or learn how to create websites with HTML and CSS, or learn about design tools like Figma. This will give you a good basis how to progress further in tech after you finish or even quit your degree. Start building your portfolio by offering your maybe web development, but development services for free, or these might be design services actually for free. You are in an easier position if you're learning front-end or design or full stack development, since you can offer creating websites for free. Either way, creating static websites is an easy and hands-on way of getting started in programming. Even if you would like to do backend or machine learning later on, I think it's a good entry to tech. Get clients by telling your friends and family about your new skills. That's how I got my first clients to develop websites too. And it seems obvious, but I think it actually works. If you have a non-technical bachelor's degree, and you would like to become a machine learning engineer, I recommend you apply for a master's or a boot camp in data science, data engineering, or machine learning if you can. I know not all of you have the time and resources to do that, but if you have the opportunity, I recommend you take it. After university or boot camp or self-learning, I recommend you apply for graduate programs that allow you to explore many areas in engineering and data science. This can help you identify which is the field you are most interested in. Later in your career, I definitely recommend you take cloud certifications, either from AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, to increase your credibility. This will also help you negotiate higher salaries. All right, I hope you enjoyed this talk and there was some interesting bits that you could relate to. I hope now you feel if she could do it, I can do it. And thank you very much.
Alexandra, what an amazing talk. Thank you very, very much for sharing your journey with us. That was great. And you put so much effort into that. And I think, so many women would have been inspired by that story. So thank you for sharing those insights. So Alexandra, we're going to go to some Q&A now. So we had lots of comments come in through social.
Just before the Q&A, I just want to say that I just put a QR code on the screen now. So if you are interested in our current roles or you want to express your interest in applying to WISE, then scan the QR code and let us know. And we will get back in touch with you, I think.
Look at that. We've got WISE's QR code. If you want a job at WISE, scan that code and you'll have someone beamed into your living room to give you an interview in the next 2 minutes. Fantastic. All right, Alexandra, let's go to the questions. So a question from Inni saying, thank you. We have a really similar background. I no longer want to pursue pharmacy. However, my parents do not think a career in tech is sustainable. Any advice as to how I can convince them otherwise? Now, this question is something we get a lot about parents not necessarily seeing tech as a kind of future or sustainable career, when in fact, what we see is that it's one of the most exciting careers probably to go into. What advice would you give to Inni and other women out there who need to persuade their parents and families otherwise?
Okay. Well, yeah, I think I really had the same. My parents and grandparents, they saw, the classic career paths like lawyer, medical doctor, like these things, but they don't really see tech as a viable path. To be honest, like when I actually pursued a tech career, I haven't actually relied anymore on my parents' support. So I was financially independent. I didn't have to ask for their approval. Even though maybe they disapproved the first time, like now they know that I'm quite comfortable, and like I think looking back, they don't disapprove now. So I was not really in the situation of trying to convince them. But I would say, I think show examples. Like there is the example of me. I think I have a much more interesting career right now. So if I would have chosen pharmacy, I think it's a very it's not an open-ended career. You know what you will do, especially if you're if you're not going to be a researcher but you want to work like at pharmacies. Like I think that's you will exactly know your career. If you want something more exciting and you want an open-ended career, then tech is a great example. And I think you could just show examples, like show the example of my example and show them this talk, and they will see that there are so many people who can change from a non-technical background to a tech background and become really successful engineers.
And Inni, if you want your parents to watch this talk, talking directly to Inni's parents here, if you're listening or watch this back, it's going to be available on YouTube in different segments. So please, you can watch this back and share it with your family. One of our most popular TikToks recently was actually around the benchmarking of tech salaries. That is a really simple, powerful exercise. If people don't think tech careers are sustainable, just look at some of the salaries and where you could be in 5 years' time, and then compare that to other popular industries or popular things that your parents might want you to go into. And I think it's quite astounding, actually, the type of career that you can build if you have the potential to go into technology.
Yeah, I agree.
Wonderful. So, we've helped you out there. And your parents aren't too angry or upset with me. We're going to move on now to the next question. Who have you got next? Sarah, how did you find the scholarships available for universities in the UK? I cannot afford international student fees, and so a scholarship is my only route to get into university.
Yeah, so I had the same thing because, I mean, Hungarian salaries are not really, you cannot save enough to actually like spend a year in the UK and finance yourself. So I still did some freelance work while in Scotland, and my boyfriend moved with me. So we shared the event, which helped a lot, but like how to find scholarships. So I think Scotland is a good one if you want to go to an English speaking university, because Scotland, many universities in Scotland offer scholarships, like, and usually full scholarships. So I would recommend actually looking into Scottish universities. There's also, I think, an organization there who specifically sponsors data-related master's degrees, or maybe even bachelor degrees as well. But I actually approached an agency in Budapest. They helped me to apply to universities, and they recommended me the universities that can potentially give me full scholarship. And they didn't ask any money from me because they had a partnership with the university. So if you can find an agency like that in your home country, I would definitely recommend approaching them and let them know about what you need, and probably they can help you find a university that fits your needs.
Amazing. And Sarah, just to remind you, the Code First Girls 9 degree is fully funded. So that is £10,000 worth of free education aligned to jobs with our portfolio of partners. So if you reach the eligibility criteria for that, you will automatically apply directly for a degree scholarship with Code First Girls in either data or software, and different options after that. So Sarah, thank you very much for that. Next question, please, from Ruth. What is your proudest moment of your career so far? That's from Ruth and her dog, incidentally. But the dog is also asking this question.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, starting my own business with DataStack TV, like, that had a lot of ups and downs, but I think I had the proudest moments with that project, because that was like truly mine, and that was truly my like achievements that I was really proud of some bits of DataStack TV. So I would say that, but also writing up my master's thesis was amazing, and I'm really proud of that thesis, and I'm really proud that I could work on a research project for 3 months. And yeah, it's just I'm really proud of the progress I made in that 3 months. So I would say these two.
Amazing, thank you, Ruth. Can we go to the next question, please? This is from Caroline. What is the reality for older women that don't have the time and financial resources to go back to university? Do you believe it's possible for someone to reach a data scientist or software engineer level?
So,
sorry, there's a second part of the question. I missed that.
Yeah.
Or is the reality to aim for data analyst or junior level positions?
So I think if you have a non-related background and you already have experience in that non-related background, which is not related to tech, then you might have to start with a junior position when you apply for companies. But I think actually boot camps and some other, like, boot camps can provide you a much more flexible way of learning, and maybe they are even cheaper than universities. I think most of the time they are actually much cheaper than universities. So I would say then I would try to go for a boot camp and then try to learn in a flexible manner. And after that, I think you will probably have to apply for more junior roles, and you cannot apply for a mid software engineer or mid data science role. But I think that really depends on your background. So maybe your background is a little bit related to analytics or data science. Like, for example, if you're an economist and you have I don't know, 10 years of experience as an economist, like a quantitative economist, then I think you have a really good chance to get a data science role, which is maybe not even mid, but even senior, when you build like that extra machine learning knowledge that you need to know.
And just incidentally, this is one of the very reasons this type of question as to why Codefirst girls designed their nano degree to be in the evening, to be remote, be accessible and completely flexible. So we do have a lot of women on the current nano degree cohort, for example, that might still have jobs or caring responsibilities, but can learn at the same time. So I think looking for accessibility and looking for people that are going to support you. So if you do need to keep working, you can do that and you don't have to completely rule that out, is probably very important when we're picking a provider. Amazing. Should we go to the next question? As a machine learning engineer, do you feel any knowledge gap between someone who graduated at university in computer science and yourself?
Yeah, sometimes I do feel a knowledge gap, but I don't feel it's a knowledge gap that I cannot close with time. So I think actually my master's was really good. So it provided me all, and you know, like in machine learning, many people are not coming from CS background. Like some people come from like neuroscience or like these kinds of background where they don't actually have a CS education. They have more like a biology kind of education with some like computational like CS addition. So I think this field is not like super focused on software engineering, like especially the data science field. So when I'm with data scientists, I don't really feel that I have a gap in CS. But when I'm with software engineers, I sometimes feel that I do have a gap. But I think I'm on a level now that I know what I need to learn. And no, there are some unknownness as well, I'm sure. But I think in CS, actually, you can learn for a life and you would still have like so much thing that you could learn. So there's always a gap. Like there are some like amazing engineers, especially in Wise as well, like some principal engineers. They know like so much that I can't even imagine how I could get there. But I know like probably it's just time, you know, like I need to myself like extra 5 years to work in software engineering, learn software engineering. And I think that's okay if you have a gap. That's totally fine.
We had some feedback from a Codefirst Girls instructor recently that's specifically instructing on the nano degree. He's got a computer science degree himself. And one of the clients asked him, and they were like, what's the difference between the women going through this experience on the nano degree versus, say, a computer science degree student? And the feedback was really interesting because he said, what these women are doing is that, you know, they're learning to think like a coder. And that can be even more valuable than years and years and years at university, being able to think in that respect and then apply it and learn on the job. That's what I think some of the best education actually equips you to do. It's not the breadth of what you're learning necessarily, it's the ability to apply it when it matters most and be able to think in a certain way. Do we have any more questions from social? Yes, this is from Amy. Imposter syndrome is something that comes up a lot in career conversations. Have you experienced this and how did you overcome it?
Yeah, I guess that's a constant experience. It's always there a little bit. Sometimes it's, sometimes I feel it more, sometimes I feel it less. But I guess I experienced imposter syndrome the most when I looked for my first engineering job. Because I couldn't really compare myself to others. I didn't really know like if I know enough. I think the most emotionally draining period was the job search, my first job search for an engineering role. But since then, I think it really also depends on your company. Like when they embrace like learning and you are in a great, like in a good environment, and you start like losing this feeling of imposter syndrome, because you feel that like they appreciate you learning and they appreciate your knowledge and they appreciate your work. So I think at Wise, I don't really feel this. Also my previous company, I didn't really feel that. I think, yeah, it's you feel this while you are learning a lot and while you're looking for a job, but I think after that it will slowly disappear gradually.
And just maybe a question for me personally, what's been your favorite thing about working at Wise in particular? Because Wise has gone on a massive journey, and it had that crazy listing on the stock exchange. It just blew everything out the water. Yeah. What's that journey been like personally for you, working at a company like that?
So actually, I joined Wise like 7 months ago. So I
haven't at the cusp of the roller coaster, right? Did you get on the front seat of the roller coaster or the back?
Well, but like overall, like I think Wise is a great environment for engineers in general. As I said, like you have to. Like there are not many female engineers, but there is a really good female engineering community. So joining as a female engineer, I think it's a bit like tougher than joining as a male engineer. But I think we really support each other, like female engineers. So I think it's quite easy to get used to it. And also there is a huge initiative to hire more female engineers at Wise. So I think you are actually advantaged if you apply to Wise now. But like overall, yeah, the experience was great. I think I learned so much in the 7 months. Like, I think I couldn't have imagined like a lot about software engineering best practices and AWS in general. And my team was really welcoming, and they really appreciated me learning, and they were really So I was very much supported along the way. So yeah, it was a great experience. It is.
Alexandra, should we get that code up one more time in case you've inspired people?
Yeah.
With our Q&A, let's get that code up one more time. If you want to join Wise, please put that QR code in and apply. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us today. I think you've inspired a lot of women with your story. And it's great to hear that, the challenges, you've gone through everything, right? You've gone through female entrepreneurship, into working at different countries, going to different companies. So to hear that perspective and the fact that you've come out the other side and sound like you're going to be super successful, I think for a lot of women will be incredibly inspiring. So thank you, Alexandra, and thank you to Wise. So who do we have now? Actually, we have a company next that I'm quite excited about because we are big fans at Code First Girls. We actually use Typeform internally a lot for many, many things. And also it's exciting because I believe our presenters are joining us from Spain today, which is where Typeform is actually based. So I would like to welcome Raquel Garcia, who is a software engineer at Typeform. And also, hello Raquel, hello. And also Jess Senna, who is a software engineer as well. Hello, Jessica. We'll come back to Jessica in a minute. Just to give you a bit of background about Typeform, Typeform is a Spanish online software as a service company, and it specializes in online form building and online surveys. A lot of online surveys from Code First Girls has actually gone through Typeform, so we have a great deal of experience of working with it internally, and we absolutely love it. So we're going to be talking about engineering for accessibility today. And Jessica, where are you tuning in from? Oh, Raquel, you're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Raquel. Where are you joining from?
I'm joining from Barcelona, and Jess is joining from Barcelona too.
How exciting. That makes me immediately jealous, not least of which because the weather in London is absolutely terrible today. So I'm sure that it's much more exciting in Barcelona.
Yeah, we have a sunny day today. So,
I love that. I'm not trying to brag too much, but it's super sunny outside here in Barcelona. Raquel, warm welcome. I think Jess might be having some internet issues. Are you okay? Oh, she's back. Hi, Jess.
Yeah, sorry, I had a problem with the laptop, but it's okay now.
No problem. And Jessica, are you also joining from Barcelona?
Yes, from Barcelona.
Fantastic. And both joining from home or office?
From home, yeah. Still working from home.
Yeah.
I actually get quite excited when people can join from home because we can see stuff in the background. A lot of background. Some nice pictures there, Jess. Some good pictures you've got going on. Right, so I'm going to hand over to Raquel and Jessica, who are going to be talking about engineering for accessibility.
Yeah. I'm going to share quick my screen.
Are you sharing your slides, Jess?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
It's working?
Yep, we can see the slides, at least me.
Perfect. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, we are going to talk today about our accessibility road trip in Typeform in our company. Well, my name is Jessica. I'm a front-end engineer. I joined Typeform about 2 years ago as a front-end engineer, but currently I'm working as a tech lead in the development team. And well, in my free time, I really love to travel, to do water sports, beach, and these kind of things. So today, I will give this talk in collaboration with Raquel. And Raquel, if you want to tell us a bit about you.
Yeah, I joined Typeform. Sorry, Jess, were you saying something?
No.
Okay. I joined Typeform 5 years ago. I joined Typeform as a QA engineer back in the days. I think there were 3 or 4 QAs in Typeform at that moment. It was a really small startup. And 2 years ago, I think, I transitioned to a front-end position. And yeah, I've been also working in the render. We will see it in the next slides. Most of my journey at Typeform. And on the personal side of things, I really love poetry and reading books. I love reading books of all type of books, and yeah, that's kind of my intro.
Perfect. Thank you, Raquel. So this is the agenda. First of all, we are going to give you a bit of context on the situation and how everything starts. Afterwards, we are going to explain you the work that we did regarding accessibility and how we did it. Then, which is the current state now, and also the learnings that we got from this journey. And to finalize, which are going to be the next steps in Typeform in our company. So, Raquel.
Thank you. So before jumping to the hands-on part, we want to give some context of what does Typeform do. Also, Anna has already been explaining a little bit. And it doesn't pretend to be a selling speech of our product, but it will help us explain why accessibility is so important in our field. So, online tools that get customers talking, that's the official tagline. And Typeform is a platform that helps people to create tools for collecting data using a conversational approach. That part is important because that's helping our users to get closer to their audience so they can get more responses and better responses, more quality responses. And among the 3 tools that we have at Typeform, we have Video Ask, Conversational UI, and the Renderer. We'll focus this presentation and the accessibility work that we did in the Renderer. So the Renderer is this interface you see in the GIF, showing one question at a time, and it's used by billions of people every day. So you can anticipate here that a minor change can have a big impact in the user experience. So the story is like we were building a tool that was fulfilling the needs of a part of our users, but it wasn't fulfilling the need of all of our users. And here you can see a sneak peek of how many people has reached us during all those years to asking about improving our accessibility. So with the time and with all these ingredients, we decided that the renderer was a good candidate to start improving the user experience, and Jess is going to explain you how we did it.
Yeah, thanks again. So yeah, we are going to focus now on how we did this work. So as Raquel was saying, we, the both of us, and also in collaboration with the other engineers and the PM, we wanted somehow to solve this situation, or at least to improve it, and also to contribute with something good for the community. Then we wanted to achieve the biggest impact possible, and that's why we chose the renderer to work with, as Raquel said. But where to start? We knew that sometime before an external company did an accessibility assessment of the renderer. So we decided to take that assessment as a starter point. Then we analyzed in deep the assessment to identify easy wins from it, meaning affordable changes with the biggest impact. But at the same time, we knew that this will be not sustainable long term. I mean, only a few of us isolated working on it. And that we needed all the engineering teams working in the platform involved. So as an engineer, if you have never worked with accessibility in mind, start from the scratch is complicated. There are a lot of things to take care of and to think about that are completely new. Then what could we do to help the other engineers in Typeform to do so? Well, we could do different things, and we actually did it. First, we thought that one useful thing will be providing tools and a boilerplate setup to automatically check and test accessibility in the code that we deliver daily. So we started to investigate what was already out there, and we actually found that the community had already done a lot of work, like, for example, developing accessibility linters or units and end-to-end accessibility tools for testing. Besides that, there are many different add-ons for browsers to check different aspects regarding accessibility in the web page that you are visualizing. For example, the HTML semantic structure or the navigation through the page, the colors, if the colors are accessible or not. But it's also true that all these tools make not that much sense if you don't know how to solve properly the problems that they detect. So the other thing we did was generating documentation with accessibility guidelines for engineers of the company, with some best practices, with common patterns, and how to solve typical problems. And we shared this documentation across the company in our internal network. And on top of that, we also ran some workshops to spread the knowledge that we had gained during all this process. So after all this work and all this research done, we understood that the best way to make accessibility officially a thing will be to suggest an accessibility standard for our developments. In Typeform, we have a well-defined internal process in which everybody can suggest standards to be adopted across the company. Once a standard is proposed, it's open to debate and everybody can participate and suggest changes. And finally, after a while, it's decided if it's a go or if it's a no-go. Then our standard proposal was specifically a boilerplate of tools to be added to our reports, help engineers to develop with accessibility in mind in our projects. So after being presented and after a while and some discussions and some refinements, the proposal was accepted. And just to say that to go an extra mile, we also contracted an external company, with all engineering and training regarding it. This was actually very useful. For example, to understand how to use properly assistive technologies, something that it's not easy at all. And also to understand some of the typical problems or most common problems that people with disabilities find when they have to browse the web. Most importantly, while all this was happening, and as a result of the awareness created across the company with this process, finally the product management got involved as well in the accessibility journey. This means that finally accessibility was included officially inside the product roadmap of the renderer. And with that, we gained more people and time to work on it. And not only that, because the long-term result of it is that now accessibility is not only a thing inside the renderer roadmap, but in other parts of the product. Well, a platform like Typeform is based in our own design system. This means that we develop our own components. So these components are the base of the platform. And obviously, if they are not accessible, the platform built on top will not be, because they are the fundamental, the basis. So this was actually another big problem to tackle. We knew that we needed to update our design system to be accessible. But at the same time, we knew that meant a lot of work and resources, which we initially didn't have. That's why at some point we decided to take profit of our Hive sprint to work on it. And what is Typeform Hive sprint? Well, at the end of each quarter, we book one entire sprint to work inside projects across the company to materialize ideas, improvements, proof of concepts in the platform, which are outside the official roadmap. And that's what we did. In 2020 Hives, and in collaboration with some other engineers that joined our initiative, we start to work on it. And actually, when the sprint, the Hive sprint was finished, a lot of work was already done, but a lot of work was still remaining. But the good part was that from that point, our front-end architecture team, which is the one in charge of the design systems, decided to keep on working on it. And then they spent one entire quarter with 3 engineers working full-time on it to achieve the goal. And by the end, eventually, our design system was fully accessible. That were really good news and were a really big improvement because this was us to be able to reach accessibility across the company in the future. And again, accessibility is not only about engineering work. As you can imagine, design has a really big weight. Luckily, in this case, our design team was committed since the very beginning with the topic, and they were willing to start working and designing with accessibility in mind. Actually, an accessibility kit was developed to help designers document features and to start conversations with developers regarding it, to have a proper process, a proper flow. And also, another important thing, interviews and tests of our product with people with disabilities were added officially to our flows. Well, and once said that, Raquel is going to talk about which is the current state, the current situation.
Yeah. Yes. So let's talk about the present. Let's talk about the current momentum. As you can see, there has been a lot of changes happening during last year, and as any other change in life, it takes a while to incorporate it to your routine, to your day-to-day. But at the same time, we have to make sure it wasn't a one-time effort, and we have to make sure we keep the accessibility level. So let's take a look of what have been doing to keep the accessibility on track. So from the engineering point of view, since we did the work in the renderer last year, we have been adding new fields. And here is where we have seen those changes that just mentioned are getting established. Because from the beginning of the process, developers and engineers and product managers were talking about accessibility. Also, it's worth to mention that those new fields were developed by other teams, so it has been a good opportunity to spread the knowledge in the Typeform community. Regarding new badges, if you remember, Jess was mentioning that Typeform has a standard adoption tool. So Typeform approved an accessibility standard, as you mentioned, and that included like which tools are recommended for developing, which tools are recommended for testing, and so on and so forth. So badges is the way we have to track who is adopting to that standard inside Typeform. And we created one to give visibility of which front-end projects are using those tools. And finally, we have already a bug process in Typeform. So we included accessibility tracks, we incorporated accessibility bugs to the standard bug process. That means that accessibility bugs are categorized and with different priorities, and that's also bringing different SLA, so the time we have to fix the bug. And so that means that from now on, accessibility bugs are treated as first-class citizens. It's not like we have a bug from accessibility and it piles in the backlog. We fix it as any other functionality bug. So if we move on to the next slide. So what are the efforts done cross-company? No, we created a focus group that we name Accessibility Guild, where we meet once every 2 weeks, more or less, and it's open to everyone in the company who is interested in the topic. And basically, how it works is like we meet at the beginning of each quarter, and we do a brainstorming session where we decide the topics that we want to cover the next 3 months. And these topics or learnings are very different. We have been watching user interviews. We have been talking about design good practices. Also, we have been talking about how engineers or how QAs test the solutions that we build with the accessibility technologies. Another point that I think Jess already mentioned, it's like user testing. We are doing recurring user testing that's helping us to test the renderer releases with different assistive technologies, also different user setups. I mean, every user can set up their screen reader with different configs. And also, it's helping us to test our solution with different operating systems. We have been facing situations where a solution was compatible on, I don't know, Chrome, it wasn't working for Safari, and the other way around. So this recurrent testing has helped us a lot to detect early, to give us early feedback. And finally, we have a centralized page with all the documentation containing all the knowledge retrieved so far. So any new person that's joining the company can get familiar with the current state of the renderer. And if we move on to the learnings, yes? Yeah. So, of course, during the process, we have learned a lot. And personally, that's one of the things I value most from all this journey. So yeah, next slide. Of course, there have been difficulties along the journey, and those are some that we found and that we remember. So I just want mentioning there was a lack of an accessible technology, meaning that the design systems which contain the components that we use to build the rest of the platform were not accessible. And it goes hand by hand with the lack of an accessible design. So we have to have conversations around changing navigation, keyboard navigation, changing copies, changing colors, and that involves many stakeholders from different teams with different backlogs. So it implied a lot of resources and of course time of those teams, and it was one of the difficulties I remember. And for example, regarding accessibility, there was a lack of which tools existed in the market and that could help the developer experience and how to use assistive technologies. And for me, this was like personally really hard because I had to learn how to use different assistive technologies, especially screen readers. And you realize how different these tools are. I mean, the usage of VoiceOver is different from the usage of Talkback, which is the screen reader for Android, or the user or any screen reader for Windows. So you face a challenge, and I learned a lot. And I think Janse is going to explain you what are the next steps.
Yeah, thank you again. So after all of these, which are the next steps, or what are the things that we are planning on working on from Typeform? So more based in engineering and design and in short term, we are working now in the creation of our own definition of done, which among their aspects will include also accessibility. And that's a really good news actually for us. We are going to work on it with a cross-functional work team, which includes designer, engineers, and also the product. And another thing that we are planning to do is the creation of a matrix with the current supported assistive technologies by the platform to have this information properly set in a place. And well, in long term, obviously, more platform improvements. Long term, and ideally, and I'm saying long term because it implies high complexity and also lots of resources, as you can imagine. The idea for us is to improve the accessibility of the rest of the platform, meaning the admin section once you go inside the platform, and also the landing pages, the public sites that we have. And even more long term, trying to improve accessibility in the creator's experience, which for us means the builder part, that it's the part of the platform where people create the typeforms. And obviously, besides that, we will continue to ensure that our responder experience is accessible and that meets evolving accessibility requirements. Well, and as you can see, there's still a long way to go. And it's true that although from the 2 years ago, when this journey started to now, tons of work it's been done, there's still a lot to be done. So obviously our accessibility road trip is far from being ended yet. But it's also true that our commitment and our commitment from the company is getting stronger. And yeah, and that we are excited about having had the chance to share with you today our experience on it. And yeah, thank you for that. So now we have a bit of time for questions. And also, I would like to mention that obviously many companies today, we are open to hiring. So if anybody's interested, yes, reach us.
And Jessica, how if people want to learn more about joining Typeform, how do they go about that?
About joining?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have we didn't add it here in the slides, but we have a proper place in the public site of careers where you can check where to send the contact form for the hiring. Actually.
Amazing. So go to Typeform's website and find out more about their careers today.
Yeah.
Jessica and Raquel, thank you so much for that presentation. We do have questions that have come in from social, so we'll kick off with Barbara. Is there a product or feature you're most proud of in terms of making that product or feature accessible? What's the product feature you're most proud about?
I think Raquel is the best person.
Yeah, for me, it was just working with the renderer. I mean, that part of the product specifically is the one that we have increased a lot the accessibility. And it was, I mean, the whole process was really, really interesting. The whole learning process of how to start doing changes and how to, I mean, when you just use the screen reader and you make sure you can read the question properly, because at the very beginning it was kind of a mess using a screen reader and just going through the form, making it wasn't, you cannot understand what was the question about. So just working on it and making sure the questions are read properly and everything. Which, I mean, I can't say any highlight, but the whole process, I mean, the whole process was super interesting, and I think the whole team is really proud of the work that we have done.
Yeah, I think that from the beginning when we started, Raquel, if you remember, and we were trying to use the renderer with the voice over at the very beginning, and it was kind of impossible. And
it was super chaotic.
And now that you can do it, I mean, I think you should be proud about it, because it's a super big improvement that what we had a year ago, for example. And once you see that from that point now, you can reach everything on the blogs, on the questions, on everything with the voiceover. It's amazing. I mean, it's a great change.
And of course, I think a lot of what we've talked about today is merely in terms of changes of what we might be able to see, right, or indeed hear. But maybe what we can't see, which is the true value of accessibility in tech, is the impact it has on the users and the impact it has on people that might not be able to be included normally, had it not been for the very important work that you're both carrying out.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when users complaining that Typeform was used that back in the days to I don't know, he was attending to an event and Typeform was used to do the login, the check-in. Mm-hmm. And as the form wasn't accessible, he couldn't log into the event because he couldn't read the questions and he couldn't answer the form. And I mean, from that point to now, there has been a lot of, I mean, it's what you see the same form. When we have to do some changes in the design, but you apparently see the same form, but what you don't see is what it really matters, what it really makes the difference in that situation.
Yeah, and ultimately, the situation you just described is someone being potentially excluded, and
exactly.
Frequently we will not, sadly, see or hear those people because they're being excluded. So I think this type of work is instrumental in ensuring that we bring those voices to the table so things can be even more accessible for the future. I kind of compare this to the last conversation we had where we were talking with Vodafone, and they were saying maybe in 15 years, all buildings will move from stairs to ramps. And I kind of feel like it's the same within technology and the way technology displays. Yeah. Is this the equivalent that we're talking about here?
Yes. And the point is that at the end, I mean, you are making that accessible, but because at some point all of us can be in the situation that we need that to be accessible, because you never know. So it's important to keep in mind that, and to be aware about the real need of not excluding anybody from the technology.
Really important there. Let's go to another question from social. This is from Valerie. How can I champion accessibility internally if it's not a main priority for my manager and my manager's manager? So how do you put accessibility on the map within, say, a startup or a large organization? What do you think Valerie should do?
I think that's the hardest question to answer, because as Jessica explained, from our point, it was just, we started working as a side project, and then product realized, how much value we can get from including everyone, no? And I don't know if it's good to say that, but usually companies care about people, but also finding numbers. I think it's important, finding the numbers of how much people you could include on your platform that cannot use it right now. So I think it's maybe a starting point. I don't know, Jess, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's the typical question that it's difficult to answer, because at some point we all been there. And as Raquel was saying, I think giving data, giving some real information to support what you're trying to do, it's very important. And at the end, I think it's going step by step. Maybe as we started with this little side project and creating a bit of awareness, we started also giving some little talks in the company about why this was important, making awareness as well in this case about all the complaints that we had about the product, and I think a lot of people, they didn't even know. So it's like little steps that you can do, little things, but at the end, starting from the bottom, and at the end, someday you realize that this is scaling, and somebody on the top decide that it's a thing to do.
And I think it's super brave, right? If you're receiving complaints about your products, I think it's actually super brave to address at helm and say, okay, how can we make genuine, legitimate difference and embed that into our products? So I think there's something in that. And I think that obviously listening to your users, it goes without saying, but I think that's actually an excellent starting point, to listen to users that maybe for whatever reason don't feel like they have a voice, being able to access people that might feel that they're excluded at the moment. What is the best way to tap into those voices and to tap into those users so that you can understand their perspectives, because they might not be able to even tell you at this point, but how do you access those users? And I think they'll thank you for it. Next question, please. Patricia, accessibility usually means increasing access for people with varying needs. Do you think there is any room to consider access to the English language as something to increase access to tech? What do we think about that? Do we think there's room to consider access to English language? So I think this is the point here, that a lot of tech is conducted in English. A lot of coding schools are in English. Is there an accessibility point here around language and being able to access tech if maybe English isn't your first language? And that's a fascinating question, given that you're both obviously Spanish native speakers. Do you feel like there is an accessibility issue around language and technology?
Maybe this is a bit out of our scope here, but it's an interesting topic, and which I really like it, because it's even accessing tech, even this conference, it's in English. So I think it's a fair point, and somehow it's a limitator. I mean, for people who cannot read, or for example, a Spanish community in tech, which I'm personally involved in, and this is a topic, because it's true that not everybody can read or can learn English, or they don't have the resources to learn another language, so that people are immediately excluded from this tech world. And I think this is something that we have to keep in mind. Even when we go in a conference and when we are talking, I always try to be very respectful with non-native people because of that, because being there and having an open table discussion or giving a talk in a language that it's not yours is not easy at all. And I'm sad about what I was saying, that on the other hand, people that they don't have the opportunity to learn another language, they cannot access that. So that at some point, I would like to try the way to solve this situation as well.
I mean, is tech becoming a bit like, I compare it a little bit to the aviation industry, where, you know, if you don't speak English, you can't actually fly the plane, you can't be a pilot. Are we in a situation now where if you speak English or, you know, at least code or learn in English, that you're going to be excluded from that industry? I'm playing devil's advocate here. You think there's a place if English isn't your, obviously, I mean, you're both in it and you're both doing amazing things.
I think to work in tech, you need English.
Okay.
Period. For me, it's a must. Nowadays, yes. Another topic if it should be like this or not, but now if you don't speak English, it's complicated.
But I suppose I would also say, though, that bringing a cultural different perspective to the table is also very important as well when you're designing and creating products, right? So although maybe the international language won't be in English, the cultural lens and the way you perceive things is always going to be different, which I think is really, really important for diversity.
Agree. Agree on that.
Amazing. Do we have any more questions come through? This is from Lizzie. How can companies like yourself work with awareness groups and charities to put users' needs at the forefront? Do you partner with anyone or work with anyone to help understand user needs?
Yeah, we have. I would say we have some program. I don't know, Jess, if you don't know the details, but we have some programs. We have been collaborating with NGOs and different entities that help like their communities. We have been contributing as Typeform with our product to improve their communities. Yeah. I don't remember exactly the name of those NGOs, but yeah, we have been collaborating with them as much as we can.
Amazing. I'm not sure if I'm seeing if there's no more questions come through, but Raquel and Jessica, I want to say a big thank you for joining us today. I think the work that you've done at Typeform is exemplary, and we should all be looking to it as a form of accessibility and product innovation. So thank you both for sharing your journey today.
Yeah,
thank you.
The chance to talk about it here.
Amazing. A big thank you to Typeform. We're going to take a break. Now it is lunchtime. I ate my lunch earlier because clearly I can't stop thinking about lunch. We're going to take a break now, but join us at 2 when we'll be back. Take care. Bye-bye. A warm welcome back to CodeFest 2021 Day 1, sponsored by Bank of America. Now, we're kicking off the afternoon segment with a talk I'm actually very, very excited about. I think this is a topic that's close to most of our hearts, and something that probably everybody's had an opinion of, particularly during COVID and lockdown in the United Kingdom. So without further ado, can I please introduce Joanna Peller from Palantir.
Hi, Anna. Thanks for having me.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. We're getting through it. We had some good lunch. There's a lot of food being thrown at me today from different angles, so I'm being well fed. Joanna, are you at the office today? Are you from, tuning in from home?
I am tuning in from home. I'm working from home today.
Amazing. Okay, and where's home for you, out of interest, Joanna?
Home for me is the accent may be tricky, but I'm actually in London today, so I'm just sitting near King's Cross, St Pancras.
Amazing. Okay, both in London. So today we're going to be talking about fighting COVID with data for the NHS, which obviously Palantir had a big role in actually helping the NHS during the crisis. So yeah, I'm going to hand over to you, Joanna, to share your screen, and you've got the stage floor.
Great, thanks, Anna. So I'm going to, there's a bit of recurring. So I'm gonna start with a little bit of a 101. What is Palantir? What do we do? And I'll start by kind of who am I? So as Anna said, I'm Joanna Peller. I'm a deployment strategist here at Palantir. And I'll explain what that is in a minute. But just by way of background, I studied in London. I went to UCL. I studied mathematics. And after UCL, I became a software engineer in finance. I did that for a few years. And then I jumped over to Palantir about 5 or 6 years ago to become a deployment strategist. Once at Palantir, where I've been for 6 years, I've worked primarily as a software engineer, really at my core. With our kind of commercial clients to start with, manufacturing, logistics, and then for the last year and a half, it's been my pleasure to be able to work and now lead our engagement with the NHS since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Okay, so we'll start just to kind of give you a little bit of roadmap. I'm going to talk for about 30 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions or any sort of conversation, any thoughts you have. I'll start with a little bit of an overview of what is Palantir. I'll talk about kind of our mission. I'm going to talk about what the makeup of Palantir looks like. What are the engineering teams we have on board? What products do we work on? What industries do we work on? And then I'm going to talk about the thing that I'm most excited to tell you about, which is our work with the NHS. Okay, so what does Palantir do? So Palantir is a software company. We are a software company, and we have 2 software products. They're data platforms that, at its core, are data integration platforms. They integrate lots and lots of data into a platform, and the idea really is integrating the data in order to feed decisions at an organization. So how can we create one source of truth so that all of the different decisions around an organization are made off of that same source of truth? And there's a really kind of there's a fundamental link between the data and the decisions, and that's the kind of the piece that we focus on most, because it's not kind of let's bring all the data into one place and then see what we can do, or data for the purpose of data. It's data for the purpose of driving decisions. So how did we get here? Palantir was founded in 2004. We worked primarily in the beginning in the intelligence industry in the US. Since 2004, we now have become a global company. We have 2,500 employees, of which about 2,000 of those are engineers. We have 17 offices around 12 countries, and we work with both public, private, and nonprofit clients. So public is government. That's where kind of our NHS work falls, or our work with US governments. We also work with private institutions like Airbus, Credit Suisse, and we also work with nonprofits, so the World Food Program, Team Rubicon, and others. Where are we? We're a global company, so our headquarters are in Denver, but our European headquarters are in London, where we are, and much of the product that is used for our commercial clients, which is called Foundry, was actually developed right here in London. So, what do we believe? What's at our core? The core of Palantir is in the mission. The core comes from being able to help the world's most important institutions understand and use their data to solve their most important problems. When the world is in crisis and decisions need to be made quickly and they need to be made effectively, how can we make sure that they're data-driven decisions? We also, at our core, need to protect the privacy and civil liberties of that data. Permissioning, security, all of this needs to be at the core of both the product and the workflows in order to protect that privacy and civil liberties. And finally, by doing this, we make an impact on the world, the technical community, and of course, Palantir. Okay, so that drives the personal values of Palantir. So we believe very strongly that the best idea wins. We're a meritocracy. We focus on the mission, and we own the outcome. And it's this kind of meritocratic ground game thinking that allows us to move quickly. So what does Palantir actually look like? I said we have 2,500 employees, of which 2,000 are engineers. The way that we organize our company is around kind of 3 pillars. At the bottom, we have business development. In the middle, we have internal development. And at the top, we have product development. So internal are folks like recruiting, sort of all of the internal infrastructure behind a company. And then at the bottom, you have the part of the business that I'm in, that's called business development. That's engineers that work directly with our clients on their hardest problems. And what we're doing is we're embedding directly with a client, working on their specific problem, making sure that the product that we are deploying for them suits their needs. And while doing that, we're actually adding to the product itself. And so there's actually this feedback loop back to that top group, which is product development. That's the third group at Palantir. And that's the folks that are developing these core products that I mentioned. And you can see there's a loop between business development and product development. These are both engineering teams. 2 of the 3 pillars are engineering, one focused on business problems, the other focused on that deployable product. And it's by creating that feedback loop is that we really create a platform that's built for businesses, for decision makers. And that's where you have the link between data and decisions, is that they are so closely intertwined at Palantir. And that's where we work. Okay, so I've talked a lot about these products that we developed. What are they? We have 2 products. One is called Gotham, the other is called Foundry. They're both data platforms. Gotham grew out of our intelligence work. So it grew out of our work with government clients. And it focuses on kind of a way for intelligence communities to interact with their data and the connections between their data. The other platform is called Foundry. Okay, Foundry is, again, a data integration platform, but it's focused. This kind of grew out of our work with commercial clients, where one of the key differences being that our commercial clients tend to interact with their data in a more tabular format. It's a software as a service. We deploy Foundry to our clients. Our clients use Foundry in customizable ways based on the business problems that they are facing. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how our customers are using our products. And I want to talk about it in the context of COVID-19. So when COVID-19 hit, I think it changed. I'm sure it all changed all of our lives. It also changed the institutions and both the government and the commercial entities around us. everyone had to respond to the crisis in their own particular way. Airlines had to deal with the fact that the flights were becoming much more infrequent. Shipping logistics were changing massively. The routes were changing based on the supply lines, and the frequency of those logistics were changing. Manufacturing had to change. Maybe they had to adjust their supply chain based on upstream needs. Maybe they had to completely change what they were manufacturing. All of these different institutions have their own kind of ways that they need to respond. But the thing that they have at their core, and the reason that Palantir can work across all of these industries, that at their core, they need to make decisions quickly, they need to make decisions effectively, and then they need to make decisions based on a lot of data. And so this is where Palantir platforms really can start to empower these organizations by working really quickly to integrate more data, to build interfaces for the folks who need them, and to help connect, again, the data with the decision. Okay. Now's the part I'm really excited about. I'm going to talk to you about our work with the NHS. So Palantir started working with the NHS in March of 2020, which I'm sure is a month that is etched in everyone's minds. It's the month that kind of here in the UK, everything changed. And in March of 2020, we started working with NHSX, which is the innovation arm, and NHS England to come in and use the Foundry platform to help the NHS with their COVID-19 response. And the first thing that we did is start to figure out with business leaders what's the problem, what's the decision that needs to be made at the NHS. And the first decision that needed to be made in those early days in March of 2020 was ventilator allocation. So the NHS needed to figure out where to send the ventilators that were coming into the country, which hospitals to ship them to. That is a clinical decision. That's a decision that a doctor needs to make. You're never going to have a computer kind of some black box compute lots of things and spit out the answer. It's a clinical decision, but it's a clinical decision that needs to be made with data. So if I'm the doctor that needs to decide where to send ventilators, I need to know a few things. I need to know how many ventilators are coming into the country, how many ventilators are coming into the country over the next 3 weeks, over the next 6 weeks, how many ventilators are already in the country, and how many ventilators are being used already at each hospital. Okay. And it sounds simple, this decision, but really when we start to break down each of those questions, let's break it down. So how many ventilators are used at each hospital? That question in and of itself actually has quite a few data sources that you need to integrate in order to answer. You need to integrate with each hospital's SITREP, which stands for, I really should know, situation report, I believe that stands for. That says these are how many beds are currently taken at the hospital. These are how many are ventilated. These are how many are in oxygen. These are how many are general admission. And then you need to start to see how that changes over time. You need to know how many are coming into the country. Okay, well, that's not just kind of one simple database that says this is how many. You have to integrate with how many have been purchased. What's all the different procurement systems that have been used? How many? What are the current status of each of those deliveries? And what are the procurement across the different entities? Because the NHS, of course, is actually made is several different organizations underneath. And so what we did, Palantir, is we worked with the NHS. We sat in the meeting when they kind of were first doing the ventilator allocation, watched the clinicians make that difficult decision. And then overnight, we worked with Foundry, the Foundry platform and our NHS partners to bring in that information that those clinicians needed to make that decision. And the very next day, so 24 hours later, after we first kind of entered the building, we had a first version of a front end that the clinician could use to answer the question of how many ventilators are being requested by each hospital, and where is the need, where is the current pressure. And then once you have a first version of that, you can start to add complexity. So the interesting piece, of course, for ventilator allocation, if we continue that that question, is when I need to make that decision, I not only need to know what's happening right now, how many beds are taken, but I also want to know how many beds are going to be taken in a week, how many beds are going to be taken in 2 weeks. And the Foundry platform allows you to start to integrate these models that can start to forecast out this demand. It's important to note that Palantir, I don't write models. I'm not an ML expert. I didn't write these models, but the Foundry platform has the infrastructure for you to plug these in. So let's take that question for how many beds are going to be taken next week. In order to answer that question, first, you need an epidemiological model. I'm sure we've all heard of Imperial or Oxford, the number of different models. We work with the academic institutions to actually start to bring those Bayesian hierarchical models into Foundry. And then once you have the output of that, of course, being how many patients of which type you have over the next sort of 90 days, then you need to plug that into, okay, well, how many are going to be at each hospital? Because of course the academic models are only at a country level. And that's where the NHS experts come in, and the NHS data scientists came in. They build on top of Foundry, and we work with them to empower them to build on Foundry, to start to build a model that then takes the output of the epidemiological models and translate that to how many hospital beds are going to be taken per hospital. So you can start to forecast these things out, and you can start to add complexity. And what Foundry enabled was not only that data to go directly to the decision maker, so the clinician making that decision, but it also connected back into the infrastructure of the NHS. So when the clinician made the decision of how many ventilators go to each hospital, you click a button in Foundry that then writes back directly to the NHS warehouse systems. And all of a sudden you have an end-to-end operational system, and you can start to see how this data is being used, and not only how the data is being used, but how the models and forecasts are being used, which means when there's a change in an assumption in a model, all of a sudden you can start to see downstream, what are the effects of the changes in this model? What's going to happen? If I change the assumption for how many patients are symptomatic versus not, what are the downstream effects of that, and how is that going to change how I allocate my ventilators? And I can start to branch not only the code to make that change, but also start to branch all the data sets and decisions downstream of that, and model that scenario. So we started with ventilators. You start by just integrating the data, finding the decision, connecting the data with the decision maker, and then you start to build this complexity and layer in this modeling on top of it. We started with ventilators. We then did we built on that source of truth when we started working on the next problem, which was, how do I allocate out my PPE, my personal protective equipment, gloves, masks, aprons? And it's the very same, it's a similar question, right? And you're not starting from scratch. You have this source of truth in Foundry, but all of a sudden you add into your models. If we remember, we had our epidemiological model translated to our bed model. We can then add in a model that says, okay, once I know how many beds are taken, then I know how many workforce are needed. So how many which type of doctor and nurse are needed for that particular bed. And then I know how many gloves and aprons and masks they need. So you can start to forecast out, you can start to build on this modeling infrastructure and on the data infrastructure to forecast out for ventilators, and then also for PPE. And this is how the NHS used the Foundry platform to allocate out more than 3 billion items of PPE since about May of 2020. So Foundry started being used for ventilators, and then the PPE. And then in September, we were brought into the COVID vaccination program right from the very beginning. So the NHS England COVID vaccination program was just an incredible program to be a part of. It has been truly a privilege to be able to work alongside our NHS partners, and the way that the NHS stepped up and made quick, correct, precise decisions is something that I feel privileged to have been even some small part of. And the vaccination program, I think, is actually the best example of that, because the NHS vaccination program was designed from scratch with data at its core. So from day one, Foundry was enabling the allocation and management of every single COVID vaccination in England. So every COVID vaccine in England was ordered, allocated, managed, and tracked through Foundry. And so what that meant is there was never any questions about how many vaccinations were happening, or where there were extra supplies. The NHS was able to track every single dose. And it's a completely different program when data is at its core. We have been working with the NHS for about a year and a half now, and we've through ventilators, through PPE, through vaccinations, we've now also started working at a local level. So how can we start to bring that data collaboration, those data-driven decisions from a national level all the way down to a local level? So how can we start to bring those same data-driven decisions that are made for the kind of the national program for vaccinations? How can we make local decisions on that same source of truth? So how can we make sure hospitals are driven by the same source of truth and the same data-driven mindset? And that's where we're excited to grow next. I think throughout this work with the NHS, it's been, I mentioned it before, but it's been just an incredible privilege to work alongside our NHS partners. It's an incredible organization that has stepped up through this pandemic, through incredible the difficult times. Things are changing constantly under their feet, and it's been wonderful to be able to help in some small way the leadership, but also really everyone in the NHS has done an incredible job, and I think we've certainly seen that with the vaccination program. And I feel lucky that we can help them on their journey. Okay, I will stop there. This has been a long time of me sort of blathering on. Are there any questions from anyone?
Joanna, if that was your blathering, then I'm pretty impressive blathering, in my opinion. And recently we conducted a really large survey on where our community would most like to work. And the NHS actually featured in the top 20 places of where the women would most like to take their technology skills. So kind of health tech and the role of data within that is something that's, massively interesting to our community. So thank you for those unique insights. And just before we go to questions, because we have absolutely tons that have come through from social media, I have to ask, why Gotham? Do we have any Batman fans in Palantir?
It's a great question. We're a little bit geeky here at Palantir. If you may also recognize Palantir from the Lord of the Rings, which is the seeing stones from Lord of the Rings, and all of our offices are themed after and named after Lord of the Rings locations. So it gets a little nerdy over here.
I think social media just went wild. I think the community not only potentially being Batman fans, but Lord of the Rings fans as well, bringing that together with technology. Wonderful. Right, let's go to some of the questions that we're getting through, and this is from Mia. What do you feel can be done to educate people more about their rights when it comes to data protection? Good question there from Mia.
This is a great question, Mia, and I have a lot of thoughts on this. I think first and foremost, the most important thing is transparency. We need to be clear and concise about what everyone's rights are, and also the way that organizations work with data, I think it's important that organizations remain transparent with how data is used, and that folks know what their rights are with understanding how their data is used. Because I think too often things get lost in the fine print, and we could all do better to create that transparency.
Amazing. Let's go to the next question from Claire. Do you build something like PPE, and vaccination doses tracking dashboards? So do you create tracking dashboards? And can it be consulted online?
So if you go to, I really should know this website. It's coronavirus.gov.uk. Or something like that. There is, so the PHE, Public Health England, are the folks that publish those numbers for kind of both cases and vaccinations, and that data is fed through Foundry, but it's published via PHE via coronavirus.gov.uk, so you can see all of the information there.
Amazing. Let's go to the next question, please. Laurel, hi Joanna. Palantir sounds like the kind of organization I'd love to work with. I have a background in healthcare, but switched to AI. What advice would you offer to someone looking into roles at Palantir?
Great question. So I think first and foremost, you should have a look at the open opportunities and upcoming events on our students page. So we have lots of information about kind of how to get involved, and I think that would be my number one advice is just get involved, come to an event, talk to us. We're all very friendly. I think that Palantir is an organization where kind of there are lots and lots of different roles, and there are a lot of different people at Palantir with lots of different kinds of backgrounds, and so there's no kind of one mold, and there's no one set expectation for your background. And so I think amazing that you have AI in healthcare, but we welcome folks from lots and lots of different backgrounds. So please, if you are at all interested, reach out. We're here. We're happy to talk.
And I don't know, maybe you could explain a little bit about how your journey and how you got into Palantir. What brought you to this point?
That's a really interesting question. So as I said, I studied mathematics at UCL, and I then became a software engineer, so back-end software engineer at a finance company, which I loved. But I think the thing that I personally looking for was the mission. I wanted to work on business problems that made what I felt was a core material difference to the world, and that the code that I was writing was making an impact on people's lives. And so I sought out Palantir. I heard it was actually honestly very similar to this. Except it was on YouTube. It was very old, but I saw a session on YouTube of someone speaking at an event similar to this, and I was hooked. And then I reached out. I did eventually meet the person who spoke in that YouTube video, and it was like 9 years after that YouTube video, and I was very fangirled when I met him, and he was a bit taken aback. But if you do join, reach out.
We could be starting the same cycle over again. Many women fangirling you potentially in the future. Shall we move to the next question, please? So this is from Jen. Thanks so much for the great talk. Palantir sounds amazing. What are you personally most proud of during your time with Palantir?
Interesting question, Jem. I think the meta thing that I'm most proud of is being able to work alongside the NHS and the COVID vaccination program. I think that 2020 was very difficult for all of us in lots of different ways. And the vaccination felt like sort of the light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of us. And I think that it felt as though it was the culmination of my entire professional career to date, because I had although I hadn't worked with government clients, I had been doing a lot of logistics and supply chain. And the COVID vaccination program was in some ways the most complex, the most difficult, and the certainly the quickest, most complex problem that I've ever seen. And so I'm most proud of being able to help in some small sense the NHS spin up the beginning of that program. I'm personally most proud of that first vaccination that was sent out, that was allocated and managed, and we were sort of watching the pipelines very intently. And I'm most proud of watching that first vaccination happening and know that I was able to, in some small way, contribute.
And in many ways, making history. It seems to be made every day at the moment, but to be part of a business that's actually making history with a social mission behind it, I think is probably quite special, actually, and quite unique. Let's go to the next question from Donna. What do you see or hope as the next big project that Palantir will be providing insightful data for post-COVID? Oh, what a question.
That's a fascinating question, Donna. And I think the next big project is actually sort of, and I alluded to it at the end, but the thing that I'm really excited for is helping to empower the NHS at a local level, which is potentially bringing that same kind of empowered decision making to the NHS during business as usual times. So I think that's the piece that I'm most excited for. Now I'm sure the next big project that Palantir. The other thing, of course, I'm excited for is that if anything should change and there's a situation that the world needs to react to quickly, then that's of course also the next big project that I hope that Palantir will provide insightful data for. Because I think that's kind of the beauty of it, is that you need to go where the hardest problems are, and you can't always predict that. And I think that's the beautiful thing about working at Palantir, is that you go where you're needed, and you can work on the hardest thing at the time. So we'll see.
It sounds like, as well, what's quite interesting about this situation, you're moving from reacting to a crisis to ongoing management of an issue, because this isn't going to go away anytime soon, but the management of it and the use of data to be able to inform that is going to be incredibly important moving forward. So yeah, I think the day-to-day management of how this now plays out over the years, I think is probably going to be on the landscape. Let's go to the next question. Alex loves your enthusiasm. I love your enthusiasm too, Joanna. It's great. Do you have any book or podcast recommendations that you use to feel inspired? Apart from Lord of the Rings.
I should have. I was just going to say, does Lord of the Rings count?
I know. I'm already there.
Yeah. So I would say two things. And I wish that they would. I wish that these were better answers, or more inspirational. But this is the honest answer, Alex. I feel we can be honest with each other. So for books, I'm a fiction girl. I just am, because I work really hard and I get really invested in my work, and sometimes I just need to relax. And the way I do that is by getting invested in a book that has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm currently doing, and I find that such a release. So I highly recommend just reading something to give your mind a rest, as well as all of the books that are kind of more enriching. And then for podcasts, I think the thing that I recommend most, if you are not, is The Daily, which is just a daily news podcast to keep up to date. I probably should, but I don't read, full confession, I don't read the newspaper, kind of all of it every single day. But I do always listen daily to the news podcast, just so I'm keep up to date. And I think that's important to keep up to date. So that's how I find inspiration.
Amazing. And Joanna, I'm sure you're soon to discover as well the Code First Girls podcast.
Next on my list.
Yeah. I think the last one, actually, we were discussing fiction and how important fiction was. So that could be an interesting one. Any more questions we've got from social? One more. We've got one more. Okay. This is from Sophie. How did you and your team respond so quickly to such a large, unexpected challenge of helping the NHS combat the pandemic? I can imagine that was a little bit stressful. So can I. I think that could have been a little bit stressful as well.
Just a tad.
It was
just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit. So the way that we responded so quickly is because I work for an organization that is incredible and said there's something that there's a listen. The NHS has asked for us for help. Drop everything you're doing. I was on a different project. I dropped everything, as did 20 other people, and went and worked on the NHS the next day. And so I think the way we did it is our organization was allowed us to, and also we have folks that are excited and driven by the mission. It was stressful, but the one story I like to tell that I think is very it's a beautiful one, is that we have Palantir takes 2 weeks off for Christmas, and we that was just as the vaccination program was really ramping up. If you'll remember that it started going out to the primary care at that time. It was like a total change in the logistics. And so there was quite a lot of work. And I had 30 plus people pinging me just before Christmas and saying, can we help? Can we stay behind? We want to help. What can we do? And I think that's the beautiful thing of Palantir. But of course, the other pieces, it was stressful, and we had to remember to take time for ourselves, because it can be very easy to get caught up. And when you're working with incredible people, it's easy to lose track of things and work really, really long hours. So we had to always be very vigilant in reminding each other. The other piece that I think that was so wonderful in the response, and I want to talk about this at CodeFest, because there was such incredible leadership on the NHS side, and such incredible female leadership. I have worked with a lot of organizations in the past, and the NHS has the most incredible, powerful women leading the show. The new CEO of the NHS, Amanda Pritchard, is incredible. The chief commercial officer. There's lots of folks at the NHS, lots of women right at the top who just care so much about their organization and the people that they serve. That was the other kind of the stress reliever, is that just being surrounded by a community of people who cared and were so wonderful.
And of course, necessity is the mother of invention. Quite literally, in this sense, might be the mother of invention. With so many fantastic female leaders. Joanna, thank you so much for joining us today. Absolutely fascinating talk, and I think from some of the questions coming through, our community really, really enjoyed it. So
thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you, and I hope to see you very soon. Amazing. Right, well, coming up next, we have a panel discussion. This is actually proving to be quite a hot topic we've got coming up, which is ethics in tech. And to join us on this panel, we have Palantir once again. We also have Cleo, the Ethos Network. So I would like to introduce Paula Kift, who is the Data Protection, Privacy Engineering and Public Policy at Palantir. Paula, very warm welcome to you.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Next up, we have Marika Lomas from Cleo, who is a product analyst. Marika, very warm welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
And finally, we have Alexandra Abbas, who is the CEO of the Ethos Network. Alexandra, lovely for you to be here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Amazing. So maybe we could just, if each of you could introduce yourself. Paula, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks again for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here with so many amazing women in tech. So as mentioned, I work for Palantir Technologies as well, but for the so-called Privacy and Civil Liberties team, which is an interdisciplinary team of lawyers, ethicists, data scientists, software engineers, and people with a policy background. And really the idea here is to approach all things related to privacy, civil liberties, the ethics and tech from an interdisciplinary perspective. I'm calling in from Berlin in Germany. I primarily work on EU data protection concerns, but also try to track regulatory developments, such as, for instance, the upcoming EU AI regulation, how that might impact our work or the work of our customers. So as you probably saw in the previous presentation, lots of really sort of important technical and social challenges to tackle at the same time. So the work in our team does not get boring, but I look forward to talking about that.
I'm sure it's not boring. And Marika, what about yourself?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Marika. I'm a product analytics lead at Cleo, focusing on the monetization side. And Cleo is a great fintech app with the goal of improving the financial health of the world. So we deal a lot with the ethical questions of lending and usage of money. So I've spent a lot of time recently working a lot on the payments fraud aspect, and prior to Cleo, I spent a lot of time at Facebook and community integrity. So dealing a lot with deploying models that are meant to do the right thing and dealing with the questions of, okay, what do you do when it doesn't do the right thing, and all the mitigations around there.
I'm so sorry, there's a little bit of an echo, so I was just going to ask, when other people are speaking, would you mind just slipping yourself on mute? Would that be okay, just so that we don't get the echoes? Amazing. You're next.
Hi, sorry I missed it. Yeah, thank you. I'm Alex. I'm founder and CEO of the Ethos Network. It's a digital seed stage startup building a platform for Gen Z to connect with causes that they care about. I founded it when I was 19, really looking back on the impact that social media had on me since almost 8. And it's been a really amazing journey so far. We've just been able to come across so many different people kind of in the world of technology with similar aims. And our platform really just looks to put it right in front of young people and make it even easier for them to kind of bring about the change they want to see.
Amazing. Thank you, Alexandra. So I want to kick off by talking about what you consider to be the most socially impactful technology innovations over the past 30 years. Paula, can we kick off with yourself?
Absolutely. So it's an interesting question, and I think there are obviously some technical developments that more immediately come to mind, like personal computing, also cell phones and social networks, but more generally. But actually, I would like to throw a thought into the room of something perhaps a bit more niche, which I think is just about roughly still in that timeline. Namely actually the hyperlink. This might be a little bit of a bizarre suggestion, but both the technology itself and the philosophy behind it, I think, actually have an enormous impact on the way we learn about information in the world today, and the way we conceive about the possibilities of connecting information as well. Because if you think about it, a hyperlink really allows you to bring together related pieces of information that previously were not connected, and has associated enormous benefits of knowledge, but also can create risks in the sense that all of a sudden you have this wealth of knowledge available to you, which could be really beneficial, but also could raise privacy and ethical concerns. And I think this also translates, for instance, in the advertising space, where we obviously see lots of challenges these days. So I just want to throw that as a thought out there. Amazing.
And Maruo, what about yourself? What do you think has been the greatest sort of innovation where we've seen social impact over the 30 years?
I might take a bit of a cop-out answer. This is something that obviously impacted my career a lot as someone in data science, but it's the power of computing, right? And now moving into artificial intelligence. Like the concept that a supercomputer, right, that fit into a single room previously is probably sitting on your desk right now and is even like multiple times more powerful is insane. And the things that it has enabled through neural networks and deep learning and just through the deployments of even the most basic machine learning algorithms was unthinkable even 10, 20 years ago. And it has impacted every single industry out there. I mean, even the most recent vaccines that came out, those were only possible through mRNA sequencing that relies on artificial intelligence. So I'd go with that.
Indeed, and I was actually watching a documentary recently about the evolution of the computer and the fact that you have major tech giants that when they were actually learning to code, this was probably back in the 70s, there was one computer in the entire community, and they would go to that one computer and it would literally be punched out onto little strips. And people's schools didn't have computers at all. So you'd have very famous individuals sort of tagging on or sneaking into like university libraries to use that one computer that might be sometimes in a 100-mile radius. And that's just mind-blowing to even think that we'd be in that situation today, just sitting in front of my Mac, just being able to do this from home. So I agree, it's a massive evolution. Alexandra, what about yourself?
Yeah, mine kind of follows along those lines. I would have said social media, again, a bit of an obvious one, but from my own experience and perspective, it would be just like the impact it has on specifically the generation that have just grown up with it. This idea that you're just always connected, and what we look at a lot is how you just have identities online. And one of the things which kind of links with the artificial intelligence algorithm is the development of it and how it actually affects a young person nowadays as well. So how these platforms can actually shape your early development, and then whether or not they're meant to is a whole other question. So, yeah.
In terms of talking about these product innovations, I mean, how much was social impact actually thought about? What came first? Was it the product, or was it the considerations about the social impact? Paula, I'm going to put that to you.
Yeah, so actually at some point in my academic career, studied history of science as well. And one topic that's really important there is the idea that technology, law, and society continue evolving together. And I think with the introduction of many technologies, including the telephone, right, at the beginning, there was little idea around what sort of long-term social consequences these might have for issues such as information privacy. But at some point, like, the law catches up as these technologies become more widespread in society. That said, I do believe we've reached a point where there's a widespread realization that we need to think more carefully about the kinds of consequences that technologies can have in society upfront. And this includes the educational level. So one thing that I've been really thrilled to see over the past few years is that universities are more deliberately creating interdisciplinary programs too, right? Such that people with an engineering background also take classes at the law schools and also take classes in philosophy, such that they also have the methodological skills to ask themselves the questions they need to ask in order to anticipate some of the consequences that their software development efforts might have. But I think these efforts can also continue into the corporate world, right? So as mentioned, I'm really grateful to work for a highly interdisciplinary team, and I learn a lot from my colleagues who have a data science background or a software engineering background, also like a legal background. I think these exchanges are really helpful because the more diverse of a group you have, the more feedback you're going to receive, and the more you can also, the better I think you can also anticipate consequences that you, from your own little point of view, might not have seen as easily.
I think there's a really strong argument there, not just for an interdisciplinary background or team, but also for career switchers who might have come from a different background into tech and can see things completely differently from their own lens. Maruo, have you seen the benefits of people from different backgrounds and different careers come into tech?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that aspect of it, right? A lot of companies are now thinking about kind of creating this ethics panel, right? As they launch new products, really thinking about what is the impact of this. And those teams that you look at, they are not just tech folks. They are more incorporated from policy backgrounds, from government backgrounds, right? From societal backgrounds. It all comes in and bringing different perspectives and being able to identify, hey, I actually know from my experience how this has impacted me from technology. I think that's one perspective of it, but also from different industries and seeing not only how this product can be useful there once implemented, but also like what the dangers are and preventing that. So I totally agree. Interdisciplinary backgrounds into tech, especially from an ethics perspective, is a huge next step.
I love as well the way that if you take a lot of arts and humanities backgrounds, for example, so just use philosophy as an example, the whole premise of that is actually almost debating and coming to a point in time where, what's being debated defines that time. And that's not necessarily fixed. It's all these opinions coming together. And the very act of debating is what kind of elevates to, the subject to the next level. So I love this idea of actually being able to debate that and have a very open debate. And the skills that come from other subjects to be able to do that, I think are really, really useful. Alexandra, I want to come back to you. So obviously you have created a social network, right? With the onset of social media and the rapid change that we've seen, say, over the last 10 to 15 years in social media, do you think it's possible to balance out this level of change, this pace of change, with ethical considerations as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really our team's drive to kind of keep on going. We think there's just so much movement in the ethical tech world nowadays. We speak with so many startups at different stages working against disinformation, content moderation, cybersecurity, on all sorts of scales for different targets. And I really think it's the way the networks over time would also have to move, given the current kind of rate and state of things wouldn't really be sustainable for many years. So at least our perspective is that, yes, there's a huge push towards making technology more ethical all the way into the consumer level, protecting data and so on. And we definitely think it's possible to marry kind of the positives and the power of the networks with also the protection and security they need. And touching on the interdisciplinarity, we really think that's a really good way to go forward as well. Because it's kind of unfathomable to think of what you're building on such a large scale, and where things like humanities and slightly softer things are really useful is to be able to extrapolate these things in, let's say, not necessarily such a kind of analytical way as other disciplines.
Alexandra, do you think we're facing at the moment somewhat of a uncharted territory? And just to talk through that, I mean, I think some people that are creating these products perhaps didn't grow up in a complete social media age. I compare that to, say, somebody like my niece who, is quite young and will be on social media. That means that her data is going to be harvested, and she doesn't even know the consequences of that or what that means yet until she's older. Do you think that the industry has readied people enough for the changes that have happened?
Possibly not. No, I think maybe for the next generation of young people, like Gen Alpha, or maybe even the one after, there'll be a much more awareness about what your data actually means, how valuable it is, and I think it would get placed more and more in hands of the users. So the kind of consensus now, which is it works for me, so I'm not going to think too much about what's happening around that. I think that we'll start to see more and more education around the impacts that has, and so on, because I guess so far they just haven't been around for very long, maybe 20 odd years, and the kind of really wider impacts of the data are only just starting to really get put in the limelight.
Rika, just going back to you on this, do you think that the user is going to self-select? Do you think the power of the user is increasing when it comes to use of data? Do you think that we're all educated enough now to make these informed decisions and we can sensibly opt out, for example?
My perspective on that is a bit different. I think there was a recent study that showed that 53% of UK adults don't trust in AI or any algorithm-based decisions, right? There's just like a lack of trust in technology recently. It's been popping up moreover. And I think a lot of it is also in education. And I think large companies like social media companies, everything has a big part to play in that, because it hasn't been explained to users what that data actually means and what's going to happen based off of it. So often, like when I've talked to my family about what I do, and I actually explain like what a specific algorithm does for them, like why do they see certain things on their Facebook news feed? Why were they approved for a loan or anything like that? Once you explain it to them, they're like, oh, that makes sense. That doesn't seem as scary. But when you think about it as a black box that just collects your information and a bunch of decisions come out of it that influences your life, that can be scary. And so I do think that kind of like the technical education of it is important, not just for tech people, but I think to your previous question, right, of like interdisciplinary panels, everybody should understand what the technology does at a basic level. And I think that comes down to education.
Paula, can I come back to you? And I know you're based in Germany, which I actually kind of, from my understanding of the law, I consider that the sort of the absolute place for sort of data privacy and, you know, obviously really hot things like GDPR. Every country has a different privacy regime, right? Whether it be the US, whether it be Europe, whether it be China. I'm just curious as to whether you think, how do you manage those risks? If you're a global company or you're a global consumer, different privacy regulations, how do you get past that? What's your view on this? Do you think your data is much safer in Europe, for example, than it is in another region?
Yeah, those are great questions, and I mean to the German point. Yes, we are proud of our data protection laws, and the first data protection law was also passed in the German state, but also for good reason, right? Because obviously Germany as a country has experienced a succession of dictatorships where, prior even to the kinds of technological innovations we have at our disposal today, governments were able to spy and exploit people at horrendous levels, right? So I think this is also an important lesson to keep in mind going forward. And I think one of the key protections that German constitutional law also affords to people in Germany is this emphasis on human dignity, right? Which I think is also something that we need to always keep in mind in technological development as well. As for legal developments, the EU General Data Protection Regulation obviously had a massive impact on the EU, but also on third-party jurisdictions, because the reach of the law is quite broad, right? It doesn't only affect companies operating in Europe, but any company processing personal data of people who are in Europe. And the European Union deliberately structured it this way because they wanted to make sure that people in Europe, that their data would be protected no matter where the companies are based who are processing the data. This also had the interesting effect that it kind of encouraged other jurisdictions to follow suit. So in the US, for instance, several states such as California have also passed laws that are at least similar to the GDPR. It is challenging as a globally operating company to keep track of all the different legislative developments, because there are slight nuances to each, and the more diversity you have in legal systems, the more complicated it can be to implement these at a technical level. That said, something that we have been witnessing as well, which is really exciting, I think, is something that has sometimes been described as a kind of Brussels effect, where it's generally easier as a company to follow just one standard. And in this case, it might just be the higher standard, right? Because there's also not only just the legal aspect, but also the reputational or like ethical component to that you don't want to, like if you're a consumer-facing organization, you probably don't want to send the message where some users have more rights than others. So I think regulation here has a really important role to play to also bring up the general standard. And I think the GDPR has generally been successful at that. That said, it is a law that was, I think, one of the first of its kind to try and tackle some of the challenges associated with the kinds of technologies we have at our disposal today. It reformed a law that was in place since 1996, so like a very different technological era. But I'd say it's only the beginning of the story. The GDPR is very strong when it comes to strengthening people's individual rights. So for instance, to request information about the kind of information a company posts about you, or also to request deletion. But the flip side to that is that it does place a lot of onus on individuals themselves. It requires them to obviously know their rights, to have the time and the resources to exercise them as well. So I think one big concern around that is that it sort of self-selects people who are already quite knowledgeable in the space and might not be the same ones who are most at risk of discrimination, right? So I think what will be really interesting to see is what will follow-up laws to the GDPR look like, right? One interesting concept that I've seen sort of coming up in discussions in the US, for instance, is whether there should be something akin to a duty of care of large companies. So for instance, like when you go to the doctor, or if you hire a lawyer, they have a duty to work in your interests, right? So it'll be interesting to see if this can be translated into law as well, in the sense that companies who process sensitive data about you have a proactive obligation to be able to demonstrate that they are using that data in ways that are compatible with individual interests as well. So you both have the individual rights component, but also an obligation on companies that have vastly more power than you do to process your data in a responsible way.
I'm already imagining the number of negligence cases that could pop up in US litigation culture. Marika, if we could just take that idea for a second and going off what Paula just said, which is our approach to data on a regional basis is actually potentially shaped by the culture and history of that region, which again is kind of bringing in an interdisciplinary approach. How much do you think that's going to be an important part of the future of data and ethics?
I think there's this one aspect of it, which I think Paula brought up really well, right, is that the most strict one might prevail in a world where technology it's not confined into a country, right? It's cross-border. Most every single app that we really use, it's available in multiple countries. So if one has stricter laws, it's going to have to influence the decision of the company, say, do I want to continue in this region to go by the set of laws built by like the history and the culture of it, or do I decide to pull out? And I think, I know when GDPR first came, right, so many of us were like, well, we're just not going to be in Europe. And they kept threatening that. But look at what's happened. They're still here. And they have conformed to it. So there is a case of like, maybe we are coming to eventually some sort of a global standard of what it has to be, right? So it's going to be the strictest one that's acceptable to everybody rules. But that's going to have to be modified by each of the different countries and what they are. And so what a company ends up with is a conglomeration of everything, which can be a good thing. But I think the concerns around innovation and everything's coming around there is also quite pressing. Like even when you think about, I think the European Union's considering like an artificial intelligence law right now that would put algorithms into specific risk groups. And let's say that you're in the highest risk group, you might have to pay 30,000 euros per algorithm to maintain and comply with that rule. And how is that going to impede like newcomers into the area? So it'll be interesting, right? Because globally, yeah, maybe we'll get to this place where we have this standard and it will be hunky-dory, or will it be that the strictest thing then supersedes everything else and that can then reduce innovation?
Is more regulation going to stifle innovation? Alexandra, if I could come back to you here, what's next for social media? So you must have set this up for a reason, right? The Ethos Network is all about social impact. It's a different type of social media network. Talk me through why you did this and what you think is next for your industry.
Yeah, definitely. We set it up really, I felt there was, on just a smaller level, I felt there was a very significant group of people who would be connecting more with causes they cared about if they had the right app to do it. On the most basic level, I thought there was technologies out there who could help young people, particularly a sector that might have a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a lot of time, not necessarily money, either educate themselves or find ways in which they could help. And then looking further at the platforms, there is obviously a lot of social engagement content on many of the leading platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. They're also some of the main ways in which young people get news. But really what we're working towards is a platform that's sustainable, not on the scale of the current ones. So we think social media over time, at least my perspective would be that it might break into more customer-specific platforms on smaller user bases. So they can still be quite large, up to say 50 million monthly active users, but just not on the massively big level of kind of the current giants. We think it's quite a good way to then integrate very user-specific things like a content recommendation algorithm that can really work for the user and also the content we're promoting. So for example, on a platform specifically for content about causes, the way in which you should be seeing it can't it didn't kind of reconcile with me that the same algorithm would decide whether I saw a picture of my friends or a picture about the news or a picture of a recipe. It feels like really these things could be split up and optimized with that consideration.
Paula, we had this fantastic, obviously, talk from Joanna before you came on to talk about the role of Palantir and the NHS and how they responded to the crisis. I have to ask you, the amount of work you put in, the amount of data that you collected in a short space of time, under unprecedented circumstances, I think that's safe to say. How did you balance data ethics with your response to the crisis?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a great and really important question. I think something that was top of mind for all of us right at the beginning of when the sort of extent of the health crisis became clear. And for instance, if you go to our blog as well, you will see that our global head of privacy and civil liberties engineering, I think back in March or April 2020 already, basically wrote a blog post saying, look, we are facing an unprecedented crisis. We are going to have to leverage the information we have at our disposal to be able to manage it effectively. But at the same time, we cannot allow this to unsettle some of the basic sort of data protection and ethics principles that underlie our work from the beginning, right? Like something to keep in mind for governments as well, and private companies, because I think in times of crisis in particular, it's very tempting to sort of just throw everything over the board. But here in particular, it's important to see how these things can be reconciled. I think our company history is unique in that we started working in the government realm in very sensitive data environments from the beginning. So, you know, back in the early 2000s, I think many technology companies were still in their infancy, and a lot of them did not yet fully grapple with the extent of the consequences of what their building might have, right? So if you were like a social network in the early 2000s, you didn't know that maybe 20 years later, what your work or like the way you sort of like bring people in connection with each other could influence elections, right? Or facilitate genocides in certain countries, right? So like these are things that obviously at that time were not predicted at all, particularly when your business model was simply based on selling advertisement. But in the Palantir case, we started working with governments. We started working in the national security realm, trying to develop solutions that would enable law enforcement organizations and national security organizations to effectively find information and data without, however, compromising privacy and civil liberties. And if you start working in those realms, then you immediately have to think about data protection. How do you put in place granular access controls? How do you ensure that all this sensitive data is only used in accordance with the purposes for which these organizations have collected it? So basically, we were forced, I think, much earlier in our company history by virtue of the work we had to do to think about the technical controls we can implement in our system by design, to make sure that our customers can process their data on those platforms responsibly. And I think these early experiences have set us up well down the road to help our customers to then also process their data in accordance with the GDPR, say, and to also help organizations now, you know, managing insane supply chain and vaccination efforts around the crisis with COVID-19 to make sure that jabs get into arms and that companies receive the supplies they need in ways that section data towards the parties that need to have access to that data and also have a legitimate purpose to that data, to access that data, without, however, you know, creating the risk that data is used in illegitimate ways. And there's a variety of technical controls you can implement ex ante, but also ex post in the sense of greater accountability, putting in place an audit logging infrastructure that can easily be accessed by non-technical members too. There's a whole host of technical solutions you can combine, but there's an important organizational component to that as well. Procedural issues, that you have teams in place that are able to review requests for access, that you have teams that are reviewing audit logs as well. So I think it's an interesting interplay between technical controls that need to be implemented by default, but also an organizational infrastructure that makes use of the technology, because technology in and of itself is not going to get you where you need to be.
It sounds to me as though no matter how bad the crisis is, we've got to work backwards from first principles and work backwards from that point. No matter what happens, we've got to hold that principle firm and then take steps from there.
And I think this is also, this first principles approach is also something that is good to keep in mind when sort of like scanning like the regulatory landscape as well, right? There might be different laws in each jurisdiction. Many are based on the same fundamental principles, though, that many of which were embodied in the fair information privacy principles that were developed in the US back in the 1980s, I want to say. So, you know, like purpose limitation, data minimization, don't collect more data than necessary to begin with, make sure that you can retroactively see how data was used. These are basic processing principles that I think should be reflected across technological design and the thinking when you build new technologies.
America, your company, Cleo, uses a lot of AI. Maybe you could just explain, because there are many positives. There's so many positives, and I want to paint this picture a little bit more of actually what it brings to the end user. What would life be like without AI? I mean, what are the advantages of this?
I mean, I don't think you can think of a single area in your life like that hasn't been touched by AI, right? I mean, even let's say like a simple thing of you want to get a new insurance provider. It's only thanks to AI that you're able to go onto like comparethemarket.com or whatever website you want to go, and you put in your details and it tells you exactly how many different companies, like what you want to pay, right? There's no longer that you have to go and call around and shop around and get the decisions made. Similarly at Cleo, what we do is that we have AI, we have tons of different areas of AI applications, right? One of them being like natural language processing. If you want to talk to Cleo because you have a financial problem, you want to learn something about your own financial health, you just write a question and it understands what you're asking for and gives you the answer. And so it takes away the need for you to have to, you know, set up your own Excel sheets for budgeting, or like back in my day, I think I found my old like college budget, which was an actual physical notebook. And that's kind of like the day-to-day practicalities, right? But it's pervasive to, you go to the hospital and you are admitted, let's say for a surgery, you have tons of learnings on your test data to warn whether or not you might get sepsis or not. I mean, it's also like, yeah, we mentioned like vaccine development, right? That's all gene sequencing. It's AI, it's everywhere. And we are so dependent on it that I don't think we could imagine a world without it.
Alexandra, could you imagine a world without AI? It sounds pretty unimaginable to me.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I definitely see very much the positive sides of it, and I firmly believe it's just going to keep developing in that way. I think one of the things I really believe in is also being able to communicate to the kind of end user the thinking and how the algorithm works, to also just then have like a wider understanding of how it works. Because I remember going from AI just being this kind of concept, bit suspicious, you know, you don't know much about it. And then when I started to study it a bit, read around it, even on surface level, you just start to see kind of the wonders of it, what it can do across the board. I particularly thought in like healthcare, for example, it's quite amazing. And then it really just brings you back to what positive impact it can have, as opposed to kind of becoming this mysterious thing and you feel like you're being puppeteered or anything like that.
Amazing. We're going to go to some questions because they have been coming in. Can we get the first question up, please, team? This is from Laurel. When performing analytics at a higher level, how do you manage concerns about the quality of data that your decisions are based on, especially when working on projects that are very high impact? Marika, I feel like you're nodding along here. I feel like you should take this question. I sometimes see the natural reaction from the panel. Marika, what do you say back to Laurel?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really critical aspect that you have to get right when you're making database decisions, when you're training any sort of algorithm, right? It's kind of trash in, trash out. If the data that you're training on to teaching the computer what to make decisions on is bad, the decisions that the model is going to make is bad. And one of the things I always tell data scientists and analysts and machine learning engineers is put the human element back in. Do a human double check. So let's say that you come up with some sort of decisions, right? Let's say you pass some posts and you reject others based on the model. Go in and look at samples. See what you're actually doing. It's very easy, especially like as a data scientist, to come in and just think of things as precision versus recall curves, right? Like this improved my precision by X%, therefore this model is great, let me go and push it out. And that's when we usually make the most biased decisions we can make, because we don't actually look at what we're banning. And I think like a good example of it is I worked on a social media platform and worked on a marketplace aspect of it. And we were having issues with scammers coming in from Nigeria, posting cars that don't exist, and scamming people out of thousands of dollars. So we asked machine learning engineers to train a model to detect this and stop it. And before we went live with this model that seemed to be so promising, I was like, well, let's just look at what it's actually blocking. And it did a great job at blocking these scammy posts, but it also turned off the entire secondhand car market in Nigeria. And you don't really think about it because you're measuring precision at a global scale, but you're not measuring precision at like the minority groups that might actually truly be affected at its scale. So it's not only making sure that you're training on the right data, but understanding what the end results are and does it make sense? And that gives you an indication of, was the data right in the first place or not? Or do you need more features, or how do you iterate?
Great answer. Okay, next question. This is from Gina. Thank you so much. That was so interesting. Are there any resources you recommend for people who are interested in learning more about the ethics of tech? Alexandra, I'm going to put this to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's kind of different level ones. Depending on the mood, there's obviously documentaries, podcasts. A very famous one, again, in the social media sector would be something like The Social Dilemma. So I remember watching it and then going into further where these people work, what their backgrounds were, and also people in ethics in tech can come from such different degree backgrounds, which we've kind of touched on, but I think that's really interesting as well. So one of the ways in which I think it's quite entertaining to educate yourself is kind of see who's speaking about it and then see where they're coming from, whether it's psychology, philosophy, computer science, a mix of the two, and read around those subjects.
Fantastic. And let's see, one more question. We've got time for one more question. This is from Kerry. What role do you think private companies versus international organizations and governments have to play in implementing ethical standards and tackling bias in tech? And thank you. I'm definitely going to put that to Paula. Paula, that seems like the type of meaty question you might take on.
Indeed, yeah. It's a big question for sure. And I think both sides have a big role to play, right? I do think governments, democratically accountable governments should be the ones setting the standards, because ultimately it's not for technology companies, should not be for technology companies or software engineers to decide what the ethical standards of the technologies they're building should be. That said, I see a lot of value in having active exchanges between the two, because the implementation challenges inevitably happen on the ground, right? So if the GDPR gives you a requirement where only process personal data in accordance with the purposes for which you've collected them, right? That sounds like a really good principle, but when you're actually confronted with defining what the precise purpose might be, particularly if you go into a realm where maybe you will be collecting data for a certain purpose and then designing or processing around that, but then maybe years down the road, it turns out it might be valuable also from the person who submitted that data to you to begin with to maybe build a machine learning algorithm based out of that, right? Maybe you want to anonymize that data towards that end, right? There are like a ton of like legal and ethical questions associated with that, where I think it's really valuable for companies and other organizations processing that data to basically bounce that question back to the regulator and say, like, look, these are the challenges we face in implementation. And for instance, what we see currently, like initiatives coming from the regulatory side as well, for instance, the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK, where they're asking for feedback on their guidance around anonymization. I think these initiatives are really valuable because it allows organizations to provide on-the-ground feedback to the regulator, which leaves the regulator ultimately to evaluate, how that might play into their own guidance, and to also like play it back to local parliaments to see what kind of issues we might be facing going forward. So I think it's really valuable to provide the on-the-ground feedback, but obviously the direction should be given from the people themselves.
There you go. I feel like we've almost solved world peace today in this discussion. We were close. Thank you so much. That's all we had time for. But Paula, Alexandra, and Marika, thank you so much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. And the discussion was great.
Thank
you. Amazing. So we're going to take a break now. We'll be back at 3:30 when we're talking about everything climate change. And yeah, we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to CodeFest 2021, day one. That music just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? I know the whole team here are dancing in the background every time it comes on. So this afternoon, we're going to be talking about data and climate change, a topic that is very close to my heart. And I would really like to introduce Maruo Cozzi, the CEO of Emitwise. Hello, Maruo. How are you doing?
Hello, Anna. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. And where are you joining us from
well.
today?
Thank you so much for having me.
Where are you joining us from?
I'm actually in New York. Sorry, I think we've got a bit of a lag, Anna, but I'm actually in New York City over here visiting some family and some investors as well. So halfway across the world.
Wow, we've had a really international crowd today. We've had, I think we've had Spain. We've now had the USA. Had a couple of other countries, Germany. So very, very warm welcome. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you and you're going to have the stage ready for your tech talk.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anna. Well, let me go ahead and pull up some slides that I'm going to be using to chat today. And if anybody can give me just a thumbs up so that I can confirm that those are coming up for you right now.
I can see them. They're looking good.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Anna, and everybody at Code First and all of you in the audience for having me today. It's, frankly, very thrilled to have this opportunity. Everything that Code First stands for is so close to our hearts at Emitwise. So we feel very privileged to have this opportunity. My name is Maruo Cozzi. I'm one of the co-founders of Emitwise. And what I want to talk about today, as Anna hinted at, is climate change and data and technology and everything that is around that world. I'll talk a little bit about what we do at Emitwise, but I'll also focus on, not just in the context of Emitwise, what you all can do to fight climate change in your day-to-day lives. So specifically in terms of an agenda, I'm going to start with a quick shout out to our team. I'll keep it very brief. I don't want to make it all about us, but I think it's important. We'll talk about climate change in the way of a status update. Where is the world today based on the science and the latest reports? We'll talk about what are the tools that we have as a humankind to fight climate change and to take meaningful action. I'll cover what we do specifically at Emitwise and why we've chosen that particular focus. And then I'll use that as a platform to abstract a little bit of what else can others do. And in fact, stay tuned, because halfway through the presentation, I'll throw out there a free startup idea that I think is very important. And if there's any entrepreneurs out there in the audience, I think you should heavily consider taking that up. And last but not least, I will take the opportunity to do a quick plug about Emitwise. We are always recruiting incredible engineers, incredible talent across every type of function, frankly. And diversity is extremely important for us. And so if maybe yourself or somebody in your community, in your friend group, you think would be interested in working with us, I would love to tell you why we might be a good company for you or for them to join. And last but not least, I'll leave at least 15 minutes at the end for hopefully some Q&A, some discussion, just to have a good old chat, really. So without further ado, let me jump in straight away with that quick shout out. I wanted to make a big shout out to all of the incredible women at Emitwise that make the company who we are. All the way from Caroline, our head of carbon accounting, who will actually be in person tomorrow, judging a hackathon, I believe. So make sure to go and chat with Caroline. She can tell you not just all about Emitwise, but Caroline is our climate guru. She is a deep expert in everything that is climate change and has been in the space for a really long time now. And so she's really a figure of authority when it comes to understanding what's going on with our world. But just really a big shout out to everybody in the team. Here on the slide, I'll call them all out. Lizzie, who's in our carbon accounting team, Lindsay, who's one of our engineers, Caroline, our head of carbon accounting, Usha, who leads on our BD, Giselle, one of our product designers, Kim, who's in marketing, Isabella, also in carbon accounting, Annie, who runs customer success, Valentina, who supports us with all of our operations, Hillary, who very recently joined our sales team, and Lorna, who runs marketing at Emitwise. As you can see, across every function, they are leading the sort of everything that we do at Emitwise. So we're super proud of them. We're super grateful, and I wanted to do that super quick shout out. And as I've already mentioned, we sort of have, we're always working on diversity and representation. It's something that we want to continue improving on, and we're proud that we have it across the entire company. But we'll leave the shout out to the side and let's get on with talking a little bit about climate change. And I think it's always important to be straight, to be honest, and to be serious when it comes to the reality of the situation where we are today, and to be focused on the facts, because that's how we can make sure to take action, take meaningful action, and get the world to the place where it needs to be, so that we can all across the entire globe live prosperous and frankly happy lives, as comfortable lives as possible. I always say climate change is a human problem. The world will be okay. We need to focus on making sure that people will be okay as well. The bad news is that so far, according to the Science Based Targets Initiative, which recently put out a report, you might have also read some of the summaries of the IPCC report, climate action continues to be more urgent than ever, because the reality is that the models are still showing that we are tracking for 3 degrees of warming by the end of the century, rather than the 1.5 degrees that are ideal, so that, for example, we don't lose the Great Barrier Coral Reefs. At 2 degrees, we already start seeing pretty catastrophic natural disasters and devastation of our natural world, massive climate refugee crisis. 2 degrees is a pretty dire world, and we don't want to get there. We want to stay at 1.5. And that being said, today, the world and the targets that the world is tracking are leading us to 3 degrees. And what we definitely don't want, and this is where the good news start coming in, is to hit a 4 degree of warming, because that's where we really start seeing, for the engineers and mathematicians and physicists out there in the crowd, we start seeing nonlinear effects, right? With every degree of warming or marginal temperature increase, increasingly severe, exponentially severe effects. And the good news is that we are steering clear of this. Now we need to double down and get the world to a good place, rather than not the worst case scenario. But frankly, for me, the last couple of years have been extremely encouraging. As somebody who has been in the climate action world, since I was a kid, and spent most of my life having conversations that went something more along the lines of talking to people who perhaps didn't care or didn't know. What I've seen over the last 2 years is the world genuinely waking up in all sorts of different ways. Consumers, regulators, really starting to genuinely take interest and understanding the severity of the problem that we have, but also our ability to tackle this problem, and how feasible it is that we can indeed have meaningful climate action that leads to a world that is prosperous, where everybody can live comfortable lives wherever they are. The thing that I'm most excited about personally, and this is where I'm going to start tying it back to data and the need for technology around climate action, is the notion that the world is pricing carbon, is really considering the economic impacts of climate change. And that is very critical, because at the end of the day, that is how our economies work. That is how solutions get implemented, is when there is a dollar sign recognition, a pound sign recognition of what is the impact of climate change. And some really interesting stats and facts is that today, about half of the global market cap, so half of the money that moves around the world, is associated with a business or service that is measuring its carbon footprint. That is extremely meaningful. At least half of the world is starting to understand what their impact is today, and therefore starting to, take some form of action towards mitigating that. Investors, capital allocators, the folks that at the end of the day fund the future, are committing to net zero targets in massive waves. $8 trillion of capital are already committed to net zero. And what that means is that for every business that $1 of those $8 trillion go to, that business needs to be a net zero business within a certain time frame. That's extremely, extremely meaningful. And simultaneously, the number of companies that are committing to targets, to climate action targets, that are well-funded, that are science-based, that say, I'm going to ensure that my business is supporting the world's transition to a 1.5 degree warming trajectory, that number is doubling year over year. And again, we know when it comes to climate action, we want doubling year over year. So all of those things are extremely encouraging. And the key takeaway I want to leave behind from this conversation is we can all support that transition. We now have that momentum. Let's keep pushing forward together as a community. And so what can we do? What are the tools that we have, everybody here today in this call and all of the folks around us, to take meaningful climate action? Well, I like to break it down in this sort of 3 key buckets. The first one is that every business in the world is going to need to transition to being some form of a green business. From every bank to every manufacturing company to every law firm, the whole economy is going to greenify, if you would. And so we all have the opportunity to transform business as usual. That is inherent to what we do at Emitwise. We're a climate technology business. I'll cover more of that later. But you don't have to work in a climate technology business in order to transform your business to be a green organization. We work with law firms that have climate committees that are ensuring that that law firm is doing things like reducing business travel, increasing their use of recycled paper or not printing at all, because these are the small but big steps that every business needs to take. So what I would say first is, regardless of where you work, where you want to work, if you're starting your own business or if you want to join a startup or a massive corporation, business as usual has to change for every single kind of organization. And there is so many different tips and tricks that we can share as Emitwise, that Caroline tomorrow, if you go and meet her, can share, our head of carbon accounting, but also there's massive playbooks online that you can access. So that would be my tip number 1 to everybody in the call, is that transform the business that you are engaged with. Every business needs to be green. The second one is that every context needs to be green. Friends, community, family, and work, as I just spoke about. All of these, at the end of the day, the way that our whole lives operate is going to greenify. From small things like we're going to start taking the train more instead of flying, to perhaps, starting to ensure that if we have community meetups like CodeFest, that when we meet together, we're ensuring that, sustainability is top of mind. And, for me, I've always been known as the person that from an early day, I was going around the party, telling everybody to recycle. So perhaps I'm on the more extreme side of this, but it's encouraging to see that actually I've seen it take place more and more within different contexts. It's, climate is going to become a variable in everything that we do in our day-to-day lives. And that's the last thing that I really want to encourage. I think sometimes there's a slight reluctance or concern about always thinking about being green. Some people say, I don't want to have guilt if I want to travel on a holiday and I have to fly over. I, recently flew over from London to New York because I haven't seen my family in a couple of years, and it was very important for me personally. I think there can be a balance. I think we can always be thinking climate and being conscious. I was very conscious about the fact that I was flying. I offset my emissions, but I'm also going to ensure to keep my flying down for the rest of the year as much as possible. And I can do that without having this overwhelming, sort of sense of guilt. So from a more personal level, these are the tools that I wanted to put forward. Now I'll specifically speak about, data and how Emitwise works around that. But before I did that, actually, I forgot I wanted to share one free idea in case there's any entrepreneurs out there. Something that's going to become very, very important in the world over the next few years is the idea of climate adaptation. And I know a lot of investors that want to put money into this, because the reality is that in some ways climate change is here to stay. And it's very important that as a world we adapt to it. So if there's any entrepreneurs in the crowd who are thinking of starting a business, I would implore you that that business is focused on fighting and helping the world adapt to climate change. There's so many solutions that need to be built, helping communities and cities have resilience to natural disasters, helping climate refugees, enter their new lives, helping supply chains become resilient to climate-based disruptions, and even helping the next generation of workers get educated, everything from firefighters to carbon capture and storage engineers, which will be increasingly in demand. So there's so much business for good to be done in climate adaptation. Take this idea, run with it. And if you go for it, email me on maruo@emitwise.com. I would love to support. I wanted to plug this before talking about Emitwise, because something that all of these ideas have in common is that they need a lot of data underneath them to work. So let's talk a little bit about our focus, the problem that we're solving at Emitwise, and why data is at the core of climate in a big, big way. So the problem that we focus on at Emitwise is that in order for every business to decarbonize, to become net zero, they need to understand what their carbon footprint is in the first place. But that measurement exercise, imagine an organization like Code First. Your carbon footprint is in the events that you run, and even in this call right now, as we're using servers and bandwidth, and all of the energy that is powering those servers. All of that is very hard data to capture, and calculating the emissions accordingly is a pretty complex process. And up until today, that has traditionally been done manually, using consultancies and analysts who are crunching numbers. But our pet peeve with that is that stifles our ability to have quick and impactful carbon reductions, and to understand where can you cut your carbon footprint and how can you quickly make a difference and measure and have that feedback loop. To cut carbon quickly, we need speed, and we need software like speed. We need machine speed. We can't be stuck with spreadsheets and manual calculations. And that's exactly the problem that we are tackling at Emitwise. The old age saying of you can't manage what you don't measure. We need to apply that to carbon. If we're going to cut carbon, we need to track it. So what we focus on Emitwise is making sure that every business can align with those needs of a net zero world, that they can measure their carbon footprint, they can report it as they need, but more importantly, that they can track it with high frequency, with high fidelity, high precision, leveraging the latest in technology and machine learning and in software engineering, so that ultimately they can have the detailed data to actually cut carbon. And a very important concept that gets unlocked by enabling this is the idea that you can really have profitable sustainability. Before the status quo of spreadsheets as a business, you might only be able to know that, your carbon footprint is X, this year, and that's about it. But with technology, with big data, with really getting down to every line item of an organization's materials that they use, every business flight that they took, you can really identify the opportunities where, as a business, I might be able to cut some carbon, perhaps because I turned off the lights more, because I used greener materials, and also make some money or save some money because I can advertise and reach a customer base that really cares about climate, or because simply I might be able to pay less on my utility bill because I am using less energy. And the ability to unlock those opportunities for profitable decarbonization is extremely key for every type of climate tech solution, and it's really only enabled with data. At Emitwise, we're very privileged to be backed by top-tier Silicon Valley investors that recognize this need, and trusted by great organizations across many different industries, from manufacturers to construction companies, that are all, indeed, they have, as they like to say in the entrepreneurship world, this hair on fire problem. Quite literally in some cases, very sadly, to take meaningful action, cut their carbon footprint, but make sure that it's supporting their business. And that's what we're all about as an organization. And I think in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slide and power through a little bit. What I really wanted the takeaway from this presentation to be is that same problem that I just explained about, spreadsheets stifling carbon reductions, is really applicable across not just carbon accounting and supporting organizations in understanding their carbon footprint and how to reduce it, but it's widespread across all sectors of climate action. The in a nutshell is, if you have to crunch numbers on a spreadsheet, you're not going to be able to move as fast as you need. Software speed is critical. We need urgent insight, urgent understanding of where can we decarbonize, and therefore urgent action, right? So this is from everything from implementing new energy technologies, all of the way down to even marketing, the benefits of sustainability for a business. And indeed, there's this notion that data-driven decisions are critical is really important. We need companies to be identifying what is the most impactful low-hanging fruit that they can address. What are the offices where, if we turn off the lights, an hour earlier every day, we're going to be able to cut our carbon footprint by 50%. That's the opportunity that we want to invest in. Those are where the dollars need to go. And that can only come from having really detailed data. And this is something, again, that is, think about things like insuring, homeowners against climate disasters. Think about making sure that manufacturing supply chains are resilient to natural disasters. All of that needs really, really granular data, and there's a lot of important innovation that needs to happen in this space. And the last piece, which actually sometimes get overlooked, but is just as critical, is the idea that engagement is extremely important. Engaging consumers, regulators, investors, and helping them really understand what is the benefit of cutting carbon. And at the end of the day, software really enables much deeper and more engaging communications, because you can have dashboards and interesting visualizations and conversions from saying, instead of you produce 10 kilograms of carbon, to saying, hey, it's the equivalent of flying 10 times between London and Berlin. These are the kind of things that digitalization really enables, and data-driven approaches at climate action really enable. So I'm starting to come towards the end of my presentation. I want to make sure to leave those 15 minutes for Q&A and any discussion. So I did want to do a quick plug at Emitwise, because I would imagine in this crowd, there's so much brain power who is so passionate about fighting climate change. And we would love to work with you. And I wanted to share a little bit about why I think we might be an interesting company for you. So you can go on our Glassdoor and you can see that our folks are talking about the fact that, this is a great place if you care about people on the planet. I didn't think that this was as interesting. I thought putting some, as they say, an image is worth 1,000 words. So at Emitwise, we love to hang out. We love to have a good time, not just at work, but outside of work as well. We love a good selfie. I always get criticized for taking lots of selfies in the office with the team. This is a picture from our innovation day. We come together once every 6 months as a whole team to just spend the entire day developing ideas. Think about it as a bit of a multidisciplinary hackathon. We actually came up with so many incredible things in this day, including an accreditation scheme that we're actually going to launch sometime in the next year. So, real solutions come up of a very fun day. We love a good selfie. This is Steve, our VP of engineering, with Annie and Lizzie. We try to find opportunities to, Annie is in customer success and Lizzie is in carbon accounting. We try to find opportunities for folks from different teams to meet on a regular basis so that we're really exchanging ideas and just getting to know each other. We love a good donor and a good glass of wine. And we're a pretty weird bunch, if I'm honest, especially our engineers really like pirates. But we also know how to get down to business when it's necessary. We're a very passionate and intentional bunch. Everybody is so dedicated to their craft, and frankly, a really, really smart group of people that it's an absolute pleasure to work with on an everyday basis. And when we need to, we suit up and we sharpen up. And we have a lot of plants. Some people would say too many plants. I wouldn't agree, in our office. So certainly a beautiful place to work as well. So that was all. I hope that, from this presentation, really the key takeaways that you leave with are that climate action is as urgent as ever, but we have the tools as a humankind to address it. And in particular, all of us here in this call can make all of the difference through our work, through our communities that we are part of, through our day-to-day lives, to really make sure that the world gets to where it needs to be. So with that in mind, I'm happy to chat about everything and anything. Also, for you to know, again, both Ben, our CTO, and Caroline, our head of carbon accounting, will be in the conference tomorrow. So plenty of opportunity to chat with people across Emitwise. And yeah, please ask me questions. Let's have a chat. I always love to chat about anything climate or Emitwise. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Maruo. That was a fantastic presentation. And it sounds like you've combined, by the way, two unique things in the fact that you've brought both pirates and wine into the equation, and you're saving the climate. Like, great. Three things that I love there all at once. We're gonna open the floor up to questions. So can we have the first question from the team, please? And this is from Janse. What are some of the small steps any company can take who may not have big budgets or resources to focus on its carbon footprint? Yeah,
that's a really great question. So I would always say it's sort of two key steps. First of all, just look at your business. You know your business better than anybody. And based on your understanding of your business, either try to have a best guess or use some of the online calculators that exist. And if you just type on Google carbon footprint, sort of free calculator, you can do some form of an assessment and use that combination of what you know about your business and some of that data that you can get to just understand where to focus. If you're a services business, a people heavy business, anything that's like a consultancy or some sort of recruitment agency, the likelihood are that, everything around your people operations is the bulk of your carbon footprint, your business travel, your employee commuting, and so just take those two top sectors and do something about that. Make sure that you have a travel policy that this encourages unnecessary travel, or that encourages traveling by train or other low carbon footprint sort of travel modes wherever possible, right? Make sure that you support a cycle to scheme work. That's one of the big things that we do at Emitwise. One of our benefits is to encourage a low carbon lifestyle. And so do that for whatever your kind of business is. A tech business will look different from a services business. Make that analysis and just don't get bogged down by doing the perfect thing. Just get started. That's the most important first step, particularly for a small business.
And I think, Maruo, I just wanted to ask you personally, because I've seen it in the likes of incubators and different accelerators, just how important this issue is to investors. That, companies that focus on climate change and can demonstrate that they are giving back and care about their carbon footprint, just how important is this to the investor community?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say, Anna, really the exciting thing is that it's up and down company size for every investor type of group. I'm seeing it go from a nice to have to a must have for every business. I think today, any management team needs an answer to how are you addressing sustainability and how important is it for you. It's also certainly true that for some businesses, some investors have mandates that say, how is your business going to cut carbon? And others don't yet. But I think in my experience, certainly the top tier investors that we are exposed to, what they have understood is that over the next 50 years, climate is going to directly affect the returns of their investments, right? And so it is critically important that you have a good way to answer that question. If you're not addressing it directly today, how will you over the next 50 years, right?
And equally, just how important this has become for consumers as well. That consumers, in many respects, are voting with their feet now. And if you don't have a product, and if you're not putting that first, then consumers simply aren't going to buy your product.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think encouraging stats around that, for example, is Unilever's, their fastest growing revenue streams are all around their sustainable products, right? And I think you can see this with all sorts of consumer brands, especially in the fashion world, for example, but certainly across, food and beverage and the things that we consume on a day-to-day basis. Everyone's putting labels of what's the carbon footprint of their product. And the reason these companies are taking those steps is because they know that consumers are buying, and they're putting their money where their mouth is, right, when it comes to this. So I agree, and I think it's really, really exciting to see that change.
Saw a great advert recently. I think it was a Levi's advert that, they're now, it's like jeans for life. As opposed to kind of like fast fashion where we're constantly thinking about the next pair of jeans. Actually get your jeans for life, and that's becoming their brand. They're leading with that as their brand item, and that is going to be the brand that you think about when you think about a pair of jeans for life. So in some ways, from a branding and marketing perspective, it's also very powerful as well. It's a bit of a brain harpoon, isn't it? It's going to be your thing for life.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I always say, Anna, is what we need is for every business to be making money and putting sustainability front and center, right? And the good news is that the consumers are responding to that. And that's where it's up to all of us, right? It's up to all of us to make sure to continue sending that signal to these big corporates that we really care about this. And that it is important that they continue to double down on jeans for life, for example.
Amazing. And we're going to go back to more questions now that are coming through social. This is from Laurel. Do you see value in bringing in team members from a different range of educational and professional backgrounds?
Yeah, absolutely. And at Emitwise, when we think about diversity, we really think about diversity across the full spectrum, right? Of course, gender and ethnicity and age, but also we think about diversity of, frankly, thought, personality, and skill set. We think a lot about this concept of distance traveled. You know, how much has a person grown, and what have they faced in their sort of, you know, personal life and in their journey. This is one of those cases where it's very much like sustainability, like environmental sustainability, where I personally think it's really important to do it from the point of view of my values and you know, what I think is ethically, frankly, important as a humankind, but also purely from a business point of view, it makes sense, right? Diversity of thought and of background means creativity, it means innovation, and for an early stage business like us, that is the make or break thing, right? So it's one of those areas where, frankly, there's just a very strong reason why to invest in this time, mind share, to really care about it and put it front and center.
Can we have the next question, please? Right, this is from Rachel. As a company, do you focus on any particular industries that are particularly carbon intensive, for example, construction?
Yeah, I really love that question, Rachel. Thank you so much. We do. We focus on the most carbon intensive sectors, in particular industrials, which is the third most carbon intensive sector, only after energy and transport. The reason for that is that the industrial sector, like manufacturing, like construction, has some very unique challenges, which make it particularly difficult to track their carbon footprint. Things like having hundreds of thousands of suppliers, for example. It really is this sort of big data problem. And it's exactly what at Emitwise we're very well positioned to tackle. So that is our sort of sweet spot type of customer.
Out of interest, what are the main industries that you would describe as the biggest contributors? If you were to say, pick three industries that you would go for first, that are the biggest contributors to this, that you would like to tackle.
Yeah, so within the industrials sector, automotive is a very big one. Packaging is a very big one, and everything around the world of construction is a very carbon intensive industry. And so we love to focus on those because we know that there is a lot of room for quick action, that there's a lot of appetite within those sectors to cut carbon, and that also that we are very well positioned to service those particular sectors. You know, to be quite frank, we're not the best solution for an energy firm. We don't have deep technical chops on how to implement nuclear fusion or, you know, how to capture carbon from thin air, but we sure as hell do know how to, you know, leverage the latest in sort of data technology and machine learning, etc., to tell a construction business how to decarbonize their supply chain, for example.
Okay, amazing. Next question, please. This is from Genevieve. How did the Emitwise culture change during the pandemic? Is it a remote-first company? Thanks so much. That was brilliant.
Thank you, Genevieve. Well, you know, the thing about Emitwise is that we were only 5 people when we went into the pandemic, and today we are 27. So we basically grew during the pandemic, and you know, from that point of view, maintaining culture and building culture was really difficult, if I'm frank. Also something that we placed a lot of focus on. Our onboarding, for example, we're really obsessive with it. We have this thing called Emitwise University, which is all around how can you really get to understand Emitwise, not just from the point of view of how we work, but also who we are, and then how can you build on top of that. That's what we're always striving to do. We're not a remote first company. We are a flexible working business, and we certainly don't force anybody to come into the office who is not comfortable to do so yet. We're very aware of the environment that we're operating in, but we do encourage and love to spend time in the office together as a team, especially in these early days. That close collaboration makes a really big difference. So we are headquartered in London. That's where most of our team lives, in or around London, and we try to get into the office once or twice a week, depending on everybody's personal situation.
So, tomorrow we're going to be launching our hackathon for this year, and it's about hacking your carbon footprint. So it's a big focus for Code First Girls at the moment, and different product innovations that our community can come up with. What can any member of our community listening do as an individual to help tackle this problem?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, same answer then for a small business. Look at your life and ask yourself, what is the bulk of my carbon footprint, and what are the most meaningful steps that I can take towards reducing that? You know, if you eat a lot of meat, you don't have to become a full vegetarian. I mean, I'd encourage you to explore that opportunity, that path, but just cutting back on red meat is super significant, or at least cutting back on red, very carbon intensive meat that is, like massive farming, etc. Go local, right? If you travel a lot, whether for business or for pleasure, consider if you can cut that down. If you're the kind of person that keeps on leaving the lights on when you leave the house, that's probably a signal that you have a lot more thinking to do, and that's completely okay. We're all at a journey. We're all at some points. Just sit down and write down the top 5 things that you think would be contributing to your carbon footprint. At the same time, corroborate that against some data. Go into one of the free online personal carbon calculators. See what it tells you about your life. See how that compares with what you thought, and just use that to take the first 2 steps. Choose 2 things that you'll do. I'm going to cut down my carbon, my meat consumption by half this week, and see how you get on. And you'll find that it very quickly becomes habitual in my experience.
In our hackathon last year, so we had a big data challenge. And the question was, do we use more energy working from home or when we were previously back in the office? And the women actually discovered that we use far less energy working from home than we do when we're all back in the offices. And apparently that was quite a groundbreaking piece of data and data visualization. So lots to discover that. I think there's time for one more question. Is there one more question we have from the audience? Oh, Rachel, there's Rachel again. Fantastic. Rachel, you right. Do you see that climate tech can also help work towards carbon drawdown rather than just a reduction of emissions?
Yeah, so I think if I'm understanding this question correctly, Rachel, you're probably speaking about the idea of not just cutting our carbon footprint, but sucking CO2 out of the air, essentially. I hope I've understood it correctly. And the short answer is absolutely. And in fact, according to the IPCC reports and the projections that we have towards the 1.5 degree trajectory, this is a necessary tool. That's why you see so much investment these days on carbon capture and storage technologies that are literally looking to suck CO2 out of thin air or suck it out of processes, manufacturing facilities that burn fuel to, take that CO2 that's being emitted into the air and put it into the ground in a safe way that makes sure that it doesn't keep contributing to the greenhouse gas effect. So it is an absolute critical part of the puzzle. I always say every part of the puzzle is critical. So pick the area that you think you can have the most impact on and dive head in. There's so much work to do.
Out of interest, do you think that there's been a big generational shift, a big generational change? Because I feel like generations younger than myself are saying they will not stand for certain things anymore that maybe my generation did when it comes to the environment. I actually find that collective action, I almost admire it, because it's something that is collected in that generation that I didn't feel necessarily was in my own. Do you think that there's been a big generational shift here?
Well, I think in my point of view, purely a personal opinion, is that it's not necessarily a generational change, but certainly a change that comes with the times, right? I mean, I think you can see this with organizations like Extinction Rebellion, right? Regardless of your opinions of them, they're having some form of impact. They're certainly triggering a conversation. And while I don't know their demographics, and I'm sure that they're skewed towards younger people, but there is a lot of, people across all sorts of age groups involved. And I think it tells you that perhaps those opinions and that willingness to take action was always there, but now there's finally a platform for it, and there's some sort of energy behind that movement. And I speak with CFOs that are in their 60s and 70s, and they're just as in tune towards what needs to happen as teenagers. But yeah, perhaps there's a bit of a generational change. I think for me, the only thing that really matters is we finally have the momentum. Let's all grab it. Let's fight climate change together.
And what wonderful words to end on. Maruo, it's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you for sharing more with us about Emitwise today.
Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, everyone, for having me.
What a wonderful presentation from Emitwise. So next, coming up, we have a panel discussion on tech innovations and trends in the 2020s and beyond. We're discussing all the big topics today at Code First Girls. And we have 4 members of the panel. I would like to introduce Catherine Mackay from Atos.
Hi.
Hi, Catherine. How are you doing?
Not bad, thanks.
Catherine is a full stack engineer at Atos, so a warm welcome to Catherine. And I would like to introduce Carissa Schiller, who is a legal technology advisor at Clifford. Hello, Carissa. How are you doing?
Hi, good, thank you.
Amazing. Next up, we have Priyanka Arcot from Accenture, who is a senior manager in quality engineering. Hello, Priyanka.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Well, thanks.
Wonderful. Excited to have you today. And we have Senil Richa from the Kindred group, who is an experience owner. Hello, Senil. How are you doing?
Hi. Snehal from Kindred. Yeah, thanks. Good to be here. How are you?
Good, thank you. We're getting on. We're pretty far ahead and on schedule today, so we're almost done in a couple of hours, but we're doing well. Look, incredibly exciting to have you with us all today. Maybe if we start off with Kat. Can I call you Kat? Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's kick off with Kat. Kat, could you just tell me a little bit more about yourself and your role at Atos?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for having me. So yeah, I work for Atos, which is a large IT consultancy firm, and I'm a full stack engineer. So that currently encompasses like a variety of roles, including developer, project lead, consultant, sometimes even bid engineer. So yeah, quite a lot. My background, I did an integrated master's in physics at Warwick University, went on to join Atos as a solutions architect, and then joined the wonderful world of Agile, which I now reside and lead a team in.
Wonderful, the wonderful and weird world of Agile that we love. And Carissa, maybe a little bit about yourself and your role.
Yeah, hi there, and apologies. I hope you can hear me. My laptop literally just shut itself down, so I'm on my phone, but hopefully you can hear me okay. So I am a legal technology advisor at Clifford. So we are a law firm, a global law firm, and my role is a bit of a hybrid role, bridging the kind of gap between the traditional IT teams and lawyers, to make sure that our lawyers really understand technologies and make sure we're embedding them properly into legal processes. So I guess my role kind of has 2 main strands. One is just that, making sure that the technology that we have is being used in the best way possible to make sure we're doing work efficiently and well, and also looking for gaps for new technologies, where we maybe see inefficiencies or maybe whole new work type opportunities that technology can help us with. And so I'm involved in either investigating solutions from the market that we can embed, or building new technologies in-house ourselves as well. And my background, I did a law degree at Bristol University. And whilst I was there, I did a Code First Girls course as well, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And I knew that I didn't want to be a lawyer. I really liked tech. So I went and worked for a legal tech company, and then made my way to Clifford.
But out of interest, what year did you do your Code First Girls course?
Let me think. Maybe 2016, 2017.
2016, 2017.
Yeah, one of those.
Oh, proper member of the alumni. Wonderful. And Priyanka. Oh, sorry, Carissa.
Oh no, I was saying anything.
It's all right. Priyanka, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. This is Priyanka Arcot. I'm senior manager within Accenture. I have been with Accenture for about 11 years, and my role within Accenture is managing end-to-end transformation, major transformation programs. I started off my career working within software testing, and I now lead teams of DevOps and Cloud Center of Excellence for some of our major telecom clients that we've got. So really pleased to be here. This is something that is really close to my heart, and also given that I've got a small daughter, I think this is something that I, from a from very young. I think I have been involved within technology, and I try and make sure, nudge my daughter as well and my children. I've got a son as well, to make sure they take this career path. It's up to them, but I try and help them understand this more better. But that's me.
Nice to see you, Priyanka. And Snehal, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi. So my name is Snehal. I've been in the IT industry for 16 years now. I work as an experience owner for Kindred Group. Basically, Kindred Group is a gambling operator. You probably have heard of the gambling operators 32Red and Unibet in the UK. So basically, my role of an experience owner is to own the experience of being control, which is basically helping our customers with healthy gambling. So making sure that they make responsible decisions with their gamblings and, don't gamble too much. So I own the entire experience of that customer journey. That's my role at Kindred. So I work with a lot of product owners, with a lot of development teams to help build new RG responsible gaming tools that help our customers in their gambling needs. Looking at my background, I have worked as a developer, as a tech lead, as a Scrum Master, Agile coach, product owner before I recently became the experience owner in Kindred. Yeah, that's about for me.
Amazing. So earlier today, we had a lot of discussion about the impact of the pandemic, particularly in terms of data and how data was being used to respond to the pandemic, for example, by the NHS. Kat, maybe if I start with you, the pandemic's challenged us in many, many ways. Has it challenged innovation, in your opinion, or has it accelerated innovation? What are your thoughts on this?
I think with any big change to the world, to countries, to anyone really, that's always going to be a challenge on innovation. But I think that also gives opportunity for innovation to arise. So I think with the pandemic, there has been big challenges. I think one of the main ones has been around collaboration. Don't get me wrong, there's been some amazing virtual collaborative tools that have come out of it or have been, massively improved by COVID. Klaxoon is a really good example of it. It's a great whiteboarding tool that I use quite a lot. But I really don't think it's the same as getting together in person around a whiteboard, or having a brainstorming session over a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or anything. And innovation really comes out of those conversations. And I think the virtual world that we're kind of now living in hasn't really caught up to that yet. So I think there's quite a lot of challenges to innovation that we're still yet to really improve on.
And it sounds like there could be a whole wealth of potential new startups and tech companies off the back of this pandemic alone, spotting gaps and opportunities and responding to those gaps and opportunities. And I think you're right. I think we're about to see a whole new crop of potential solutions that we couldn't even conceive of previously.
No, I mean, before COVID, has anyone really heard of Zoom? And now everyone knows of Zoom. It's everywhere. So yeah, there's a lot that's come out of COVID, but there's still a lot more to come.
Chris, if we come to you, as we talked a lot about Zoom and these the ability to virtually connect. Maybe outside of that, what are the greatest innovations that you've seen as a result of the pandemic, other than sort of virtually being able to meet on the screen? Have you seen anything where you're like, that really stood out to me and it wasn't that obvious? Maybe something that's been quite subtle that you've introduced at Clifford, Janse.
Yeah, I think where I'm in the legal industry, which is, as you can imagine, traditionally quite paper heavy, and although over years and years, slowly you move away from that. It was amazing in some ways how much of a shock it was when there was a sudden switch. You couldn't be printing, scanning. We couldn't have people meeting physically to sign documents. Court hearings weren't physical. Just all of that stuff suddenly becoming remote. So e-signing technologies, they were around before, but definitely in the last year they've suddenly become a whole new, it's important that they're there and it's important that they work well, whereas before it was kind of nice to have, makes things a bit more efficient. And And what I found in the legal industry is it's also just the acceptance. So like legal regulations of e-signing has suddenly sped up, and everyone's a lot happier to use those types of things. And even just businesses kind of operation wise are happy to put stuff on the cloud. So that's meant that we can use different tools and technologies maybe that we didn't need to because of the pandemic, but actually we've been wanting to use for a long time, and suddenly everyone's more accepting of them because they've had to be. So yeah, I think it's kind of spurred a growth in acceptance of cloud stuff, which will continue, and I think will make, it allows so many more tools to come to play.
Priyanka, so obviously being at Accenture, being one of the biggest consultancies around things like IT, what are the hottest topics right now? I mean, we're seeing cloud, just like Chris has just said, but what do you think, working with the type of clients that you do, the biggest trends in terms of technology?
Yeah, I think just even before the pandemic, we had cloud computing, like you just said. But what has happened after the pandemic is all of these kind of technologies has accelerated. So cloud computing is one such thing. Then we've got financial process automation. So banking, for example, nowadays you've got most of the retails, not just the financial institutions, but you've got most of the retail organizations now introducing something like wallets on your phone, which we never had before. Pretty much most of them are moving in that direction. Then you've got telehealth solutions. With the pandemic, it was evident that with the shutdown of GPs or not having access to medical, we have seen a big hit. And now what has happened is most of that has moved into telehealth solutions, which we now say GP, which is online, have a conversation, things like that has been moved. The other one is mental health fitness apps. Most of that we have seen previously that it was still there, but not as accelerated as we're seeing now. Intelligence security technology, right? Security has become one of the most important aspects now that everyone's moving online. The usage of online, how do we get the consumers to understand the security loopholes, the use of passwords, for example? I think security has become, it was important before, I think it's now accelerated. So there are a number of things, streaming services as well. Everybody's watching things online, Netflix, Amazon Prime, for example. So all of these ones which were there, but has now kind of accelerated. And from Accenture point of view, I think the biggest two things that we have seen is me coming from a telecoms sector, things haven't slowed down. In fact, it has doubled up. The work has doubled up in the last 2 years. And that's because the consumer wants more and more new products. So we have to give that and kind of relate to the business, right? So telecommunications. And then the biggest other thing which we had is cloud. Most of our clients now want to look at moving to cloud and how they can increase their customer base, their businesses. And then cybersecurity. Security is another big area that Accenture have been busy in the last, I think, about 2 years since the pandemic. So yeah, these are some of the areas.
So now, if I can just come to you for a second, I have no doubt at all, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but in exactly the same way that we saw use of streaming services increase, arguably in an unhealthy way, in people were binging. I'm sure that gambling may have increased during the pandemic as well, and from the phone. What I'm interested in is responsible gamification. How do you ensure responsible gamification? What are you doing from a technology perspective to ensure that you're protecting the consumer?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that, because we have actually spent a lot of effort and time during this pandemic to make sure that we provide the right tools to our customers so that they don't really get affected by, being at home, you don't go out, meet your friends, you're not able to socialize, you end up spending money and time on gambling, on casino or live betting or slots, bingo, and so on. So what we have done is made use of innovation. Actually, we used artificial intelligence to show interventions to the customers. So we use data, we use analytics to monitor our customers' behavior when we know that there has been a certain change in their gambling behavior. They're playing too much more than what they used to play earlier. We show them interventions where we show them, this is how much money you have been playing in the last couple of hours or days or months, and this is how much money you've lost. So we use real-time interaction to the customers to give them interventions, so they know that, how much are they gambling, what's really happening on their account. The other thing that we have done during this COVID crisis was that we have put a restriction. So we have a lot of responsible gaming tools on our website, which are available to the customer to use voluntarily. But now during this COVID time, we have imposed certain restrictions on them where we have, for example, set a limit on how much money they can deposit during a week. So we have put a limit on their account saying, well, we don't think you should be able to spend more than 5,000 kroners in Sweden, of course, or 500 euros per week or per month, so that the customers, we actually make sure that we help them keep a control of their gambling. So we have done a lot of work using innovation, being more innovative, trying to reach out to the customers both on site and off site. Of course, we have our customer service as well. We have really good RG agents who work on a continuous basis to monitor customers' activities and, approach them either through phone or email or on-site support and help them, regulate their gambling.
Kat, can I come to you here? And this is a really honest question. Is there just something you ended up using during the pandemic, an app or something on your phone that, I know for me, it was probably the likes of Deliveroo, looking at some lockdown extra pounds there. I almost wish that, the likes of these apps that delivered food or whatever you wanted, that there was some sort of almost like responsible limit to it as well. Is there anything that you ended up using more that you think on reflection maybe, I don't know, could have been different or changed in terms of its technological presentation to you?
Yeah, I suppose, like everyone, I think that we had a lot of time on our hands, so a lot of time to spend on all the apps that are available to us. Definitely got slightly addicted to, shopping apps, Netflix for sure. I can't imagine most people got addicted to that as well. And it's where does that responsibility lie? Is it on the onus of the company or the person? If I'm scrolling through Atos for hours on end on a weekend or something, and spending a lot of money on that, is that on me? Or like Suzanne said, is that then on the company to put some restrictions in place or pop-ups or anything to be like, actually, you've spent this amount of time on this, maybe you should go and do something else.
Carissa, do you think that that there should be a sense of control gamification, and with things that we might be using or things that are emerging that previously we didn't even think about before?
Yeah, I actually made it a New Year's resolution to never use Amazon again in 2020. So I did that at a good time, I think, or that would have been toxic. But there's now like these grocery apps. I don't know if anyone's used them, but like Gorillas and Wheezy. And I ordered some stuff, and genuinely, it was at my door in 6 minutes after I ordered it. And I do think like stuff like that is very addictive. It does make you buy stuff you would not otherwise buy. But I guess it also makes a lot of money. Companies like that are valued very high, very quickly, and I can tell why. So I think it's tricky, isn't it? I think having good access to your own data and knowing what you're spending and things like that, which actually with banking apps as they are now, I get alerts all the time if I've gone over budget on food or whatever. So I think the onus is slightly on us, but it's nice to have the data to do that as well. And particularly with things like gambling that are clearly addictive, then it sounds brilliant, like the things that you've spoken about there. I think that's where, yeah, absolutely, you should have those things in place.
And Carissa, oh, so sorry, Kat.
No, I was just gonna, Carissa, you mentioned about the the apps for delivering food and everything like that. And obviously that's, yeah, I've used a few of those. But I mean, I think that's a really good thing. It's challenging the bigger supermarkets out there. Instead of waiting a day or a week or something for a delivery, suddenly we can get it like that, and you know, putting more competition in the market. And I mean, I think that's a good thing. That's always going to hopefully drive prices down and, you know, help the consumers.
Krista, in terms of the legal sector, what do you think are going to be the biggest innovations in the next decade? Has the pandemic accelerated change in the legal sector? Do you still see people that are still a bit cautious about maybe the pace of change that's taking place?
Yeah, so I think like at Clifford Chance, we've had an innovation program for well over 10 years, an established program. Before that, we were doing stuff as well, and the pace of change is really slow. Particularly, I mainly work with banks and financial institutions, and you can imagine, for a lot of sensible reasons, they are really, really risk averse. And so just things like putting documents on the cloud, collecting the right data to help things in the future has been really, really slow. And the pandemic has made people a lot more open and also allowed them to see that it's actually less risky than what they used to and all of that. So people have suddenly become more comfortable. I think that means that the things that people talk about happening, like, for example, capital markets transactions happening on the blockchain and getting rid of so much paper and so many people actually, and really streamlining those processes, to mean that lawyers are doing really legal work and you're paying them for using their brains, and all that kind of transactional admin side of things will be super speedy and all automated online. There's now space for that to happen. So I can absolutely see particularly in finance, all of those kind of transactional things being a lot more digital within the next 10 years, but actually probably sooner.
And Priyanka, what does the next 10 years look like in your opinion? What's going to be the greatest innovation in the next 10 years? Oh, Priyanka, we can't hear you. You might be on mute.
Sorry.
Okay.
I use my Jabra. So we will further make dent within the cloud computing, and also I think with the increase in what we have seen a significant change, and we will probably see a significant change in the economy inequality. But what I mean by that is people who are highly connected, having technology at home, tech savvy, will pull further ahead than other people, right? So that gap is going to worsen, where you have seen now that the children are back in school. I think it's coming back to normality slowly, but you have seen in the last year, children who had access to laptops or who had several laptops in the house for one or more children, you have seen the differences within picking up of education in the last year. The other one is the enhancement of these big technology firms. So technology firms with the use of AI and all of these artificial intelligence, the erosion of privacy and autonomy of the users, I think that's another area that probably we will need to keep an eye on, how that is going to be. And then with technology also comes the speed of kind of misinformation. So everybody's online, everybody has access to different sorts of information. What information is good, what is bad, it's again back to the onus of the individual who's reading it. Again, I think this is one area where misinformation can spread and can spread fast. Apart from having the good sides and the bad sides, and with the pandemic, for families, I think it enhanced the quality of life, isn't it? So many families have that work-life balance now, wherein they're working from home. I wouldn't say work-life balance. That's kind of a wrong term, really. But it's the flexible workplace arrangements, and also how technology has enhanced us as families, how we can connect with each other rather than just seeing people. And then I think, so these are kind of the goods and the bads. And I think for technology specifically, like I've mentioned this before, everything is everything nowadays, and that is being embraced in pretty much every sector now. So retail, home. We had seen apparels, retail with the shutdown. We've seen a dip, but that's now picking up. Airlines have seen a dip, it's picking up. So most of the sectors that has been impacted by the pandemic is showing a significant increase, and I think that trajectory will continue. And I think we've touched upon this previously. It's the one thing which, for me personally, which we will lack is that personal connection, the social connection with our people, our teams. I think that I think the first year was amazing for everybody. Like, oh, everybody can work from home and we don't have to see each other. But now I think as the time goes, everybody wants to now have that personal connection, because nothing beats sitting in a meeting room where you can kind of put so many thoughts together, and that can become something else, even from just a conversation. We are not able to do that now. Whilst we say Zoom meetings and all of these meetings are good, but it is more back-to-back meetings, and everybody is just at the end of the day had enough. So I think the social connection for me is the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest part which we'll miss. But everything else from a technology space, I think it is just going to get stronger.
So for you, what does gamification look like over the next 10 years? What do you think they're going to be the biggest innovations? If we sat and had this conversation in 10 years' time, what do you think the biggest changes would have been?
Was that question for me, Anna? Because I couldn't hear you in the start.
Yes, it was.
Sorry. Well, yeah, I think everything is changing, and the way of looking at things, what we didn't expect a couple of years ago, we never realized, for example, like Priyanka mentioned, I mean, we never thought that we would be remotely working and it would actually work for us before pre-COVID. So, I mean, everything has changed, people's way of looking at things. Everything has taken a completely different, things have changed completely. So I think, I mean, even if we look at streaming services, for example, Netflix, we've never had, now you can watch Netflix with your friends, but you can log in online and watch it at home along with your friends. You don't have to sit in the same room. Gaming, streaming services, everything has, they have had a huge boom since COVID times. So everything has evolved a lot, and it has seen a boom in the last couple of months or years, in this last 2 years. Restaurants and retail, travel, everything has changed quite considerably. Like, I mean, if you look at restaurants, earlier there was a huge focus on, you know, the aesthetic of how beautiful a restaurant would look, or how the placing was, how the seating was. Everything has now become so digital, and I think everybody is waiting on how they can serve, order online, how we can order and deliver online. And I think everything has taken on a new meaning since the last couple of years. So I think, I think we're going to see a lot of new opportunities in the coming time, and new trends as well. I think, everything is going to be, there's a lot of new things to look forward to.
And Kat, do you think there's certain industries that are going to win out here? I was reading an article the other day that said if the NASDAQ or the FTSE is the same now, in 10 years' time, than it is right now, then there has maybe been some stalling in innovation. Do you think certain industries will win out over others?
I don't know about win out per se, but I know that a lot of some of the smaller industries are definitely going to be getting so much bigger. Like, there's a great example of that is kind of the crowd flow and like human mapping industry. It's been around for a long time, but obviously absolute massive boom during COVID. So basically, these are kind of like simulation programs that map how humans walk through spaces like airports, office spaces, hospitals, and like instantly you can see where this would massively help out when suddenly you're trying to encourage people to stand 2 meters away from each other or move through a space without with like limiting interactions. I actually worked with a small SME on this and tried to help a client of mine with a stadium to maximize the use of this space by putting in certain obstacles and direction and flow. And it's really interesting how you can see in this space how one obstacle will massively change the human flow through this space. So it's small industries like that that definitely will start really bigging out this space. Another like great example of this is, you know, IoT. Obviously, it's everywhere. It's been everywhere for a little while now, but out of COVID, there's so many more opportunities to use it. I was helping out a healthcare provider. I think this was about a year ago now. I'm talking to them about using heat sensors, so infrared heat sensors in care homes to detect fevers. And it's one of those things that you think about and you're like, that's so obvious, that's amazing, but probably wouldn't have thought about it before COVID, because we weren't really as aware of, you know, heat mapping and heat sensoring, especially how like aware and conscious everyone is about getting a fever or getting ill now. So yeah, there's some really interesting technologies out there and interesting sectors that are booming.
And Carissa, do you think, just going off what Priyanka said earlier, which is, you know, this sense of lost social contact, we've all been talking about it for so long. Do you think in some ways that there is a little bit of a hype about the extent to which we're going to see change as the result of the pandemic? Is there not going to be, there could be on the other side, a reversion back to kind of social contact and face-to-face? Do you think that's a possibility as well?
Yeah, I guess so. One question I always get asked is about like whether technology will take over lawyers one day, and I always think that sounds ridiculous because people like working with people, and I think what these changes and what the increase of all technologies do is actually make the time people spend with people more valuable, and you're using people for the things that they're good at, the things that they like doing, and you're using technology normally for the things that no one likes doing. So like when we talk about speeding up a food shop, I don't think anyone actually thinks, oh, but I really love walking around the food shop, and I'm sure there will still be food shops for the people who want to walk around them. So I think a lot of these technologies are actually replacing things that people don't like doing, and hopefully that will leave us with lots of valuable time together. I've also seen the kind of mad concept, is it Facebook, who has that new working environment where you wear a headset and you're suddenly virtually there with colleagues from around the world. I think it sounds a bit far out for the moment, but actually even in the last year, my global colleagues have felt a lot closer, and it's been normal to video call a colleague who works in a different office and just chat to them. And, you know, like on Teams, you end up just sending people messages, just, how are you? Here's a picture of, like, someone sends me pictures of their pet chickens in America. Like, I think all of that kind of social contact and the ease of kind of instant messaging in the workplace and stuff has made me feel closer, definitely to global teams. So hopefully that will continue, whilst the people that we can be physically together with, we get to have, good, enjoyable time with.
So no robot lawyers and plenty more pictures of chickens. We are going to go to some questions now through social. We get some questions up. This is from Alexandra. This is for Carissa. Do you think the Code First Girls course you completed in 2016-2017 directly helped in securing your training contract, but also moving your career into a legal technology role? Wow, what a question. I can assure you, Alexandra does not work for me, by the way. That is a completely independent question from the audience.
So I don't have a training contract. I'm not a lawyer. We do actually have training contracts for people who want to become lawyers in the normal route. So you can become a solicitor at Clifford and do a tech-focused training contract, and that's our Ignite scheme. And absolutely some kind of tech thing would help you, but it doesn't need to be a Code First Girls course. It doesn't need to be. It can just be an interest in technology. And I think that's one thing that prohibits people actually getting into tech, is thinking you need loads of prerequisite things. But absolutely, if you are considering doing a Code First Girls course, or you're doing one, I think it massively helped me realize that even with a law degree, I hadn't put myself in a single box, and I could go and work in tech. And also that there are roles that have a mixture of different disciplines, different skills, and I have lots of different interests. I wanted a job that involves interacting with people. I'm really interested in law. I'm really interested in tech. So it's a lovely combination, and definitely that course really helped. I also made friends on that course who are now lawyers here, working with me, and so they went down that route. So yeah, I think it was a really great experience.
Amazing. Next question from the audience, please. Olivia, what does your organization do to stay competitive and current in an age of innovation? Priyanka, I'm going to put that to you, especially because you work with so many clients in this space. I mean, consulting on this type of topic on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, so I think first of all, I think in the last couple of years, because the whole world has been moving into cloud, what we have done is provide training to most of our employees about cloud technology and also kind of meet the demand of most of our customers. We have made it kind of mandatory to make sure that all of our employees understand cloud and different aspects of cloud. That's one thing. And then the continuous kind of technology training that Accenture provides. This training is not a set of training to say you've got 7 topics, you need to go and finish that at the end of the year. It's not. It's a training that changes with respect to what you see in market. So we've got something called technology quotient trainings, which help you understand blockchain. For example, I am from a specific sector within technology. I might not even understand what blockchain is, for example. So it gives you an idea of what is out there within sectors within technology. There is multiple trainings that we have available. How do we make ourselves competitive? It's the same thing. I think making sure all our employees understand and respond to the market trends is one of the key things. Building that skill set. I mentioned about this cybersecurity. So how do we respond to the influx of demand? Yes, there was a capability team within Accenture. Was it large enough to respond to the market? Probably not. So, but how do we increase that and open up the cross kind of knowledge within our employees? So people who are specifically in one capability, give them an opportunity to understand and kind of spread their wings where they could go into other technologies of their interest. I think the most important thing is how do we look after our employees and respond to the market trends, the trainings that is being given, and at the end of the day, the onus is again upon the individual to take up these trainings, right? So as much as we can give trainings around innovation, it is up to us of how we take up that training and make it useful for ourselves. So there's and I don't think Accenture is different to most of the companies, consulting firms do this. So it is one of the normal things now everybody does. But it's the wealth of knowledge that is out there, and we just need to make use of that.
Amazing, thank you, Priyanka. Next question, please, from the audience. This is from Kimberly. What are you most excited about looking at the next 10 years of technology advancements? Kat, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, personally, one of the main things I'm really looking forward to is quantum computing. There's a wealth of opportunities and amazing advancements that are going to come into that space. I was actually having a chat in the cafe earlier because I'm in the office for the first time in ages at the moment, having a chat with a colleague, and he was talking to me about how they found a new way to mass produce qubits, and it's this little side conversation, and we ended up having great in-depth talk about quantum computing and kind of the possibilities that are going to come out of it in the coming couple of years. So that's definitely something that I'm really excited about, and I think Atos is a great place to be in that space. We've got a huge quantum computing lab in France, and we have a massive focus on high performance computing and different high performance computing and quantum computing, the space of that.
Kat, that is some water cooler chat. I think that's probably the most impressive water cooler chat I've heard for a while.
It was one of the, I've missed it. I've missed being in the office and having those.
Just missed cracking on about quantum computing.
Why not?
Me too. Me too. And final question, please. What do we have? One more question? I'm afraid we don't. I'm sorry, we don't have any more questions left. But thank you so much for joining us, Kat, Carissa, Sonal, and Priyanka. Thank you so much. It was a great discussion, and I hopefully see you soon. Amazing. Right. Next up, we have another panel. This is a cool panel. This is a CFG alumni and rising star panel. This is where we're looking at future stars and women that have taken the Code First Girls courses and where they are now. So I would like to introduce Milena Dimitrova from LIST. Hello, Milena. Milena,
Hello.
sorry, Milena.
Yes.
That's my fault. How are you doing?
No worries. Hello, all good. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well. Do we also have Stephanie from LIST as well?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Stephanie. We have Chloe from ITV.
Hiya.
Hey, Chloe. I'm loving your background, Chloe.
Thank you. I'm in the office today, so I thought I'd find a small background to sit in front of.
Is that a physical background?
Yeah, it's in one of our meeting rooms.
I'm really jealous. I mean, they really need to do some work on this, don't they? It's crack on there. And then we have Carrie from DAZN.
Hello.
Hey, Carrie. I love
real as well.
Is that your real kitchen?
Yeah, it's real kitchen.
I love the way you're flying the flag. It's a real kitchen. I love that. I have to ask though, because I've seen so many fake kitchen backgrounds in the calls that I've been having. I love the way you're flying the flag for DAZN with your t-shirt as well. That's. Can I get one of those? Can you send me one of those t-shirts?
Yes, definitely.
Amazing. We'll get one of those tomorrow. Fantastic. So, I mean, it'd be fantastic if you could just introduce yourselves. Milena, if we could start with yourself, a little bit about your role and your background.
Yes, sure. I am a product analyst at LIST. So for the background, I've graduated in marketing, and I thought that's the route I would take, but I ended up more into tech and doing like analysis, so like data quality and just searching for insights, so to be able to help our team provide better solutions for our internal stakeholders and for customers. So yeah, that's more or less it.
Fantastic. And Stephanie.
Sure. So I'm Stephanie Irwin. I actually studied English Lit at uni, but I did the Code First Girl course during uni, ended up going into digital marketing, and now I'm a product designer at LIST. So basically, I'm part of a team of many other designers that design the user interface and kind of how all the screens in the app interact. So yeah, that's kind of a bit about me and my background. So yeah.
Stephanie, a fellow English literature graduate. I'm always so pleased to hear that someone studied English literature and moved into technology, just to prove that it is possible.
Yeah, copy is an incredibly important part of, tech as well. So it has come in handy sometimes.
Yeah, and being able to communicate and articulate yourself and collaborate with teams. There's so many other skills in technology that people don't always think about that come from different degree disciplines, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. And Carrie next.
Yeah, that's like a good segue because I used to be a microbiologist. I studied a PhD and learned how to code and hated writing. So that's how I ended up at DAZN, and I'm a backend engineer. I've been here for 3 years. I'm not a Code First Girls alum, but I am a mentor.
Oh, so you're a Code First Girls mentor?
I am.
And just as important as being a Code First Girls alum, incidentally, because you're giving back to the present community. So lovely to hear that. And finally, Chloe from ITV.
Hiya, so I'm Chloe. I'm a junior Scala security engineer at ITV. So I'm also a back-end engineer. It's a functional programming language that we use. I'm actually embedded within our ID and payments platform team. So our team, our responsibility is when you go to log into the ITV hub, obviously you put your account details, it's got a lot of personal information. So my responsibility is securing that, making sure it doesn't get hacked. And kind of the fun part of being in this team is when we have big events like the Euros or Love Island that we just finished, we've got to make sure everyone can get into the ITV hub and watch it.
And like so many moments come to mind where I've not been able to get back into the ITV hub after watching Love Island. I'm only joking.
Yeah.
It's not been the case at all. Yeah, you tell them. Yeah, Milena, can we maybe start with you to ask how you got into technology? What inspired you? What were the first steps?
Yeah, for me, actually, there was this time where I wasn't aware at all about any of these roles. So yeah, I just met some people who were working in tech and sort of learned about all these new opportunities. And from then on, I just started searching for them and actually understood that my interest lies there. So this is actually how I came across Code First Girls. And yeah, I'm like very happy that this happened to me and like very grateful to our teachers and to the community. Yeah, because it's been amazing. And yeah, from then on, I really knew that that's the place for me, like tech.
And did you discover it at university or did you sort of independently discover it?
No, that was actually, I stumbled upon it very, very randomly. So yeah, I was just doing research of something completely different and found it on some, I think, Wikipedia page or something, I'm not sure. So yeah, I wasn't in university, I was doing an internship. So yeah.
Amazing. And Stephanie, what about yourself? Was it Code First Girls that I mean, I'm sure you were interested in tech before Code First Girls. What was it? What was that first step? What was the light bulb moment for you?
So I was really obsessed with fashion. Like I've only ever worked at fashion companies and I really wanted to start a fashion blog because that was like coming up at the time when I was in university and I had a WordPress website and I was just curious, like, how does this actually work? How can I track different things? How can I improve the SEO? I was curious about all the different moving parts of it. And I heard about the Code First Girls course at my uni and I thought, maybe I can kind of, even if I don't end up, pursuing this as a full-time career, I can better understand like how my website works. So it really stemmed off from that. And then I found design just from digital marketing, really. So in my digital marketing job, I befriended a bunch of designers who've mentored me to get me to where I am now. So it's been like a process.
Amazing. And Carrie, as you said earlier, you moved from one space, very different space, into technology. I'm sure there's tons of transferable skills that you brought in. You were quite well equipped to take on a career in technology. But what made you take the leap?
Yeah, I always was actually a really nerdy kid. I was really into computers. So when I went to do my A-levels about 1 million years ago, it was absolutely hopeless. Our IT teacher was actually the PE teacher. It was so depressing. I ended up choosing biology out of frustration at my IT education. So yeah, but like I said, I have ADHD. I didn't find out that for a few years and I really struggled with the writing, but I really loved writing code and I had no idea really that you could actually make a living doing just that. So when I burned out and dropped out of uni, yeah, it felt like a natural transition. I wish I'd have known earlier though.
And it's fascinating what you say that with having ADHD, actually code really worked for you. And a lot of, we've mentioned this throughout the day, I think over a quarter of our community are neurodiverse or identify as neurodiverse. And there is a big space for coding, I think, to maybe fulfill something in that area that, like you said, might not be fulfilled by regular writing. So I don't know if you could maybe share a little bit more about your experiences with ADHD and coding.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, boring tasks, I know it sounds really easy to say, but boring, repetitive tasks, I just can't do them. Anything where I have to sit and really concentrate, reading is really hard as well. But writing code, it's so easy for me to become engaged with it. I don't get bored because it's so exciting to me. And also the normal rules of the workplace don't really seem to apply in technology. So no one's going to make you turn up in a shirt and a tie and sit there, not speaking, being silent and being totally focused on some really mundane task. Like that was never going to work for me. So yeah, that's why technology feels like home for me. I can be myself.
Thank you for sharing that. Chloe, how did you get into tech? Did you always know that this was going to be the route for you? What was the moment for you?
For me, it was at school. ICT was always my sort of favorite subject. I was kind of lucky I had really engaging teachers that supported me in ICT. And it got to the age where I was at sixth form doing my A-levels, and I knew I wanted to go to university, but I hadn't really thought much about it. So I started researching careers that my ICT A-level could lead to help me decide what degree I wanted to do. And I came across cybersecurity because I knew I wanted to do something that would affect sort of day-to-day life. It'd be in every aspect of my daily routine. And obviously cybersecurity, you just can't get away from it nowadays. It's in everything we do, really. And I came across the cybersecurity management degree at Bournemouth University, and that's how I started my career in tech.
Amazing. I'm going to group Melania and Stephanie together because you're both at LIST, right? So what was it about LIST? Why did you pick LIST? And how did you feel like you could, why was it that a brand where you could best use your skills, or a workplace that you could best use your skills?
I don't know, Milena, do you want to go first? What's funny is Milena and I both started on the exact same day.
No way.
We were
You're going to tell me like you share a birthday now as well, right? Like there's going to be some freaky.
Yeah. I guess I'll go. So I actually was a temp at LIST during university, working on some stuff for them over the summer. So yeah, basically I had a really positive experience and kept in touch with a lot of people at LIST from that time. And I was always really curious, like we had the hackathon. Being part of that only furthered my interest in technology and furthered my respect for engineers and fascination with what they do as well. Although I'm not an engineer, I collaborate closely with them on a daily basis, and it's crucial that I understand relatively well what they're doing. So I would say, yeah, I had a really positive experience with LIST in the past, and the timing was just right. A friend of mine, right after I finished my design qualification, sent me the job postings, so I applied, and I just got a really good vibe from everyone. And because of that, positive past experience and genuinely loving and using the product myself, it just made sense.
Melania, what about yourself?
Yeah, for me, I was just like in the process of applying to like many companies and just came across to their job path, and yeah, just found it that the way they really care about data and like the data quality and how everything translates to customer experience, and that we are just really focusing when we have an issue, we're trying really to get to the root of it, and like all of this is like very fascinating to me. It's not like glossing over the surface. So yeah, I was just like, all right, I'm gonna apply. And then yeah, there was the interview process where I met like some people from my team, and I really liked them. So yeah, it was a great experience from the very start.
And Carrie, so obviously you're at DAZN, and our interactions with DAZN, because DAZN are obviously a partner of Code First Goals, we met some of the most amazing women and female leaders in the engineering space. That's not maybe what people might associate with DAZN as like a sports streaming service. Can you tell me a little bit more about what DAZN do and what attracted you to that? And the from what I can see, that you do have some amazing female leaders at your organization.
Yeah, I think what I liked about, excuse me, that was my email. I think what I liked about DAZN is that when I first met the hiring manager, Mariam, she's left now, unfortunately, she didn't mention sports to me at all. She didn't ask, do you care about sports? Because I don't really. She talked about how they're trying to do something bold and new, and I believed in the product. What they wanted to do at the time was kind of unheard of. It was about democratizing access to sports. No more £90 a month Sky deals, that sort of thing. It was however much it was then, and it's just available to everyone. And I really thought that was putting something good into the world. So that was what attracted me originally. But yeah, the people I met, I mean, I enjoyed my interview. I've never said I've genuinely enjoyed my first interview, and they were such warm, accepting people, and it felt like home from the first day.
And that's very, very important, I think, when you're interviewing anyone. Like that, I think your gut instinct about a company is incredibly important. It can be more important, actually, than maybe what it says on paper. So I tend to go with the same thing. Chloe, obviously, ITV is a massive brand. We all know it and love it. What was it specifically about ITV? What was it? Was it the role? Was it the company? What made you
I was
decide?
definitely driven by the role. So during my degree, I completed a year in industry in the civil service. And during that year, I did rotational placements around the different tech teams. And I kind of came out of that year into my final year at university. And I didn't really know then what role I wanted to go into. So I kind of wanted to do the same as what I'd done the year before, have rotational placements. So I started researching what would allow me to do that. And I came across graduate schemes. And obviously my degree was in cybersecurity, but I didn't quite feel ready to put all my eggs in one basket with cybersecurity at that point. So I decided on technology graduate schemes. So then I would have exposure to cybersecurity and other things like project management, software development. And so I researched companies that would offer that sort of scheme, and I came across ITV. And obviously, like you said, it is very well known. But for me, sort of the thing that made me want to apply for ITV was I researched sort of the values here and made sure they aligned to my personal values. So a big one for me was the fact that ITV have a really supportive women's network. So I made sure that the companies I was applying for were somewhere, like Carrie said, it felt like home because the values aligned to my personal values.
So that really stood out to you. So I find this quite interesting because a lot of customers that we work with have women's networks set up. But it's not just about internally giving women a place to go or a place to look to. It actually affected your decision to join the organization as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember when I came here for the assessment center, I spoke to some of the females that were in the women's network here, and I connected with them on LinkedIn. This was before I even was offered the technology graduate role. And I think that was really important because it kind of made me feel included in the women's network before even joining ITV. So you sort of had that feeling of, oh, wow, this is what it's like before I've even joined ITV. It's going to be supportive and amazing when I am in ITV.
I think that's really important for any companies listening to listen to that feedback about, you know, how attractive your workplace can be to external candidates as well. Milena, what's been the biggest challenge that you've had to overcome since you've entered the tech industry, do you think?
This is a difficult one, but yeah, I guess the biggest one is like sort of the imposter syndrome. So basically, yeah, always not feeling good enough, like not knowing enough, always thinking that everybody else, they know everything, they are doing everything perfectly, and like, who am I to try to even apply and that sort of stuff. Yeah, and this was difficult in the beginning, but yeah, then when I came across this female communities like Code First Girls, like they're one of the teachers that were teaching the Python course. She became a mentor for me, and she helped me tons with like advice for CV, for interviews. And yeah, I just felt this support and people telling me, yeah, I went through the same, you know, I did that and I'm here. It's not so scary. It's like, just try it. And yeah.
Stephanie, did you feel it helped you, understanding that other women also go through it? I actually believe the stat is something like 90% of women experience imposter syndrome at some point in their professional career.
Yeah, I was about to say, Milena, I have pretty much the exact same answer, but I'd say the most valuable lesson that Code First Girls taught me is that it's okay to not know something sometimes, and that there's literally no one on earth that knows absolutely everything. Like Stack Overflow exists for a reason. I realized like Googling stuff was half of, you know, what writing code is. Just Googling like how to do this, how to do that, copying and taking different things from different places. And design can kind of be the same in a way. Like, you know, there was a time when I started when I'd be like, I don't know how to do this in my design tool. And I'd look it up and then I would do it. And then that would build my confidence over time. So just, yeah, Code First Girls kind of helped me push myself out of my comfort zone and made me realize that it's okay to, because prior to taking the course, I'd always be so scared in internships of like appearing like I didn't know something. And I think that's actually a sign of confidence to ask for feedback and to ask for help. So, yeah. And
Carrie, as a Code First Girls mentor, just listening to what Melania and Stephanie said there, how often do you come across this, and how important is mentorship to help support women in this type of ecosystem?
It's so important. I really wish that I'd have had a mentor. That's why I'm doing it, because that's the support I wish I'd had when I was starting out, because women were even rarer 10 years ago than they are now. And believe me, the imposter syndrome doesn't go away. I've been doing this a decade now, and you still feel like you ought to compare yourself to the people around you, especially the men or the male presenting people who you maybe think don't struggle with the same sort of insecurities, you know, because everyone looks like them. But it's the one thing that I talk the most about with my mentee. Don't compare yourself to other people. You can only do what you can do. And it's okay, like, just like you said, Stephanie, it's okay to not know. And that's a sign. To me, that's always a good sign. In an interview, for example, if someone can admit when they don't know something, that means they've got humility. That means they've got the courage, you know, to say that instead of just making something up.
Cleo, I see you nodding along there. How has this played out for you?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think for me, a big challenge that I overcame this year was actually learning Scala, which I now need to know for my job. And I think that was a massive learning experience for me, because sort of the end goal of learning Scala was to be able to code in Scala. So I went on this training course and I discovered sort of ways that I find best that I learn. And I feel like that was a really big challenge I had to overcome, because now I know that I learn better through supportive ways, like we were saying. Like for me, for example, pair programming with the other developers and just having the confidence to say, oh, you know what, guys, I don't really understand what's going on. Can you help me out here? I think that's been sort of really, really important in my journey into this role in particular.
Has there been any surprises about entering the industry that you just weren't expecting, that maybe you could give a bit of an insight to anybody listening now that would love to get in? Melania, if we could start with you, have you seen any surprises where you think, oh, I didn't think that was going to happen quite like that?
Yeah, I guess on a personal level, I didn't expect to like it so much. And yeah, to have this interest and want to develop in this sphere. But yeah, I think also it was already mentioned that there's actually this female communities also, like in our company, we have one, and like sort of other which are so supportive. I think that was something I really didn't expect. So many places where you can find support and exactly validation that it's okay for you to ask questions, for not to know stuff, and just to keep going.
Stephanie, what about yourself?
I'd say what surprised me with my first technical role that I took on was that prior, when I had applied for more non-technical roles at fashion companies, I'd been ghosted, ignored, applied, had no luck. But then once I went for more technical roles, I was suddenly like the hot commodity with a ton of skills. And as I've built my skills up, you can really, I'd say, I guess it did surprise me. Like I'd heard, once you gain, technical skills, whether it's in design, digital marketing, data, code, whatever, that you would be in such high demand and that getting jobs would be so much easier, to be honest. So yeah, it kind of opened the door to, and it opens the door really to getting into industries that are conventionally quite, I mean, it is competitive to get, technical jobs, but I found that before you'd be competing against like a really huge pool of people that your application would never even get read. So
yeah, we hear exactly the same thing from a lot of companies that we work for. Carrie, do you think that's true? Once you have a technical skill, you become a bit of a hot commodity?
My inbox has been just RIP for the last 3 years, to be completely honest with you. It's relentless. Yeah, no, but and the thing that I think surprised me as well is that the technology moves on so fast. So you can think you've got it nailed, like you can think, right, that's it, I can stop learning now, I'm good. And then a new front end framework will come out, and that's what everybody wants. So you can't really complete JavaScript, because it does keep moving on. And eventually it'll move on in a way that you're particularly prepared for, or you're particularly good at, and that maybe other people won't. So don't assume that you're not, that you're not talented or you're not cut out for it, because it's changing so fast and it's getting massive as well. Like the the industry is growing so much. It's another thing that surprised me, like how many people want to be engineers now because there's just such huge demand. Yeah, I can't believe how cool it seems to be an engineer now.
And Chloe, that sense of like constant change, constant flux, like you said, you were learning Scala, and that became like the next big thing. How much does that actually attract you to these types of roles, that it is constantly changing, you can constantly grow with it?
I think that's the best thing about it, because I think that was my biggest surprise when I started my career in tech. Sort of like Stephanie said, Stack Overflow's out there. The amount of support and resource available. I had this massive misconception when I was a student that once I graduated and went into a tech role, that I would be expected to sit in front of a computer and be able to know it all, and you'd never be allowed to Google anything. When really, I think that's the best thing about tech, is it's changing so much, and there's so many communities out there, and we're all problem solving together, and it's just sort of like we're all working towards this end goal that's not actually an end goal. It's really, really nice.
We're going to have a quick fire round now. I'm going to ask you, if you were to give one piece of advice, if you could speak to your younger self starting out in tech, what you would say to yourself. Milena, if we could start with you.
Yeah, I guess one is like absolutely clear, which is like just don't give up, keep applying and keep searching for different opportunities. And one other one, if I'm allowed to give a bonus advice, is just to make sure to like understand what you really want to do and interests you, and not just go with like what's fashionable or like what you think you should be doing. So I think this is what helped me a lot.
And I don't know, before just before we move on to Stephanie, I don't know if anybody's willing to share. I think there might be a misconception that people automatically just get things the first time. Is how many times also you might have heard the word no as well when applying for something? Does anyone want to share about that experience maybe? And
I can speak about that. So yeah, basically at first I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to go into marketing, but I think because I didn't take the time to fully realize that wasn't my thing, I kept applying, and possibly with like some generic CV and like not fully excited on interviews. And I kept getting no. And I was like, what am I doing wrong? But then I actually took some time off from applying and, did some courses and found out I was passionate about other things and started applying. And again, I was getting no's, but then I was even more motivated and kept applying and actually started making it to an interview and to next interview. So yeah, has been my experience.
Amazing. And Stephanie, what advice would you give? And have you heard the word no?
I've heard the word no quite a few times. But yeah, you just got to keep going, really. Gosh, I would say advice-wise, just really don't put too much pressure on yourself when you get your first tech job, and really just go out of your way to meet and befriend people in different areas of the business. If it wasn't for me doing that at a prior place I worked, I wouldn't have discovered that product design is kind of the area that I'm really good at. So I would say just really befriending the community. Everyone is so nice. I'd say another surprise that I wasn't expecting. Everyone is so nice and like willing to help, and communities like, Code First Girls and ADP List as well are just incredible. So yeah, just really talk to people and be brave.
Be brave, be bold. Carrie, what would you say?
I would say buy a supportive chair. No, I'm just kidding.
I need to get rid of this one.
I know, it's honestly, my back is wrecked. No, seriously, I would say if I could go back and talk to myself, I would say your face fits. You don't need to change yourself to fit in with this community, because you can be part of shaping this community. You can say, yeah, this is who I am, and I am an engineer too, and that's valid. Yeah, you don't need to act like a man to get on with men, or be super good. You can be exactly who you are, and it's actually something, I think there's something really powerful about vulnerability as well. So by telling people what your challenges are, or how they can work with you more effectively, or get the best out of you, you can really help yourself,
And Chloe?
Yeah, so the one bit of advice I would give my younger self is not to put pressure on yourself to have everything sort of under control and feel amazing. Like, it's okay not to feel confident because you're only at the beginning of your journey. Like, when I look back and think of myself when I was at A-level age going to university, I was super introverted, super shy, didn't have much confidence, and that only sort of grew with experience. And it's okay not to have experience. Everyone has to start somewhere.
Good advice. Fantastic advice. And we're going to open up to questions now. Team, do we have any questions coming through? Yes, we do. This is from Mr. Pointless. Great name, Mr. Pointless. At Chloe, does one have to like Love Island to work at ITV? That's
definitely not. We're not forcing people to like Love Island or even watch Love Island. Like, I think most people here don't even watch it because we hear about it so much, to be honest.
Out of interest, I don't know if you can remember some of the questions you're asking in your interview. What do you think ITV are most looking for?
We kind of go for sort of the phrase smart and kind. So you need to be a nice person. We're all quite sociable. Yeah, and we just help each other out. We're kind of like one big family, really.
Smart, kind, and empathetic. And fantastic wallpaper as well on the back. Have we got another question, please, from the audience? Laurel, again, fantastic. Laurel's really engaged today. It's so cool hearing your career stories. Chloe, when you prioritized organizations that had women's networks, how did you filter these companies through? Did you rely a lot on Code First Girls?
I kind of did it more myself. So once I kind of found companies that offered the technology graduate schemes, I would spend a little bit of time sort of just looking on their website, looking on websites that would speak about other people's recruitment experience. Because I think it's quite easy for companies to just say, oh, we've got a women's network, but you really need to get a feel for the organization yourself. And you can only do that by investing your own time into the investigation of the company.
I would also say as well, Laurel, one thing that we've noticed is that particularly companies, for example, that support our nano degree process, they so actively want to get women into jobs that they're willing to fund education. I think any company that demonstrates that, they really are trying to make a difference. And it's not just talk, they're actually trying to invest that back into women. So I'd really look out for organizations that are interested in developing you or offering mentorship schemes or offering like the nano degree scheme, things like that. Any other questions from the community? We have another one from Laurel. Laurel's on it today. A Shakespeare sonnet. Carrie, love your story. You mentioned you're a mentor. How do you recommend we find mentors if we're looking for them ourselves? This is a very frequent question, by the way. How do you find a mentor and how do you find a fit?
Yeah, that's difficult. So there are loads of organisations. Obviously, Code First Girls will rep first, but there are other women's networks. There are LGBT technology networks. Basically, if you identify a certain way, there's probably a network that will support you. So just Google it, particularly Code First Girls, obviously. And yeah, about finding the right fit. That's a bit more difficult. There are a lot more people who want mentors than there are mentors. So yeah, it might be a bit of trial and error, but just be open about what you need from them. And I'm sure that they're there to help you. So if you give them some feedback, this is what I need, then I'm sure they'll take that on. And if they're not, there's probably not a good fit.
Thank you for that, Carrie. Do we have another question? This is from Rebecca. With the age of remote and hybrid working, in what ways could people network and make new connections in their companies? Stephanie, I'm going to put that to you.
Sure. So one thing that we do at List is share an intro email, which I think is fairly standard when new people start. So I always reply to virtually, I try to, and if I haven't replied to your intro email and you work at List and you're watching, I'm sorry. They've been hard to keep up with lately because the team's been expanding so much, but I always reply to people's intro emails, and I notice, because usually they say like, oh, I have an interest in this and this and this, and one girl is really into coffee. So we started messaging about coffee, and then we ended up getting coffee together at the office. So little things like that. But yeah, I'm lucky in that our office is open now, so we can go into the office and meet people in real life. And how I befriended the designers at my old company was that I just pretty much flat out walked up to the guy, which was quite bold in hindsight. So yeah, as well, like different Slack channels where you have like common interests. That's another great thing that List has. You know, there's a List book club where we all like nerd out about the same book each month. So yeah, just engaging with those Slack channels and welcoming new starters is a good way to network within your company.
I can't agree more. I actually can't imagine now a life at Code First Girls without Slack. And like Slack started out so that developers could post code to each other. And it's really interesting the significance it's now taken on during the pandemic and post-pandemic. Salesforce acquired it recently. It's just unexpected events where something like Slack actually on a daily basis just helps with such great levels of connectivity within the team. So these tools that started off for one purpose have now sort of evolved that help you stay connected to each other. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, we do. This is from Claire. This is to Carrie. Were you open from the start with your prospective employers about your neurodiversity, ADHD? And Carrie, I think one of the reasons that we get these questions quite a lot, obviously within the community, is that maybe there is some anxiety about sharing with employers, you know, if you do have a level of neurodiversity.
Yeah, obviously, it depends on the company. Some companies are more accepting than others, some more inclusive than others. I didn't get diagnosed until last year, so I was already at the zone by that point. But I felt able to disclose because there's more for me to gain than there is for me to lose. It's a sort of place where that's not going to negatively impact me, but it does mean that I get to work the way that works best for me, that I can say to people, if I can't make eye contact with you, it's not because I'm rude, it's because I can't do it. You know, if you want me to come to your meeting, let me bring my laptop because I need, you know, to stay engaged, and I do that by making notes, that sort of thing. So for me, there's more to gain. If I was to apply for a job now, absolutely, I wouldn't hide it. Not only is it potentially going to make your life much easier, and you know, if you're neurodivergent, your brain's not the same as everybody else's, so you can't be expected to work the same way everybody else is. I would absolutely disclose. Yeah.
Amazing. And any last questions? Do you have any last questions coming in from the audience? I think we have time for one more. Yes, we do have another question from Miss K. When applying for roles with these companies, how would you suggest we categorize our nano degree? As when they ask if you have a degree, they'll obviously be referring to a uni degree. Right, that's quite a long question. This refers specifically to our nano degree process. I don't know actually if anyone in the panel feels that they can answer this, or does anyone have a view on this? I know, Carrie, you've been involved in mentoring for the nano degree process. How would you put this when you're talking to new employers?
Yeah, I would. It obviously depends on the person. If you've got other stuff to put on there that's relevant experience, then definitely put that on as well. What I've been saying to my mentee is definitely put the course on, but also be prepared to show them what you made on the course, because you've got a portfolio now because you did the course and you made an entire application. So yeah, put it on Heroku, like build yourself a website, but think about what you learned from that process more than it just being on your CV. What, you know, talk about how you trained as an engineer, basically, like how you developed as an engineer through that experience. So I don't know, specifically, I guess education is probably the section I'd put it on, but yeah, it's on the job training effectively as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, one thing that I would probably say is that we obviously can't teach you as much as you might get in a computer science degree, but I think, as we've said earlier today, what we're trying to do is to get you to think like a coder, so that use that as a springboard to go off in many different organizations and be able to apply those skills. Everything we've talked about today, you're not going to know everything. We don't want to teach you everything, but we want to teach you the skills that you can go away and actually become self-sufficient. And that does sometimes mean just Googling something or problem solving or coming together with other people to be able to do that. So we're just trying to get you to actually think like a coder. That's what we're trying to achieve in those 12 weeks. in some respects, you could argue that that might even be, you know, even more important than maybe getting a traditional type of degree. Okay, I think we don't have any more questions from the audience, but I just wanted to say a massive thank you to each of you for joining, sharing your experience, and actually the level of honesty from each of you, which I think has been really, really refreshing, and vulnerability. I think that word's come up a couple of times in the panel. So Milena, Stephanie, Kerry, and Chloe, thank you so much. I'm sure you're going to be complete stars of the future, and I'll watch your progress with keen interest.
Thanks very much.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, coming up next, we have a very important partner of Code First Girls, one of our most long-standing partnerships with some excellent career opportunities. And we are going to be introducing Goldman Sachs. And this segment, it's the last segment of the day. It's one of those exciting segments of the day, and it's taking your coding journey to the next level. I would like to please introduce the team from Goldman Sachs. Amazing. Hello, Team Goldman Sachs.
Hi.
Hello.
It's absolutely lovely to have you here. And yeah, are you excited to be joining CodeFest? How are you feeling?
Very excited. I'm looking forward to this, to be honest.
Lovely set of faces. What I'm going to do, I'm going to hand the stage over to yourselves, let you introduce yourselves, and it's a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. Thanks for the introduction. I know you said it's the last session of the day. I hope everybody's not too tired, and you will be asking lots of questions. We are really delighted to be here. We have a great panel here. So yeah, looking forward to the session. So I'll start with a quick introduction of myself, and then we will go over to the rest of the group here. So my name is Namita. I have been at Goldman's for 14 years now. I have done different roles within the firm. Currently, my role is I manage the EMEA payments team. And this team basically is responsible for any cash that leaves the firm or comes into the firm. So it's quite an important seat that I have, making sure that there are no fraudulent activities happening and money is not going to any sanctioned countries. So the software does it all. And that's my job as of today. Outside work, I am a mom, I'm a married woman, and I have a dog. So yeah, that keeps me busy. Like once I'm home, I forget about payments and it's all about homework and dog walking and kitchen and stuff. So I'll stop there and let's get introduced to the rest of my group. So Irina, why don't you start?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So hi, I'm Irina. I joined Goldman Sachs in 2018 initially as an intern in London. Then I worked part-time for a bit in New York, and then I came back to London full-time. So I've been at Goldman Sachs basically full-time for 2 years. And my background is basically in computer science and environmental science. I did a double degree that I use on a daily basis in my role as an infrastructure engineer. I work mostly with compute. So that's being like managing, monitoring, compute, basically all the infrastructure that Goldman Sachs uses to basically do trading. And my connection to Code First Girls actually is that I taught an introduction to Python in January. And then I actually was part of the first nano degree batch, and we just graduated in August.
Oh, well done.
Thank you.
Nikki, you want to go next?
Hi, yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Nikki. Yeah, I've been joining the firm for almost 3 years. I did a like summer intern in 2018 and come back after that. So I was from a mathematical background, and currently I'm working for a team called Choco, and our team is basically handling those exotic products. We give the price and compute the Greeks. So like our daily life is more like programming and also understand those mathematical models and yeah, try to speed up the pricing. And
yeah, You're the brains here.
No, not really. I think every part of job is very important in this firm. And yeah, my experience with CodeFest is last year I was also one of the panel in this stream, like talking about how was my life in Goldman Sachs. Yeah, I'm very happy to come back this year as well.
Nice. Kara.
Hi guys, I'm Kara. I'm a degree apprentice at Goldman Sachs. I'm currently going into my second year, which basically means that I'm at Queen Mary University as well, studying computer science at the same time. I'm also in the market data team at Goldman Sachs.
Nice. Right. So I think, Kara, that probably takes me to the next question. I know we all are doing different things at the firm. I joined, as I said, 14 years ago, and I joined as a lateral hire. So I was working elsewhere, and then I interviewed here and came around here. So why don't we just talk about how we got into this firm? So maybe, Kara, you can talk a little bit about this apprenticeship program. It's new to GS. I'm assuming you're probably the second or third batch, something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm the fourth batch now.
Fourth batch. Okay, sorry, I got it wrong, but yeah.
It's quite nice. I mean, I joined through the degree apprenticeship program, as I said. I joined during COVID, which was like an added challenge. I mean, it's something that hasn't obviously happened before. So a lot of the stuff I was doing was very remote, which I've kind of just started going back into office, which is nice. I didn't actually have any prior coding experience to joining this apprenticeship. So like, it's nice to say that like that's not like a hindrance or anything like that. I've really enjoyed learning everything from scratch, and the sort of difference between uni and work is very interesting, and it's nice to sort of apply your uni knowledge to work and vice versa. So.
Nice. Irina, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I joined as an intern. And then during my internship, I got along so well with my team that basically I became a contractor in the city where I was studying, which was New York at the time. And then from there, it kind of led to a full-time opportunity. So a different path to entering Goldman Sachs than Kara.
Yep. Nikki?
Yeah, I also like joined as a summer intern in 2018, and at the time I think we have like 2 rotations in the summer intern. So yeah, the first rotation is in my current team, and it's a really interesting experience. Like our team really have lots of team events, so every week we get around, go dining together or go drinks, and and all my teammates, they really helpful, and I think I was constantly learning new stuff, and I can also use what I learned to make some contribution to the firm. So yeah, the experience was really good. But yeah, that's why I chose to stay.
Nice. And as I mentioned, I used to work at a different place and then I came here. But it was interesting because the technologies that I used elsewhere is not something that I used here. And they actually, when they interviewed me, they hardly asked me about that. They asked me mostly problem-solving questions. And I was like, well, I come with this knowledge. You're not really asking me that. They were more mathematical and analytical questions. It was really fun just doing the interview. And when I got the job, obviously, I was very happy about it as well. And the fact that I've stayed probably tells a lot. Right. So I think in the audience, probably a lot of people have either completed their Code First introductory courses or in the process. Given a few of us are working right now, and Kara, you are actually studying and working. What is your advice on just continuing this learning journey? Because technology changes so fast. So what would your advice be? I don't know. Nikki, Kara, whoever wants to go first. I just mentioned Kara because I know she's studying and working.
I could go first. I feel like when I started out coding, I felt like I was behind compared to other people. I kept comparing myself against like the level that everyone else was at. And like only now do I realize how wrong that was, because everyone basically started at a different time and we're all kind of at a different point in our kind of coding journey. So I think that was a thing that if you can prevent yourself from doing, like it will just actually like be good for your mental health and your progress. Because in the long run, like like everything, the knowledge is kind of progressing so quickly that basically it's really easy to basically start at a point in time now, the learning curve will be very steep. But after that, it will kind of even out, and like the progress will kind of like accumulate, and you'll basically like be specialized in like a very niche area that will basically be in your benefit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Nikki, do you want to share your thoughts?
Sure. So actually, when I joined the team, I was the only person who doesn't come from a computer science background. Yeah, or other teammates are come from like a computer science background. I was the only one come from math background. And the only programming language I learned and I'm good at is C++. So yeah, I know nothing with Scala, which I'm using right now, and the Slam, which Goldman using firmly wide. And so I think the most important thing is like you always start by a language which you're interested in and which you think is easy to start with. And I think all the programming language are linked to each other. All the structure and the logic is linked to each other. I think, yeah, to start is very important. Yeah, it's never too late to start, but you can't always say I will start tomorrow. Yeah, it's better, yeah, if you have some plan today and if you can find some learning materials. Yeah, I think it's better to start today, but never feel too scared or anxious because from coding. You can always find lots of materials online, or like those online course, or some of your friends or colleagues who is very good at coding. You can always like ask for some generic questions, and also, yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think.
Kara, anything to add?
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, Nikki. Yeah. Kara, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, so I just really encourage sort of any courses that you find to try and do, because you'll really be surprised about what you can apply to like skills that you use in coding. For example, when I did my Goldman interview, I actually had completed an animation course, which I included in the interview, and they found that really interesting because, you know, things that you don't really think about that you've done, like you can literally just like link them very easily. And it's nice to have that link because it shows that you think about different ways that you learn. And also, like, to add to Irina's point as well, like technology is always changing and you're never going to know everything. And I think like it's definitely just being confident in your ability and your also just your openness to learn new things. Like as technology is always advancing, just being open to learning new software and new technology is definitely a key point to continue your learning journey.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think I just want to reinforce that. Like in my career, I have always been in teams and around people who seem to know a lot more than I know. And then when you actually start getting into the details, you figure out that you are not far behind, or you are at, if you're not at the same level, you're not far behind. So yeah, it's literally technology changes so fast. Everybody's doing different things. You build your own niche skills, but the core, the basics, they remain the same. And as Nikki and Kara pointed out, just do the things that you find interesting. I don't think whether Python is better than Java. You cannot do those comparisons. So just learn things, ask questions. I think asking people, like if someone is talking about something and you don't understand, there's no harm in saying, okay, I really don't follow what you're saying. And people love to tell you about things they know. So that's what I usually do, because I really don't get the time to go and try new languages or anything anymore, but I would just ask people, like, tell me what you're talking about. And then if I find it interesting, I'll read about it a little bit more. But yeah, I think the core is what's important, and then everything just adds on to it.
And just to mention that basically all the nano degree programs basically help you put that core in place, basically build that foundation. And then it's much easier to build on top of that. And I think the one key thing that I took away from Code First Girls programs was that they kind of teach you how to be self-sufficient and how to like Google things, how to be okay with like staring at a computer for long amounts of time to basically solve a problem that you're passionate about. And like, yeah, that basically comes from these programs.
Nice. So we talked about studying. Now getting into this engineering career. I know we all got in again in many different ways. what do you think, what would you advise for the girls here to get into the engineering career? What are the different channels? Should they attend different fairs, do hackathons? What would your advice be? Whoever wants to take a stab at it.
I mean, to be fair, I think everyone has a different learning style. For instance, hackathons, I feel like don't work for me, but if they work for you and like you feel like you basically thrive, like collaborating with a lot of people and like basically in a more challenging environment, then like go for it. For me, what I thought worked really well is kind of practicing. So I think HackerRank came in very useful. HackerRank is basically a platform that Goldman Sachs actually uses for interviews. So HackerRank has like a lot of problems, mostly focused on like data structure, that concepts that you'd even learn in Code First Girls. Basically you have per each topic a lot of problems that you can practice with and get comfortable. So once you get to that interview stage, you're gonna be kind of like you know what to do.
Nice. Go on, Nikki.
Yeah. Oh yeah, great. So yeah, Rena just talked about HackerRank. Maybe I'll talk about the career fairs. I highly recommend career fairs because like the way I know Goldman is from those one of the career fair called Women in Engineering, and there are all other many career fairs from Goldman, from other banks as well. Yeah, so basically in those career fairs, we also have panels, like we also have those practitioners from different divisions working on different projects, working on different products, and they came to talk about how their work dealing with, like how their work looks like, what kind of projects they're dealing with. And also at the end of those fairs, we also have those one-to-one networking sessions. So you can find your mentor, which yeah, basically they can lead you through how their everyday job looks like. And I think we might be more clear what is our interest, like what do we really want to do in our job. So I think yeah, it will be better and easier when you try to choose which career path you want to go to. When you know more things, when you have a whole pictures, you're better for yourself to make a choice as well. And also networking is always good. Like you can know more about the whole business, understand more about the industry, which can also help with your interview as well.
I agree. Kara, your entry was very different.
Yeah, I think one of the key things for me is when I was doing my application process, it's really just being yourself. I think individuality is so important. I mean, like I came into this this apprenticeship with no coding experience, like I said, like, and you just sort of put yourself out there and be like have confidence in yourself. I think like, you know, your ability, it's more about your openness to learn. Like that's the key thing, and also just have fun with the learning process and find a way to code that suits you. I mean, there's many different ways to learn online, like Irina was showing, and there's just so many free resources. And I just think it's nice to, have that belief in yourself that you can do it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, networking and just putting yourself out there. I think talking to people, of course, I came through the traditional path. I did put my CV on the job site, and that's how I landed a job here. But I have seen people coming through these career fairs. I have seen people coming into this big one-day interviews that we used to hold. And it's a lot about the person than actually what they already know, because you will have to learn on the job anyway. So I think it is so much about what your interests are, what do you want to do, talk about yourself, because we can talk about our jobs forever, but I think it's so much about putting yourself in front of the other person. Okay, let's find out what a typical day at Goldman's is for you. Who wants to? Kara, do you want to start first? What is your typical GS day?
So in my team, because I do the degree apprenticeship, like depending on whether I'm at uni or not, they really sort of try and focus on giving me projects that are related to what I'm learning at university in order to sort of enhance my learning and sort of almost like a revision as well. Over the past year, I've learned many sort of different platforms and softwares, which has been really nice. So as well as like enhancing what I'm learning at uni, I'm also learning new stuff and new technology that's not even incorporated into my spec. So it's a really nice range of things to do. I've learned things like Java, Linux, Python, GitLab, and some sort of some just internal softwares as well. I also think that in my workday, networking and collaboration is a massive thing, especially at Goldman. Just, you know, having a quick coffee and catch up with someone that you haven't met before, learning what their skills are, if they and just having that sort of ability to know when people can help you out, especially when, you know, I've just joined the firm and there are people with a lot more experience than I have. So it's just nice to have that sort of networking ability as well. And also, it's just super important to find time for yourself in the day as well. You know, the work-life balance is super important.
I agree. How did you manage this networking where during, like in last year, during COVID, especially you joined around that time? So how did that work for you?
I mean, it was an added challenge. I guess if you're working remotely, it's a lot more formal to sort of book in time with someone than just to catch them while they're like, you know, getting up to get a coffee. But I think somehow I adapted. I think I'm really grateful that my team is very lovely and, you know, everyone was very interested in the apprenticeship program. They've had quite a few apprentices before as well, which I think's helped. And yeah, they're just very open to sort of allowing me to learn as well, which is nice.
Nikki, how about you? What's your typical day and how did it change during COVID, work-life balance?
Yeah. So my typical day, mainly have two part of job. One side is all those long-term projects I'm working on, which those projects including some new trade came in, and we need to find a correct model to price this new trade flow. And also, like maybe there was some current model is in the system is pretty slow, and it also takes a lot of memories, and which cost us a lot in the computational area. So yeah, our like long-term projects is how to move this old system into a new system, onboard onto a new system, which can save us like maybe 2/3 of all those computational costs. And another part of my projects, another part of my daily job is support those live trade from traders. So sometimes we got a failure in the system, maybe in the intraday risk, or like when they try to quote a price, we can't really call because the model maybe have some bug, or the market data has some problem, or the trader book it wrong. So we somehow need to like debug through the code and the logs. Yeah, try to find locate where is the error and fix it as soon as possible. Yeah, so when yeah, it's kind of like multitasking, do the long-term projects, also deliver the short-term issues as soon as possible. Yeah, and I think the main thing changed during COVID is it brings a lot of challenge in communication. Like before, if there was a urgent issue, we can just talk with our colleague who's sitting just next to us. And I find it might be a little bit easier to communicate face to face. Like you can explain by drawing some diagraph, or maybe share the screen. Yeah, it might be easier to communicate face to face. I think that's the most challenging part I found during.
I think it's the whiteboard
lockdown.
sessions that we missed probably, when you could just draw out and say, oh, look, this is how we'll do it. And oh, no, remove this box, put this. I think that was the challenging part probably, at least definitely for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes just hope he can see what I was drawing on my notebook.
Yeah. Irina, how about you?
So my day is very similar in that I have a part dedicated to client support. So like I might be on client calls or like fixing some bugs, and then some other part of my day is kind of, or I'm trying to dedicate it a bit more towards coding. But this wasn't necessarily a feature in my early days of the firm, but now I'm trying to actively work on it because I feel like I'm a bit rusty. And then I actually really like working remotely and the flexibility that COVID kind of brought about, I feel like I interact a lot more with people in other regions. So like I have teams in Tokyo, in Sydney, in Chicago, and in New York, and I didn't get to interact with them before. Like it was mostly calls, but now being able to see each other over video, the fact that like Goldman Sachs have ended up working with Zoom to kind of like bring people together, I find that like really beneficial. And also it kind of brought about a bit of flexibility in the schedule, and that like I feel more comfortable kind of like maybe taking a break in the middle and kind of like maybe taking a nap if I'm like really, really tired. Because like, well, in the morning I meet with Asia team, then there's like a big gap until the US team comes online. So sometimes it's really good to kind of like take a break for like mental wellness and like
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And then another thing that I do daily, so there's a lot of kind of like organizations within GS that help new joiners adapt a bit better to the culture. So I'm basically on one of those committees, and we help plan events and try to identify the needs of new joiners that maybe we didn't address before. So that's kind of what a typical day would look like.
That's good. And I can totally relate to making an attempt to code. I'm so rusty. I don't even show my code to my team anymore. Otherwise, they'll just have a laugh at me. But yeah, I think a typical day at GS for me is pretty much the same. It's like, as you all described, it's a lot about carrying on with the work, a lot of discussions about different design, support issues, as Nikki mentioned. If something breaks, if a payment has not gone out, like we have people calling you, debugging the code. Less for me now, more for my team. But yeah, I think, and COVID did change a little bit, but yes, having Zoom, I actually felt that I was closer. I got a good opportunity to know people in other regions, because we do work internationally a lot, people outside London, and just with Zoom, you were literally in their room. So it definitely helped break that barrier of just knowing your local region. I'm conscious of time, but I'll just ask one last question before we open up for more for questions from the audience. I know, Nikki, this question is mostly for you. You don't come with a computer science background. How do you feel being in this area?
Yeah, I feel like it really didn't bring any problem to me. Like I for the programming language I was using now, I really didn't know it before I joined Goldman, but it's very steep learning curve since I started to do projects. Like if you really have a goal, like what kind of problem you want to resolve, using this language, it will help you have a more clear picture, like what you need to learn. So yeah, that's why HackRank is very useful and important, because it gives you a question and give you like a blueprint for what you need to learn, so you can follow that path and learn, like have a more better understanding of this programming language, and also the rest of computer science knowledge related to Linux, or some related to GPU, which our team is using. I was like, I have a study plan since I joined the team. I was like bringing some books and get a better picture of what it is, like what is GPU and what is Linux, and also register some course from Coursera. But actually I didn't. I just learning for half a year, and yeah, later I didn't got enough time, so half give up on that one. But I highly recommend Coursera. It's very useful as well. And yeah, I think it's really didn't bring any problems to my daily job at all. And if there was an urgent issue I might need to fix, I would just go to my colleague, and they are very happy to explain
Fair enough. Yeah,
what it is to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually also not from a computer science background. I came from a production engineering background, and this is not my first job, but in my first job as well, I did not feel any difference as such. Like, as long as you can think of a problem as a problem and come up with a solution, The only challenge was like the syntax and how do you write the code in the best possible way. Probably I got more review comments compared to some of my colleagues who came with a computer science background, but eventually you just learn and make sure that you don't get the same review comments the next time. And as Nikki pointed out, I also had a lot of books like CPU, data structures and whatnot. Data structures I definitely read. Other things I just left. I'm like, okay, if I get stuck, I'll ask someone. And that's what I do today. I just ask someone like, how does this work? Like a lot of the networking things I don't understand very well. I know, Irina, you said you come with an infrastructure background, but I don't understand a lot of them. So I just go over to someone, and now I'll come to you as well, Irina. Yeah. Anything to add, Kara, from your side, Irina, about being from a non-computer science background, if you know of colleagues who may not come with that experience?
I mean, I can speak from the fact that like in school for computer science, I did a lot of graphics. So I was definitely very, very far away from hardware. I actually knew nothing when I came to Goldman about hardware. It just happened that I got placed in this team. And it happened that like the people on the team were so nice that I actually ended up loving the subject as well. It's kind of like one of the situations where you really like the way like a teacher teaches.
Yeah, the teacher is so good that you love the subject.
Exactly. Yeah. So everything I know, literally, I learned from other people by asking questions and kind of like interacting on a daily basis, and like clients coming up with like support questions that I didn't know how to answer, and then like I would add one of my colleagues on the chat and be like, "Please help! I don't know how to do this." Yeah, so like it's kind of like an incremental thing that you just like you looking back like a year ago, I can't really believe where I am right now, because like I actually learned a lot.
Cool. All right. I think we have 10 minutes left, and Anna is back. So let's see if we have any questions.
Right on cue, right on schedule. Thank you very much, Goldman Sachs, for that discussion. And I actually think you have an incredibly engaged audience, because we've been really shocked by the number of questions that we've received. So should we jump straight in? Let's go to our first question. So this is from Sarah. This is a question for Kara. What made you decide to do a degree apprenticeship? How did you find the application/selection process for the position? And did you have to top A-level results?
Good question. Okay, so I partially chose the degree apprenticeship on the aspect that you get the work experience at the same time that you're doing uni. I mean, it is very full on. There's 3 days working, 2 days at uni, and then it changes depending on what year you do, especially like last year, you have the dissertation, so they give you a day off for that. I've really enjoyed it so far. The application process is quite extensive. I applied to a few different apprenticeships when I finished my A-levels, or well, when I was doing them in year 13. And they're all very similar. There's like a essay sort of based bit. There's a few interviews. It's different for different companies. There's some where you have to do like assessments in office, but obviously because of COVID, I had to do them at home, which slightly changed the application process, but it wasn't too bad. Once again, I sort of enhanced this idea that you have like be yourself, be confident in your ability, and you know, if you don't have any coding experience, that's not the end of the world. They don't require a computer science A-level for most apprenticeships. And yeah, I think especially regarding A-level results, I had like complications with the CAGs because my year group, obviously we didn't get to do our exams, so that was a bit interesting. But no, Goldman actually requires 3 Bs for the apprenticeship that I'm doing, so it's I wouldn't say top grades requirement. I think they more focus on who you are as a person and if you would fit sort of Goldman Sachs itself, rather than, you know, A star, A star, A star. That makes sense.
Fantastic. Next question, please, from the audience. This is from Tashalin. What is the gender balance like at Goldman Sachs? Have you found more women are joining and accepted into tech roles in recent years? I feel like everyone's nodding.
Yeah. It's an interesting question, and I will touch upon 2 things. So I come from India, and I have lived in the UK for 15, 16 years now. I can honestly tell you, like in the urban areas in India, this is really not a problem. Most of the females there, when they go for engineering, they apply for computer science or electronics degree. They don't apply for mechanical. I was the odd one out. So there I was the odd one out. And when I came here, I found I'm the odd one out here as well. Do we have a lot of women? I think in engineering, it varies. Some teams you will see a lot of girls, and nothing to do with what sort of team it is or role it is. It's kind of cyclic. Recently, yes, we have seen more girls joining the entry level, like the NAPA program that we have. And what I would like to highlight is there's a huge focus on actually hiring female folks. So we actually make a conscious effort to get more females, like be it at the entry level, be it at lateral hire level. So that's definitely a drive, but I wouldn't say the balance is 50-50%. We want to achieve that, and that's where we are. But I personally feel programming is the best job for girls because COVID had no impact on our jobs. You could just program from home.
And also in my apprenticeship, in my year group, there's actually 8 out of 12 of the apprentices are girls.
Oh,
so
wow.
We have a majority girl year group, which is really nice. Thought I'd put that in
there. Fantastic. Next question, please. This is from Cherry. What advice would you give to someone trying to enter tech after not doing it for a number of years after finishing university? Do you have any advice for Cherry? Who would like to take this? I have some advice for Cherry.
I can take it. So I think, look, I actually personally know a lot of my friends who basically took a break because they either had babies or whatever. They didn't just go into a job. My advice is, as everybody pointed out here, just have confidence in yourself. You really don't need to know a specific technology, a specific programming language. You can learn something, so just to build your own confidence and know what is going on in the market right now, and then try those different forums, go to these different career fairs, attend those different coding programs that happen. Just go out, put your CV out and see what happens. I wouldn't worry so much about, oh, I didn't do technology, I took a different career path, I took a career break, I went on a holiday and I was traveling. Doesn't matter. You can come into the workforce anytime you like. You just need to have that confidence, because your brain cells don't die, they remain as is. So just come along, and it's just a problem. It's just, there are problems and you solve it. That's about it.
Jerry, I would also say that a lot of women that we put through our nanny degree program, they're a real mix of ages. There's a lot of career switches in there as well. They're not just fresh out of uni or penultimate year grads. There's lots of different women from lots of different backgrounds, and what we're really assessing for is potential. And there's even a lot of employees in our own portfolio that actually prefer career switches, or might prefer it if you come to the nanny degree with different experiences and professional experiences under your belt. So I would actually use that as your secret weapon a little bit, and certainly it would not stop you from getting onto our course and being able to apply to a job with one of the portfolio partners. Right, who is next? Katie, do you need to be based near the office to apply for Goldman Sachs, or can you work virtually? Smiley face.
I think more recent with the COVID situation, and like the flexibility of the job has increased dramatically. I think basically, at least for me, working remotely was actually much better than working in person. I prefer it. I prefer the structure. So I think GS allows for that, and the job itself, basically coding, is one that can be done remotely.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely more acceptance for a lot more acceptance for flexibility in engineering and after COVID throughout the firm. So working virtually, working from home, all these are acceptable. Of course, I would say, and I'm just being very honest here, like at GSU, we stress a lot upon collaboration, meeting people, networking. So it's not like you are 100% working away from office. You don't have to stay very close to the office, but if you come a few days, that's what the expectation is. I know people who do work remotely 100% of the times as well. Those are things that people agree, but it's definitely possible. whenever there's caliber, we don't reject people.
It's a good mantra to live by. Next question from Claire. How strict? Hey, Claire, this is a. I mean, I'm curious. I don't know the answer to this.
I love that question.
Is the dress code at Goldman Sachs?
You can wear jeans to work.
No, really?
Yeah. So it's not even recent. I think it was a few years ago when they introduced casual dressing for everybody in engineering and then everybody in the firm. So even if you're on like the business side, you can come in jeans.
I'm just like anticipating your applications exploding right now because you've announced that everyone can wear jeans and the K-First Girls community is like quick.
With COVID, literally, like I know of my friends who used to say, "Oh, I was wearing like a formal top and a pajama." With us, there was nothing like that. I was always in like a t-shirt or like some home sort of clothing. I never had to dress up for a meeting. I mean, everybody was chilled and casual about it.
I've got a co-worker that she wears fluffy unicorn slippers around the office. So.
That was going to be my question. Can you wear pajamas to the office?
I have definitely seen people in shorts, but not in pajamas in the office. But during Christmas, you would be surprised. The kind of jumpers people wear to work, you would be like, are you serious? How did you travel in the tube?
Brings out all sorts of crazy, right?
Yeah, but there is no strict dress code. When I joined, there used to be, we had to be it was business casuals for engineering, but now that's gone. It's all casuals.
Oh, sorry, go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think it's at 2019 we have this flexible dress code change. Like people can wear jeans and whatever they want. And before that, I think it's like every Friday we can wear whatever we want. Yeah, but now it's very flexible.
Yep. Only Fridays were jeans days earlier. Yes, I remember that as well.
Yeah.
But now it's every day.
Inset days at school. Do you remember that? You could wear what you wanted and you were like, wow, freedom.
Yeah.
You do have one. We're going to take one more question. So you've had a lot of questions. We've really had to sort these out here. You've had a lot of engagement during this session. There's one more question. Oh, from Claire again. Okay, wonderful. Do you think that as women, it's easier to balance family life with work in tech, especially after the pandemic? Who would like to take that? I mean, it might be worth by starting, does anybody have a family and they found it?
I can definitely take that. So look, when I joined Goldman's, I've probably had the exact same question. Can I manage, well, not exact, but can I manage a family life with a job at GS? And I can honestly tell you, you can. There is so much flexibility now. After COVID, of course, it has just grown multifold. But even before COVID, I have done 3 days at work, 2 days working from home. I have done come in early, leave early because I need to pick up my child. There is a children's center at Goldman's. My daughter, from the age of 7 months to 3 years, was at the Goldman Sachs Children's Center. I used to bring her in, leave her there, and the children's center is amazing. Like even if you leave at 6:30, they will keep your baby. It closes at 6 o'clock, but they will keep the baby. The baby is basically attending meetings, the staff meetings. So flexibility-wise, definitely Goldman's has a lot to offer. Working in technology, again, I feel this is, I think I mentioned this earlier, I personally feel that this is one of the best jobs for women because programming you can do from anywhere in the world. You don't necessarily have to be in the office. Now, everybody has these, network desktops that you connect to. You just need a computer and you need your brain, and that's about it. You can just, and internet, of course. So definitely.
Blowing my mind here. So, babies, jeans. The next thing you're going to be telling me is you can have babies in jeans as well at Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, actually, during the summer holidays, I was bringing in my daughter. So I have a 9-year-old daughter, and she was coming into the office because this is also a backup children's center. So you book in, and she used to come here and travel with me in the tube, eat with me in the GS canteen, go off to the nursery. I'll work, then she'll come back, enjoy those revolving chairs. She loved that. So yeah. It's very flexible, very acceptable now.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we don't have any time for any more questions, but thank you so much to the Goldman Sachs team, Namita, Cara, Irina, and Nikki. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, and thank you for joining today.
Thank you for having us.
Bye-bye. Amazing. We have come to the end of CodeFest Day 1. Can you believe it? I'm certainly going to be having a glass of wine. I hope you are too. You deserve it by this point. Tomorrow we are going to be coming live from Canary Wharf, level 39. Well, in person. It's actually the first time that the CodeFest Girls community has met face-to-face in almost 2 years. So it's quite a special moment for us. You can live stream if you couldn't get a ticket to the event. So please tune in for that. We have a lot of exciting things happening tomorrow. So again, a lot more tech content. Tomorrow is being sponsored by Avast. We also have some really exciting community awards to recognize outstanding achievement. And we'll have our very first nano degree graduation ceremony with the employers and sponsors making speeches about where these women are going to end up and how fantastic this has been as an opportunity. If you've missed any of the sessions today, this stream will be available on YouTube. Please subscribe so you don't miss out on any future MOOCs or nano degree application processes. Equally, if you haven't already, click the link below in the description for the video. And Bank of America will be donating to a charity of your choice if you click that link. So now's your last chance to do that. A big thank you to our lead sponsors for today, Bank of America, and to all of the other speakers. And I will see you tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m., Canary Wharf. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I don't know about you. See you soon.